everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Shinji Matou at your service, Chapter 601 to 660, Chapter 601. The conclusion of Karna, and Siegfried 1173 words. The dust-colored light of the phantasmal greatsword was torn apart by thunder carrying an aura of absolute destruction, pierced the dragon's blood armor in an instant, followed by Siegfried's body in the next moment. Nevertheless, Siegfried continued to express his unwavering determination and his resolve to achieve victory. In this critical moment, where his spiritual foundation was shaken by the thunder and even the master-servant contract was on the verge of collapse, how could he transform his resolve into reality? With this doubt in mind, Gords, disregarding the impact of the thunder on his eyes, stared fixedly at the most intense part of the thunder. Since Siegfried had said he would not lose, he definitely would not lose. He wanted to witness Siegfried's victory. Under the light of the thunder filled with a destructive aura, Siegfried's tall figure was no longer complete. His hands and legs below the knees had already disintegrated and disappeared, and this destruction was gradually spreading upwards. This scene made Gord's vision go black, and he nearly fainted. However, holding on to his trust in Siegfried, he still maintained a glimmer of hope, keeping his eyes wide open. Finally, he noticed something peculiar. Something was missing from Siegfried's body: his saber-class proof, the crystallization of the Nibelung forging technique, the phantasmal greatsword. It was the most powerful and sturdy noble phantasm he carried, even stronger than the armor of Fafnir. In his lifetime, he used this sword to break through the dragon scales of the evil dragon Fafnir and ultimately slay it. Although Karna's final noble phantasm, Vasvi Shakti, was absolute destruction, this absolute destruction had a process. The fragile parts would be destroyed first, while the tougher parts could hold on a bit longer. With the armor of Fafnir still intact and the edges of the sword not yet reached by the thunder, this sword could not be destroyed. So where had the phantasmal greatsword gone? Just as Gords was pondering this, a faint glimmer of light tore through the thunder of absolute destruction. It was the Bomung. The surface of the greatsword was wrapped in a faint red glow, making it almost inconspicuous amidst the destructive thunder and flames. Yet, it was this inconspicuous glow that protected the sword itself. In an instant, Gords understood it was his wish, the power of the command seal, the light of a miracle. Realizing that he could not withstand Vasvi Shakti, Siegfried had poured everything Gords entrusted to him, and his hope into this weapon that had accompanied him in defeating countless formidable foes. This weapon persevered stubbornly amidst the destruction and finally, in the end, tore open a gap, creating a miracle unimaginable even to the gods. A miracle is making the impossible possible. The united effort of the master and servant brought forth new hope. The flames and thunder surged furiously, trying to drag the sword back into destruction. But the light of the miracle protecting the sword was exceptionally tenacious. No matter how the thunder and fire struck, it remained unshaken until it completely pulled the silver sword bearing hope away from destruction. Karna was stunned. Even he did not expect anyone to survive the god-slaying spear. In that moment of his days, the phantasmal greatsword, protected by the red glow, suddenly radiated brilliant light. It was still the dusk light, but it was not the light of decline at twilight. It was the final brilliance and splendor a hero exerted with all his might before the end. I will strike you down. Siegfried, enduring the light of absolute destruction, could no longer make a sound. But it didn't matter, Gords was still there. He roared the final shout on behalf of his servant. Bomung. The dusk light bloomed, just like thousands of years ago when the great hero of the Netherlands, despite being covered in wounds, swung the final sword that killed the evil dragon. No, it was even more splendid than the sword Siegfried wielded in his lifetime. Because in his lifetime, he was alone, but now he had Master's wholehearted support. Go! The sword energy surged, the sword light crisscrossed, and by the time Karna reacted, the phantasmal greatsword had already pierced his chest, destroying his heart and spiritual core. He did not evade. Was it because of that moment of daze? No, even without that moment of hesitation, he couldn't have avoided that sword. He was too confident in the absolute destruction of his spear, but he forgot that the spear's absolute destruction was aimed at a singular one, while two people were facing him. I see, it seems I misjudged. I have lost. Karna quickly accepted his defeat, his voice entirely devoid of astonishment or regret over his loss. For someone who always accepted reality calmly, this outcome was by no means unimaginable. This battle was truly exhilarating. He did not bear any burdens. There were no grudges, no sins, and no inevitability, it was merely a pure promise. Because of this, he cherished it greatly. The dignity of a warrior, and the resolve to burn everything without hesitation after this battle, were met with the same resolve from Siegfried and his master. For him, this was an invaluable experience. With the destruction of the spiritual core, the thunder and flames lost their support and dissipated, revealing Siegfried's body, mostly destroyed, with only his head remaining. Undoubtedly, his spiritual core was also destroyed and he would soon disappear. No, you didn't lose and I didn't win. It can only be considered a draw. Sorry, master, although I didn't lose, I didn't fulfill your command. No need to apologize. Gords, using both hands and feet, stumbled and ran towards Siegfried, who was gradually turning into spirit particles. You did great, you did very well. It's my fault. If I had been stronger, perhaps the result would have been different. Don't say that, master. If I hadn't won even with your support, that would be truly useless. However, it was a great battle, as far as endings go, it was not lacking. Farewell, Karna. Farewell, master. I leave the rest to you. Gords finally reached Siegfried, who gave him a bright smile before dispersing in the wind, leaving no trace. I'll handle it. Gords nodded firmly, then turned his gaze to Karna. The latter's body also began to dissipate, but the phantasmal greatsword lodged in his chest remained solid. He was fulfilling his promise to Siegfried with his last bit of mana. Karna pulled out the phantasmal greatsword with one hand and tightly gripped the immortal blade in the other, using his final strength to throw it into the sky. Let my spear substitute for Siegfried's armor. I hope you don't mind, Black Assassin. Under the radiance of gold and silver, Karna closed his eyes, ending his journey in the Holy Grail War. The disappearance of the two servants finally brought peace to the battlefield. Completely exhausted, Gords collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down his face silently, as if not to disturb the rest of the two great heroes. Chapter 602, Chapter 602, Stalemate between Kings. 1061 words. Whether it was the arrangement of the counter-force, or a simple coincidence, the moment the Vasvi-Shakti dissipated was also the end of the Clarence son of Arthur. A passionate red, a lively red, a straightforward red, a dazzling red different from Artoria's brilliance but equally resplendent returned to calm. In the flames, King Arthur, Artoria, maintained her original posture unscathed. She did not carry the scabbard, which was more precious than the holy sword and could nullify any attack. Her strength was not great enough to ignore an A++ rank anti-army noble phantasm. The reason she was unharmed was that this noble phantasm was the son of Arthur. As the child of King Arthur, this noble phantasm would bring harm to everything along its path, but would not harm Artoria, the parent. Having come to terms with her true feelings, Mordred would not repeat past mistakes. Even if she rebelled, she would not harm her father, nor would she spill Arthur's blood. The only blood she would spill was that of enemies, especially those of her father. Yes, just like Semiramis, who was now kneeling on the ground. The enchanting and alluring aura was completely gone. The scale armor woven from godfish scales had been reduced to fragmented pieces. The black swan-like evening dress beneath was torn and tattered, the openings in disarray, constantly oozing blood. There was no trace of her former bewitching beauty. Just like my mother, a coward with first-class survival skills. Mordred grimaced in displeasure, raised the king's sword, and advanced step by step. No matter how badly injured or pitiful Semiramis appeared, Mordred would not waver. What this woman had done to her and her father earlier was unforgivable, even if she died 10 times over. Perhaps due to her severe injuries, Semiramis ignored Mordred's taunts and spoke calmly, "A fine strike. The passion within it reminded me of an old friend. She was as dazzling as you, with the power to inspire others. Saying nice things now won't help. Just leave quietly. As she spoke, Mordred had already reached Semiramis and placed her sword against her neck. Semiramis remained calm, as if she didn't care about Mordred's threat at all. If I could, I would like to leave quietly, but the performance isn't over yet, so Mordred instinctively sensed danger and exerted force with her right hand to behead Semiramis. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. The flash of the king's sword met not flesh and bone but ripple after ripple, like water waves. The ripples quickly spread outwards, twisted, and turned into butterflies. The butterflies danced, scattering droplets of light like the clear moonlight, falling into a sea of flowers. Illusion? Damn, using tricks again. Show yourself. Sword light flashed, red lightning surged, and Mordred's magic power rampaged through the surrounding space, but it didn't reveal Semiramis. Not far away, Artoria carefully observed the butterflies for a moment, and then her expression changed. She sprinted towards the door of the throne room as fast as she could. No, her target is, before she could finish speaking, she stomped heavily on the ground, forcibly stopping her charge. Because a dark gold metal spike was already at Kyrie's neck, and Semiramis, who had disappeared in a flutter of butterflies, was now outside the throne room. Mordred, filled with rage, pointed her king's sword wrapped in red lightning at Semiramis. Let go of my master, or I will tear you to pieces. I need to correct you on 2 points. Someone interjected. It was Merlin, who had been watching the drama unfold. First, servants vanished directly after receiving fatal wounds, leaving no corpse behind, so you can't tear her to pieces. Second, even if she doesn't let go, there's nothing you can do. If your master dies, you will disappear too. Merlin, you bastard, whose side are you on? Mordred's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. If not for him helping her earlier, she would have already swung her sword at him, even if it wouldn't accomplish anything. I'm not on any side, I'm just an observer. Merlin shamelessly shrugged and then smiled at Semiramis. An excellent performance: illusion, footwork, breath concealment. This is a true assassin, not a caster or berserker in an assassin's guise. Merlin, you're too kind. Since my stealth has been seen through, it means my covert maneuvers have failed. He's right, Mr. Merlin, with your keen sight, it's hard to deceive your eyes. I'm not boasting, but I can indeed see anywhere in this world. However, it's limited to this world. I can't see more expansive places. For example, you and Mr. Shiro have many aspects that are beyond my sight. Could you enlighten me? Hearing Merlin's words, Artoria seemed to think of something more expansive. Could it be the stars? That's enough, Miss Artoria. Saying more might cause unnecessary trouble, you know what I mean. I understand this. Artoria nodded, her expression serious. Just call me Semiramis. Other names don't matter to you. Mordred questioned sharply. So, you're not Semiramis? What are you trying to do? I don't intend to do anything myself, nor do I want to interfere in your conflicts. The voice was the same, but it carried a completely different gentle tone, sounding very pleasant. But she is my friend. I can't just watch you kill her. This Hanging Gardens hasn't reached the point of collapse yet, so I must ask you to wait patiently here for a moment in this somewhat unfriendly manner. It won't take long. Mordred impatiently interrupted. Nice words, but what about the Holy Grail? What will happen to the world? There's no issue over there. Jeanne d'Arc has already reached the Holy Grail, and is suppressing its activation. Merlin, Mordred was utterly helpless against this constantly interfering person. Fake Semiramis, give it to us straight. How long are we supposed to wait? Until their battle concludes. Semiramis pointed to the sky, where the frequency of the flashing red and blue lights and black and white colors was increasing. Finally, a strong light burst forth, overshadowing the brightest stars in the sky. 2 stars collided head-on, erupting in unprecedented flames, and a thunderous roar that echoed across the land. After the collision, the red star soared high into the sky, while the blue star fell heavily, plunging into the dark abyss beyond sight. Chapter 603, Chapter 603, Watch the Arrow. 1200 words, Master. Artoria's heart tightened. Even though the master-servant contract no longer existed, and the battlefield in the sky had long surpassed her sensory range, she knew that the blue star was her former master, Shinji Matou. She was anxious, wanting to help but lacking the means to fly. All she could do was look at Merlin in distress. Think of something quickly. The solution has always been within you. Recall the connection between you. Connection. But the contract has already, it's not the superficial contract I'm talking about. A magical contract can be severed, but the connection between hearts cannot. Mordred thinks of you, so her sword won't harm you. You just need to think of him, and your power will reach his side. Thinking of him? I'll give it a try. Artoria closed her eyes thoughtfully, calling out in her heart the name of the person with whom she had formed a deep bond. Master Shinji, let me lend you my strength. Mana flowed out from Artoria, not in a burst like in battle, but smoothly and steadily. Her thoughts, accompanied by mana, flowed through the flower sea beneath her feet, through the upheaved palace, into the silent night, and finally into the abyss under the garden, bringing a sliver of light to the pitch-black darkness. It also gave direction to the fallen star. Seeing this, Mordred gritted her teeth, muttering phrases like "taking my father." No way. Just you wait. Merlin, with a smile that seemed both gratified and regretful, said to Semiramis, "Faith can become power, faith can create miracles, faith can reach the realm of magic. That's why I love humans. What do you think?" Semiramis didn't reply, merely looked up silently at the night sky, watching the red star that had lost its brilliance. Her eyes showed a mix of tranquility and enchantment. Due to the grand battle tonight, the sea area surrounding the Hanging Gardens had been cleared. No ship would pass within 50 nautical miles, bringing an unusual calm to the famous tourist destination along the Black Sea. However, this peace didn't last long before it was shattered by a meteorite falling from the sky. The star, trailing a blue glow, crashed into the sea with a deafening roar, creating waves that could be described as a small-scale tsunami. If one could see through the water, one would discover that the meteorite was not a rock but a person, a wild man draped in black and white fur. Having fallen from nearly 7,000 meters, the man plunged directly into the seabed, smashing countless corals before finally coming to a stop against a reef. Surprisingly, the immense impact, which could have killed an ordinary person 1,000 times over, did not take the man's life. He struggled to rise from the seabed, brushing off debris and muttering to himself. His body was enveloped in a blue light barrier, which had absorbed the impact of the fall, preventing him from becoming a pulp and allowing him to speak unaffected by the water. That was close. Good thing it was the sea below, otherwise it would have been real trouble. Two pats, the man's movements halted, and his relieved expression turned into a grimace. Damn it, that guy was sneaky, hiding his ultimate move all along. Took so many punches from me and waited until the end to strike. It turned out that the man's chest, the area he had been patting, bore a deep, blackened wound extending from his right shoulder to his left abdomen. The wound wasn't bleeding, as the surrounding blood vessels had been cauterized by high heat, preventing any blood flow. This man was none other than Shinji Matou, and the one who had knocked him from the sky was his opponent, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. In their aerial battle, Shiro initially had the upper hand, but as time passed, the power of command spells dwindled. In contrast, Shinji's familiarity with third magic and origin caused his combat ability to surge. He had planned to finish this battle in one go, to give that bastard who had tormented him multiple times a thorough beating, one so severe that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Unexpectedly, his opponent still had a terrifying trump card hidden. That seemingly unimpressive slash at first glance, one might think it was just the katana unable to withstand the flames from Shakespeare's enchantment and got charred. Shinji had thought the blade would soon break, considering it was merely an armament comparable to a C-rank noble phantasm, and its strength was understandably insufficient. Who could have guessed that this charred little blade contained such a terrifying amount of heat? Just one slash broke through his body forged from his third magic and origin. It wasn't a sword technique, just an ordinary slash. No special concept was felt, just pure heat. It demonstrated in the most domineering and straightforward way what is meant by quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If Shinji hadn't reacted quickly, detonating the Vajra's arms to blow the two apart, that slash might have split him in two. What did he say when he slashed me? Blade of Ember, East, Rising Sun Blade. Why does that name sound so familiar? I remember now, isn't that the ultimate move of the strongest Shinigami, Old Man Yamamoto? That guy must be an anime fanatic. I'm starting to suspect he hasn't reached the ultimate realm, but has some sort of cosplay system cheat. First Sephiroth, now Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. What's next, Kamusari? Shinji touched the charred flesh with his fingers, inspecting the wound's condition, and frowned. No further spread, the heat is all concentrated around the wound. No doubt about it, though I don't know how he did it, he indeed replicated Old Man Yamamoto's killer move. I just hope the blade tip isn't at 15 million degrees. Ugh, whether it is or not, I can't afford to test it again. How on earth do I counter the rising sun? With my skills, avoiding his slashes is nearly impossible. Do I have to drag this out until his command spell ends? At that moment, two streams of light, one gold and one silver, pierced through the water's surface, landing beside Shinji. These are Siegfried's great sword and Karna's immortal blade. Shinji couldn't help but reach out, grasping the spear and sword, hearing the final messages from both warriors. Thank you for all your help. This is my sword, I hope it can assist you. Siegfried's armor was destroyed by me, so use my spear instead. I hope you don't mind. These guys, seriously. But they came at the perfect time. With these, planting his feet on the seabed, mana continuously radiated, propelling Shinji's body upward. The moment he burst through the water's surface, tiny particles of light drifted down from the sky, illuminating the dark sea, and calming Shinji's restless heart due to the destroyed Vajra's body. Master, Shinji, let me lend you my strength. Artoria, you, all of you. If that's the case, then I absolutely cannot lose. Bearing your hopes, how could I possibly lose? With my third magic, I restore the true form of the Brahmastra. Watch the arrow. Chapter 604, Chapter 604, The Immortal Bow and the Vajra Body 1263 words. Watch the arrow. Where did the arrow come from? Of course, it was shot by Shinji using his newly acquired noble phantasm, Karna's divine weapon Vasvi Shakti. But isn't the immortal blade a spear? How can it shoot arrows? The answer is simple, Shinji transformed it into a bow, the golden bow. To clarify a concept, noble phantasms is the sublimation of a heroic spirit's feats, not physical objects. They exist in a state that is both genuine and not, as crystallizations of legends passed down through humanity, essentially the materialization of soul essence. Since they are crystallizations of belief and materialized soul essence, for Shinji, who has also stepped into the realm of soul materialization and can convert thoughts into power, there is much room for manipulation. For instance, extracting the belief from a noble phantasm and imbuing it into the incarnation body. Broken phantasm shatters the tangible part of a noble phantasm, but the intangible part remains undamaged. After all, noble phantasms originate from legends. As long as the legend endures, the noble phantasm persists. The principle behind repairing a noble phantasm is to reshape the depleted mana and shattered entity. Given this, why not go a step further and create a completely new form that suits oneself better? This was Shinji's new idea, after absorbing the relic's legacy and forging his thoughts into the Vajra body. Only because he was intensely battling Shiro and couldn't spare any attention did he choose the most reliable plan, attaching the concepts and beliefs of the noble phantasms to the Vajra body. The Vajra body isn't entirely physical, it exists between reality and illusion, similar to the servant's spiritual garments, like Mordred's and Artoria's armor. This makes both attachment and detachment quite convenient. The result was naturally a huge success, with different concepts attached to various parts of the Vajra body. The head was imbued with Medusa's eye, able to emit petrifying light. The legs were given to feathered shoes, allowing Shinji to fly. The body was cloaked with Hades' cloak, to diminish presence and achieve surprise attacks. The arms were respectively equipped with the concepts of the harp, Athena's shield, Indra's thunder, Azure Cloud sword, the goddess's scepter, and Ishtar's spear. A series of consecutive attacks, empowered by divine strength, lightning, and wind fire, plus the special effect of wounds that couldn't heal, left Shiro in utter misery. If not for Shiro's ultimate move, Rising Sun Blade, Shinji would have already accomplished his goal, beating him beyond recognition. However, gains always come with losses. Being blown to the seabed gave Shinji more time for Noble Phantasm modification work, and the arrival of the Vasvi Shakti and the Balmung provided new materials. First, it's important to clarify, modifying a tangible Noble Phantasm is harder than recreating an intangible one. The reasoning is simple: it's easier to forge a sword from an iron ingot than from an iron rod. The intangible is like the ingot, the tangible is like the rod. Even a certain adept counterfeiting red-clad archer couldn't arbitrarily modify his counterfeit products, let alone the genuine articles tied to a heroic spirit's deeds. The time from acquiring the new Noble Phantasms to surfacing was far too short to complete any modifications. But this is based on the premise of transforming the existing Noble Phantasms into new forms. Restoring a Noble Phantasm to its original form is a different matter. Although possessing uncrowned martial arts, proficient in various weapons, Karna was renowned as a great hero for his archery. His divine weapon, Vasvi Shakti, was originally a bow but transformed into a spear due to his lancer class. Therefore, the Undying Bow is the true form of this Noble Phantasm, the essence of its legend. With minimal effort, simply by guiding the belief within, the Undying Bow was restored. And this Undying Bow was Shinji's key to countering the Rising Sun Blade. If close combat wasn't viable, he'd defeat his opponent from a distance. As for the arrows, after learning from Chiron for so long, how could Shinji not know how to condense mana into arrows? It's a fundamental skill every archer must master. Grasping the Undying Bow in his left hand and drawing the bowstring with his right, mana the color of the sea gathered into an arrow. Guided by Artoria, the arrow flew through the clear night sky, straight towards Shiro in the air. Given Shiro's capabilities, a mere arrow wouldn't affect him. With a casual swing of his sword, he deflected the arrow and had time to explain. "Can't handle close combat, so you've switched to long range. But you're still not a..." He couldn't finish his taunt as the subsequent barrage followed. It wasn't just one arrow but a dense volley of dozens. Almost forgot this guy has a Vajra body. A rapid-fire technique is a high-level archery skill. Even someone as strong as Chiron could only shoot 10 arrows in quick succession due to the strain continuous shooting places on the arms. But this is assuming two hands are used, one to hold the bow, the other to shoot. If additional hands are available for rotation, the strain is significantly reduced. Forget dozens, even firing hundreds of arrows continuously is no pressure at all. No need to explain. Having many hands is just that advantageous. This isn't an archer, it's a humanoid machine gun. What's even more outrageous is that this machine gun comes with an Artoria brand Divine Realm guidance system. No matter how Shiro runs or dodges, Shinji's machine gun can find its target immediately, launching a wild barrage that forces Shiro to leap up and down, dash left and right, repeatedly yelling, "Foul, foul," using would release in the Type Moon set is against the rules. You have the nerve to say that? Rising Sun Blade in the Type Moon set isn't against the rules. Shinji's voice not only grew louder, but his attacks also became more ferocious, leaving Shiro bruised and battered was too lenient. Turning him into a pincushion was a more fitting end. After firing over 1,000 arrows in succession, Shinji had a new realization. He began to imbue the beliefs of the Noble Phantasms, attached to his Vajra body, into his mana arrows, endowing them with entirely new attributes. With this, Shinji's firepower stepped up to another level. The humanoid machine gun was still the same, but it occasionally switched to a mortar to launch a few rounds. Shiro's situation became even more difficult. After all, he didn't control the second magic, and Dimensional Leap had its distance limitations. Previously, he could rely on this skill to jump out of the arrow rain's range, but arrows imbued with noble phantasm effects were a different story. Especially with the azure cloud effect known for its wide area, one misstep, and he could be caught by the wind and fire. Though it was just a superficial injury, the cumulative effects could still affect his condition. You forced me to use my ultimate move. The increasingly disheveled Shiro took a deep breath, and suddenly halted in midair. How could Shinji let such a great opportunity slip away? Strike while the iron is hot. First, a wave of arrow rain, followed by 2 azure cloud sword arrows and Indra's arrow, giving Shiro no chance to catch his breath. However, this time, Shinji's attack had no effect whatsoever. Before the countless arrows could approach Shiro, they started to melt suddenly. Whether they were pure mana arrows or those imbued with noble phantasm concepts, none managed to get within 10 meters of Shiro. Blade of Ember, West, Sunset Hell Robe. Chapter 605, Chapter 605, Shursho is still Shursho. 1219 words melting Shinji's rain of arrows in one breath, Shiro immediately switched from defense to offense, stepping on the void and rushing toward Shinji. Shinji, being straightforward, directly cancelled the buoyancy acting on him, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Before Shiro could announce the name of his move, Shinji had already figured out his technique. Blade of Ember, West, Sunset Hell Robe, which diffuses the heat stored in the blade, covering the body and burning all incoming threats to ash. It's an all-in-one offensive and defensive move. The way to counter it was simple: find a way to cool it down. With the ocean beneath, let's see if you can evaporate the seawater. Although Shiro was absurdly strong, he ultimately couldn't evaporate the entire ocean. Seeing Shinji entering the water, he immediately reduced the heat around his body, hovering about 100 meters above the sea surface. The battle reached a stalemate. Shiro couldn't evaporate the ocean, and rashly entering the water would severely affect his movement, so he could only let Shinji hide in the sea. Shinji was also helpless. Getting close would mean facing unbearable heat, and long-range arrows couldn't penetrate the Sunset Hell Robe. The more troublesome part was Shiro's Dimensional Leap, a skill that had saved Shiro from peril many times. Without a way to counter this skill, Shinji couldn't truly defeat Shiro. Thus, the two could only glare at each other across the seawater, using telepathy to mock each other. You come out. Not coming out, unless you stop using the Sunset Hell Robe. Do you think I'm stupid? How about you come down? Okay, I'll come down if you remove your third magic. Deal. You come down, and I won't use it. Really won't use it. Really won't use it. Shinji demonstrated his sincerity with actions, applying a water diversion rune to himself, and then truly removing his third magic, transformation. Alright, wait there, I'm coming down. Shiro didn't hesitate either, diving into the water and kicking towards Shinji. Shinji also kicked his legs, gripping the Bamang and charging at Shiro. Both seemed intent on having a long-awaited head-on collision. However, just before the collision, a tremendous magic power erupted from Shinji's body, and the previously dissipated magic aspect reformed. Bamang and four fists rained down on Shiro like a storm. Unexpectedly, Shiro moved faster. Before the transformation could solidify, his figure blurred, and he dimensional leaped out of the water. I guessed you would cheat, good thing I held back. How did I cheat? You asked me to remove my transformation, but you didn't say I couldn't reform it. So if I remove my Sunset Hell Robe, will you come out? And then you put it back on. Do you think I'm stupid? You're not stupid, just a bit slow. If you have the guts, don't come out. Fine, I won't come out. Let's see who outlasts whom. Shinji's words hit Shiro's weak spot. His current strength was entirely supported by command spells. Once the effects of the command spells wore off, even 3 Shiros wouldn't be able to defeat Shinji, who had grasped the third magic and awakened his origin. The mastermind behind this holy grail war sighed helplessly, I can't outlast you. In a few minutes the effects of the command spells will end. This also meant that Shinji had only a few minutes left if he still intended to defeat Shiro in his strongest state. So, what do you want to do? I will concentrate all my remaining magic power into the next strike. I see, going all out for one final clash. Exactly, dare you? Shinji snorted, what's there to be afraid of? Shiro laughed heartily, that's right, this is the you that I know. The you that I know. The rest can wait until after we finish this. Alright, I'll wait for your explanation. Come on, Amakusa Shiro Tokusada. Bring it on, Matou Shinji. The red star once again shone with a dazzling brilliance. It was Shiro's entire magical power, the last radiance of his command spells, which were about to be exhausted. With this surge of magical power, the heat around Shiro began to rise rapidly. In just a few seconds, the seawater beneath him started to boil. There was no doubt that Shiro's next strike would be terrifying. Witnessing such a display of power from his enemy, Shinji was at a loss. He didn't know what kind of move to use as the final blow. Whether it was the previous close combat or the subsequent arrow storm, their destructive power was somewhat lacking. Releasing the true names of the fantasy great sword and the immortal blade was an option, but Shinji felt it would be a bit regretful. Firstly, it was the final move, and he didn't want to use someone else's technique. Secondly, these two noble phantasms might not even be able to match Shiro's last strike. It had to be something of his own, capable of matching the terrifying incoming strike. After much consideration, Shinji could only think of one answer: explosion, a pure and true strike. Though it seemed odd, it was indeed his most proficient and powerful technique at the moment. Alright, let's do it. The transformation was a combination of faith and magic. He would inject all the power he could currently muster into it, then infuse the faith of his noble phantasms to create an unprecedented superbomb. Yes, he decided, he would use this bomb as a grand finale firework. With this in mind, Shinji began to gather his breath, concentrating all his power. Only by doing so could he unleash his strongest strike and overwhelm Shiro in this final move. Magic was drawn out, thoughts were focused, and faith was compressed. Each step was performed methodically. One had to admit, you have an outstanding talent in this area, but a voice interrupted Shinji's concentration, not a pure thought from a relative or friend, but a direct telepathic message. Can't you recognize my voice? A deep, magnetic, majestic yet pleasant voice instantly triggered Shinji's memory. Just because it's a different world, I'm always your Shursho. This statement confirmed Shinji's suspicion. The voice belonged to Scat Hack, the Scat Hack of this world, someone he had no interaction with. However, even without any interaction, it wasn't surprising that Scat Hack, with her vast abilities, could see through Shinji's origin, given that most of his skills came from her. How could that be? No matter the world, I am your disciple, as long as you are willing. You know how to speak well. No wonder the me in the other world was willing to take you in. Scat Hack seemed quite pleased with Shinji's response. Do you have any instructions, Shursho? If there's nothing urgent, let me throw this first. You can't throw it. Because it's too wasteful. Such a precious thing shouldn't be used as a bomb. There are ways to defeat the enemy other than explosions. Concentrate and feel with your heart. Now that you have grasped magic, you should be able to understand. And then, Shinji saw it, that grand battle at the end of the Age of Gods, that catastrophe that swept across northern Europe, and the magical chapter that could rival the pinnacle of the sword. Chapter 606, Chapter 606, Ragnarok. 1240 words. At the end of the mythological era, there was a cataclysmic battle that heralded the end of the Age of Gods. On the beautiful land of northern Europe, a disaster known as the Fimbulwinter descended, a harbinger of the apocalypse, consisting of 3 consecutive, long and cold winters. The sun lost its warmth, strong cold winds blew from all directions, and the world was devoid of warmth. In the bone-chilling cold, the world was filled with suspicion and conflict. War and malice dominated the world, and people everywhere hacked each other with spears or swords. Blood stained the earth and fragments of shields and armor were scattered everywhere. Hungry wild beasts roamed the wilderness in search of food. People no longer showed tolerance, understanding, or mutual assistance. Instead, they turned against each other, with siblings killing each other and fathers and sons becoming enemies. In the ugly competition, they slaughtered each other, making the world extremely uneasy, with sin spreading like a plague. The rooster gulling Camby at the top of the world tree crowed incessantly in warning, its cries hoarse and exhausted. The rooster jailer, perched on the roof of the Golden Palace, responded with equal effort. The three Norns, sitting by the withered world tree, sighed as true disaster approached, and an epic battle unfolded. This war swept across the 9 worlds nestled in the world tree. Whether a lowly slave or a lofty god, all were forced to fight, and fight again until they fell, meeting an equal death. The king of the gods, the absolute ruler, Odin, died in the jaws of the giant wolf Fenrir. Fenrir was then pierced through the heart by Odin's child, Vidar. The war god Tyr perished alongside the hellhound Garm. The greatest warrior of the god realm, Thor, killed the world serpent Jormungandr with his hammer but succumbed quickly to the serpent's venom. Loki, the instigator of the great battle, had his head severed by Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, but not before Loki pierced Heimdall's chest in turn. The battlefield was piled high with the corpses of gods, giants, and monsters, turning the plains into a sea of blood. The black dragon Nidhogg flew over the battlefield, its wings making terrifying sounds as it greedily devoured the still warm, blood-stained corpses. The sky emitted a blood-red glow, dyeing both the heavens and the earth a deep crimson. There were few figures left standing on the battlefield. At this moment, Surtur cast his victorious sword into the sky, and in the blazing flames of the Red Lotus, Midgard was engulfed in a sea of fire. Pillars of flames pierced the world, dense smoke engulfed mountain peaks, and the world tree, which supported the world, was consumed by fire and collapsed, leading to the destruction of the entire world. Stars fell from the firmament, time ceased to exist, and the charred ground sank into the tumultuous sea. All that was visible were towering waves, leaving the world in dead silence and eternal darkness. A woman walked into this devastated world. She passed through the deep dark sea, the battlefield engulfed in flames, and the collapsing world tree, finally arriving at the now dry well of wisdom. There she obtained Odin's last secret, the final fragment of the primordial runes, and from the remnants of the war and the ashes of destruction, she gathered all the runes to create magic to commemorate this war and this nearly lost civilization. In Shinji's consciousness, it seemed like an eternity had passed, though in the real world, not even a second had elapsed. Shinji's eyes regained clarity, and he mumbled to himself. So this is Ragnarok. Ragnarok was the name of that epic battle, as well as the name of this ultimate magic. Indeed, it is the culmination of rune magic, the greatest of great magics. To date, no disciple has mastered this magic. Matou Shinji, can you surprise me? Skathaka's voice was unchanged, as if she were speaking of something trivial. I may disappoint you, as I haven't even touched the edge of high-level rune usage. But the vision you showed me has indeed given me new insights. I will interpret what I saw in my way, and I hope you don't mind. Shinji slowly lifted the crystal in his hand, which contained immense energy. The light radiating from within added a touch of fantasy to the deep sea. The Queen of the Shadowland smiled, her laughter filled with gratification. This is the surprise I want to see. What is the point of unchanging things? Go ahead, my disciple. Yes, Shursho, I will not let you down. Encouraged by Skathak, Shinji's fighting spirit burned fiercely, surpassing even the boiling sea caused by Shiro. Amakusa Shiro Tokasada, you may have reached the pinnacle of the sword, but I am about to use a technique of equal pinnacle. Let's see if your sword is stronger or my magic. With a slight spread of his hands, the blue crystal in his palms dispersed, merging with the sea, leaving only a clear droplet that resembled the primordial water of myth. In the next moment, the seawater began to surge, tumble, and swirl under an invisible force, increasing in volume and speed. Within seconds, even the sea surface started to shake. At the same time, Shinji began to chant loudly, his voice spreading outward through the vibration of his mental power, still clearly audible even at an altitude of 7,500 meters. The horn of Heimdall sounded, heralding the doom of Asgard. The turbulent sea suddenly dented downward, dark currents swirling rapidly, intertwining into a massive whirlpool. The vanquished gods drowned in the flames of Surtur, and were devoured by the waves. The whirlpool expanded, rising, occupying a vast area of the sea surface and extending to the seabed, exposing the sea floor that carried the seawater, and the source driving the ocean currents, a magus holding a water droplet. The age of gods has fallen, and the age of men begins. The droplet fell, soaking the magician's hands, and cast a seed of order into the chaotic sea currents. The sea currents halted simultaneously, the whirlpool disintegrated, and at the moment of disintegration, a new force drew them together, forming 9 giant dragons. The dragons raised their heads and let out deafening roars. It's not a bomb after all. Having completed his preparations, Shiro's eyebrows twitched, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. Water element, water magic, very well, let's have a true battle of water and fire. Facing the overwhelming waves raised by the 9 water dragons, Shiro delivered a single slash, from left to right, resembling the first calligraphy lesson, horizontal. This slash contained all the heat of the blade of ember. The blackness on the sword extended outward along this horizontal, leaving a bold, ink-like mark in the air. Though it was just one slash, it surpassed hundreds, even thousands of slashes. Where the fire mark passed, everything burned: water, air, even space itself. The swordsmen who commanded flames and the magus who wielded the ocean made their final declarations. With this slash, burn everything to ashes. Blade of ember, north, the world reduced to ashes. The twilight of the end, the ultimate epic. Ragnarok, a saga, epic, a twilight of the gods. Then, the fire mark cut down, the dragon's sword, and water and fire collided. It was as if a mythical battle was reenacted, and the end of the world reappeared. Chapter 607, Chapter 607, The Final Strike. 1154 words: steam, steam, steam. Mist, mist, mist. Droplets, droplets, droplets. The sea surface within a few kilometers was entirely shrouded in various forms of water. This was the result of the collision between water and fire. Water was evaporated and vaporized by the high temperature, while the heat of the flames was gradually reduced by the endless water. The immense magical power contained in the slashes and water dragons became the irreplaceable driving force and catalyst of this confrontation. With each meter it advanced, the slash that dyed the space black, like ink splashed on paper, was worn down by the oncoming water flows. Meanwhile, the 9 water dragons formed by drawing countless seawater were continuously eroded by the high temperature. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. The water dragons fell one by one, and the heat in the slash diminished more and more. This battle between water and fire was finally coming to an end. The last water dragon. The slash was now less than 10 meters away from the steadfast Shinji standing on the sea floor. With a boom, the water dragon exploded as if it had been filled with dynamite, once again erupting into boundless steam, mist, and droplets. Amid the ever-changing water vapor, a trace of black still resolutely moved forward. Though unremarkable, though only a tiny bit remained, it still advanced, proclaiming the victor of this water and fire battle. However, winning the water and fire battle did not mean becoming the ultimate winner. Just a few meters from the sea floor, where the fire slash was about to strike, a new radiance blossomed in Shinji's hand. That was the magical light that existed only in the age of gods, the true ether stored in the fantasy greatsword, the genuine light of twilight. When this radiance bloomed, the chapter of Ragnarok depicted by Shinji was truly complete. The ultimate magic that Scathach realized in the ruins belonged to Scathach, but this chapter personally chanted by Shinji, this epic personally painted, was truly Shinji's realization. Hence, he added the suffix saga to the original magic name Ragnarok, and the final form of the magic with 9 water dragons and the twilight light differed greatly from Scathach's conception. Twilight bloomed and the last ashes were completely dissipated. In the twilight light that filled the field of vision, Shiro, hovering in midair, and Shinji, standing firmly on the ground, exchanged glances and simultaneously charged at each other. Since the long-range magical duel using all their powers could not determine the victor, they returned to the most primitive close combat. The black-clad priest whose red glow had completely dissipated gripped his katana with both hands and slashed down. Shinji, who had poured out all his thoughts and magical power, swung his greatsword heavily. There were no deceptive moves, no various techniques, only the purest contest of strength. In terms of physical fitness, Shinji had the advantage, but Shiro had the advantage of height and position, and his mastery of his weapon was far superior to Shinji's. Thus, the greatsword and katana were locked in midair, neither able to overpower the other. Oh! Ah! The two roared at each other, using this most primal method to boost their momentum, intending to overwhelm the opponent. However, both had such a strong desire to win that they fell back into the sea, their bodies submerged by the returning water, and even their roars were muffled, yet the final victor was still undecided. Even with difficult breathing and increasing pressure on their bodies, neither showed any sign of giving up. The grinding sound at the point where the katana and greatsword locked continued, only muffled by the seawater, making it hard to hear clearly. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 100 seconds. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their faces were ashen. In such an extreme state, whoever could hold on for even 1 second longer would be the final victor. Suddenly, a faint light began to dissipate from the surface of the fantasy greatsword. Seeing this, Shinji's pupils contracted, while Shiro revealed a cunning grin as if he'd expected this. It was the light of spiritual particles, indicating that the fantasy greatsword was about to lose its physical form, and that Shinji's magical power was waning. The current Shinji was no longer in an incarnation state, and could not generate magical power by himself. The power converted from his thoughts had been exhausted in the previous strike. His only source of magical power was still far away in Millennia Castle, and distant water couldn't quench the nearby fire. On the other hand, Shiro's magical power was supplied by the Greater Grail. Although it couldn't significantly enhance his strength like a command spell, it was virtually endless on a regular level. Barring the cumulative damage to his body, Shiro could fight indefinitely. Am I going to lose? Can't I even win like this? A trace of frustration arose in Shinji's heart, and his high spirits began to wane, allowing Shiro to gain the upper hand instantly. At this critical moment, another voice echoed in Shinji's mind, warm and profound, like the vast plains of the Aegean region. It's not time to give up yet. Chiron-sensei. Queen Scathach taught you magic, so as your teacher, I can't lose either. Watch this Antares snipe. As soon as the words fell, a faint light appeared on the distant horizon, a sign of the night's end and the dawn's arrival. In the distant age of gods, it heralded the start of a new day and signified the release of Chiron's noble phantasm's restrictions. A meteor descended from the sky with zero delay, carrying the power of Sagittarius, and hit Shinji's back precisely. Surprisingly, Chiron's strongest arrow did not harm Shinji, nor did it affect the stalemate between the two. It turned out that the force of the arrow had long been worn down by the seawater, leaving only the purest essence of the noble phantasm to outline the constellation of Sagittarius behind Shinji. I understand now. This is the power of the constellations, the secret of Antares snipe. But the constellation closely connected to me isn't Sagittarius, it's this one. A dazzling brilliance erupted in Shinji's eyes, and the star behind him changed to depict a warrior holding a sword in one hand and a woman's head in the other. This was the symbol of the first power Shinji obtained upon arriving in this world, the legend of the great hero Perseus who ascended to the heavens after his death. Its name was Perseus. Realizing the danger, Shiro's veins bulged in his hands, and he unleashed his maximum power. Shinji reacted even faster, immediately dispelling the physical form of the fantasy greatsword, allowing the katana to slash into his chest. At the same time, he swung his fist, landing a heavy blow on Shiro's cheek. Chapter 608, Chapter 608, Magic Perseus Fist. 1134 words. The katana embedded itself into Shinji's chest, reaching his spine, and almost splitting his upper body in two. Blood gushed out along the blood groove, adding a touch of crimson to the deep sea. The one wielding the sword was also knocked to the ground at the same time. Even with the water's reduction, it still created a massive crater on the seabed. What was even more surprising was that Shiro's right cheek, centered at the point of impact from Shinji's punch, had a terrifying crack spreading across his body. It looked like tempered glass struck by a sledgehammer, fragile yet unshattered, eerily so. Lying in the pit, Shiro touched his cheek and grinned, projecting his thoughts towards Shinji. That was a harsh blow, you shattered my spiritual foundation. I'm truly done for. You're in the same boat, aren't you? That's right. The boar hide isn't invincible after all. Surviving your slash was already my limit. Both of us have lost our ability to move. How about we call it a draw? Although I'm reluctant, no. Despite having difficulty even standing, Shinji suddenly gripped the katana embedded in his body, and, with strength from an unknown source, pulled it out. Shiro seemed startled by this scene, taking a moment to react. A command spell. Shinji nodded, and the wound on his chest quickly healed. Don't forget, I have a master. She may not be participating in the battle, but she won't abandon me. When one party's life is threatened, the other will sense it. This is the most basic function of the master-servant contract. When Shiro severely injured Shinji with the sword, Fiori, far away in Millennia Castle, immediately sensed Shinji's weakness, and at once transmitted her prayers and the miraculous power of the command spell to Shinji. Don't die. This intent, this magic, became Shinji's new source of strength, and the final weight tipping the scales of victory. It's not just me, it's us who have won, Amakusa Shiro Tokusada. Yes, you have won, you both have. Shinji's victory was not his alone, but a triumph for the entire Black faction. Neither Shinji nor Shiro fought alone. The winner gave their all, and the loser accepted it without complaint. It was truly remarkable, especially that last punch. What do you call it? It doesn't have a name yet. Let me think. This punch was an evolution of Chiron-sensei's and Terry's snipe, borrowing the power of Perseus. Let's call it Perseus Punch. Perseus Punch. That sounds so lame. Then what would you call it? Isn't it obvious? Magic Perseus Fist, of course. Hearing this name, Shinji couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What's with the huh? I'm serious. Haven't you heard of the 4 great guardians of Fuyuki's underworld, also known as the 4 great strongmen? Do you need me to give you a rundown? As a devoted fan of the moon, how could Shinji not be aware of the 4 great strongmen of Fuyuki's underworld? They are even more powerful than the 4 heavenly kings and the inner 4 heavenly kings. They are God-slaying nuclear arrow, Ayako Mitsuzuri. Antimatter Emperor Fist, Issei Ryudu. Planetary Watcher Taiga Fujimura. And Magic Perseus Fist Shinji Matou. Aren't those names flashy and over the top? However, they are all products of various parodies. These 4 people are ordinary individuals, hence the quotation marks around strongmen. Especially the last title, which is more derogatory than complimentary, considering Shinji is an outright villain in the main Fate storyline. Therefore, frankly, I don't like this name, and you should know why. I can probably guess, but think about it carefully. Excluding the comedic factor, the name is quite fitting. That punch borrowed the power of Perseus, but what directly harmed the spiritual foundation was your magic. Magic Perseus Fist is indeed accurate. Now that you mention it, you're right. Shinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll think about it seriously later. For now, you need to fulfill your promise, or I'll kill you right here. Yes, I know. Follow me. After a brief rest, Shiro's stamina and magical power had somewhat recovered. He waved his hand, and a white void appeared before them. This is a special space I prepared in advance. It can block all observations. Come inside and you'll know everything. Rest assured, at this point, I won't deceive you. You should also know that if I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. As Shiro spoke, he struggled to get up from the ground and plunged into the white void. Perhaps due to the fierce battle, the anger in his heart had been largely vented. Or maybe he knew Shiro was telling the truth. Shinji no longer hesitated and followed him in. After a brief feeling of weightlessness during the spatial transition, the scenery changed dramatically. They stood in front of a door that opened inward, made of aged oak, carrying a sense of history. The door was adorned with an old-fashioned brass doorknob, and a sign hung on it depicting a lifelike sled dog sticking out its tongue. Seeing this door sign, Shinji's expression changed instantly. He seemed both expectant and fearful. Finally, gritting his teeth, he pushed open the oak door. The door swung open, causing the wind chimes at the entrance to emit a crisp sound. It was an enclosed room without windows, yet it didn't feel dark. The ceiling and walls were equipped with numerous light fixtures, casting a bright but gentle light. Neatly arranged tables and chairs, like the door, were made of wood and had seen many years, but they were well maintained, providing a sense of plain comfort. Transparent glass bottles, ceramic cups and pitchers were placed on the tables. Yes, this was a uniquely styled small restaurant. Upon hearing the wind chimes, someone peeked out from the inner room. It was none other than Shiro, who had arrived ahead. He waved at Shinji at the door and said, "Sit anywhere. It'll be ready soon." Shinji responded dazedly, walking into the shop in a trance and choosing a spot in the middle, neither too close nor too far. Soon after, Shiro came out, carrying a tray with 2 bottles of wine in ceramic containers and 4 plates of small dishes. He was no longer wearing the church's robe, but a chef's uniform commonly seen in restaurants. After fighting for so long, you must be hungry. Let's eat and talk. Shiro placed the dishes and wine on the table, then sat down opposite Shinji. He opened the ceramic containers and poured a cup for each of them. "Here, cheers." Shinji didn't raise his cup. He just stared blankly at Shiro, his lips trembling and his expression rigid. This place. Chapter 609. Chapter 609. You have already died once. 1225 words. Everything before his eyes was incredibly familiar. The door, the lights, the decorations, the tables and chairs, the dishes, and even the entire restaurant felt so familiar. Even the one discordant element, the person sitting in front of him, was becoming more and more familiar. It was as if he had returned to the past before transmigration. Every day, he went to work, came home, played games, caught up on anime, and occasionally argued online. When he got hungry, he would pick up his wallet, head to a nearby restaurant, and grab a beer and a late-night snack. Don't just sit there in a daze. This is a top-grade 5 grains wine that you can't buy on the market. I managed to get it from Semiramis with great difficulty. If you don't drink it, it'll all be mine. A hand reached over. Instinctively, Shinji picked up the cup and drank it in one go, as if he had done this many times before. I'll drink. That's the spirit. As the fine liquor went down his throat, Shinji's mood calmed significantly. Though still complex, he no longer felt as foolish as he had before. Is this an illusion? No, everything here is real. But this shop shouldn't be here, right? Shiro took a bite of food and refilled their cups, saying, "Nothing is impossible. I opened this shop, and I can open it wherever I want." You opened it? Shinji suddenly looked up, and the boy in front of him had somehow transformed into a man in his mid-30s. The kind smile with squinted eyes was the most familiar memory of the shop's regulars. This is my most commonly used appearance. Previously, I was using the spiritual foundation of Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. What you're experiencing is not the same as your traversal. You know why I skate? Although Shinji knew it was related to the Zelrich, the old man refused to reveal any further information. Of course, your soul was handed over to the old man jewel by me. What exactly is going on? Don't rush. We'll start from the beginning and take it slow. First of all, I'm not so bored that I'd take someone living a peaceful life in a world with both parents, no illness or disaster, no deep-seated grudges, and a moderately successful career aside from not having a girlfriend and throw him into the Naceverse, a world far from being described as wonderful. Then why did I traverse? Because you had already died once. Don't joke about something like this. How could I have died? You even said I had no illness or disaster, so how could I suddenly? The more he spoke, the more he couldn't continue, because Shiro's expression told him it wasn't a joke, and Shiro had no reason to make such a joke. Really died? Yes, really. How did I die? Why don't I have any memories of it? Because you were drunk that day. Do you remember what happened on the last day before you traversed? I remember. How could Shinji forget? That was one of the few highlight moments in his otherwise ordinary life. After a year of preparation, his scores on his second attempt at the graduate school entrance exam were quite good, almost securing his admission to his desired program and advisor. In the project group he was about to leave, he made outstanding contributions. Despite the absence of two key members for various reasons, he completed the final project acceptance with a group of newcomers, earning the client's praise. The boss gave the project group a big bonus, gave him a significant salary increase, and granted him a few days of paid leave. He even considered giving up graduate school to continue working with his boss, achieving success both academically and professionally. On the night the salary was deposited, the team members egged him on to treat them to dinner since he had received the most. He didn't decline and dragged everyone to their usual hangout, a restaurant with a sign featuring a sled dog. Everyone was in high spirits, eating and drinking heartily, causing a ruckus from 6 until a little past 9, when people started leaving due to being unable to hold their liquor. After ensuring everyone got into taxis, he, still tipsy, returned to the restaurant. After drinking 2 more bottles of beer with the shop owner who had finally found some free time, his memory ended their dash. I don't remember much after that. I think I left, but maybe I didn't. You did leave. If you had stayed a bit longer, it might have been someone else who died instead. The middle-aged Shiro clinked his glass with Shinji's and continued. What do you mean? You know that road outside. Every day, dump trucks pass by, often speeding and running red lights. The pedestrian crossing at the intersection might as well not exist. So, I was hit by truck-kun. Thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. What Shiro said was true. The dump trucks on that street had been a long-standing issue, always requiring careful attention when crossing. But that night, being drunk, his reactions were slow. Getting hit made sense. However, Shiro's reaction was strange. He nodded first, then shook his head. Yes, you were hit by a dump truck, but the truck wasn't originally going to hit you. You were hit because you saved someone. It was around 10:20 p.m. when you left. The nearby high school's evening study session had just ended. A female student, probably too tired, didn't pay attention while crossing the street. At that moment, a dump truck came by, and you rushed over to push her out of the way. You got crushed instead. When I heard the girl's screams, half of your body had turned into pulp. The girl told me about your act of saving her. If Shinji hadn't experienced so much in the Naceverse, he would surely have thrown up. But now, he just felt out of sorts. He had died. He really died, just like that, at the peak of his life. A bitter smile. It really proves that old saying true, joy begets sorrow. Do you regret it? Shiro patted Shinji's shoulder. After all, I lost my life. It's different from saving someone from drowning, donating money, or volunteering to teach in the mountains. Shinji wasn't a saint, never had been. The idea of self-sacrifice was something he could imagine but not actually do. Of course, having done it was another matter. How is that girl? If the person I exchanged my life for turned out badly, I'd truly regret it. She's doing well, very hardworking, and grateful. She said her life was given by you, and since you're not around, she's taken on your responsibilities and duties. She visits your parents every week, works part-time in my shop during her free time from studying, and sends the money to your parents. When your mother was hospitalized, she stayed with her the whole time. When I left, she was already the acting manager of the shop. That's good, then I have no regrets. Shinji picked up the wine jar and desperately drank, as if trying to swallow all the bitterness of his past life. Chapter 610, Chapter 610, The Cause of the Transmigration 1136 words. The events that followed were natural and expected. Shiro, feeling a sense of fate and gratitude for the person who had saved a life, decided to collect the soul that hadn't yet dissipated to give him a chance, a gesture of good karma. After some investigation, Shiro discovered that this soul had an astonishing adaptability to time-space travel. Remembering how this guy always mentioned anime, and considering Shiro's arrangements in the Type Moon universe and his friendship with the professional time traveler Zelrich, he sent him over, which led to the current story. Shinji wasn't surprised by this explanation. Shiro had a close relationship with Zelrich, and the many details in his words showed that he indeed knew Shinji's past life. However, Shinji still had some doubts in his heart. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. At this point, there's nothing to hide. Why did you make me transmigrate instead of reviving me directly? Isn't the latter harder than the former? Well, in terms of difficulty, reviving the dead and transmigration is about the same. But for an individual, the difference is significant. For example, for me, making 100 time travels is easier than reviving you, especially since you died without a body and your soul had no anchor. From what you're saying, it seems like it could be done if you wanted to. It can be done, but the price is too high and not worth it. To put it this way, the fundamental rules between universes are different, and the concept of Earth is much more complicated than you think. On the Earth you live on, which is also the Earth I come from, extraordinary powers are greatly restricted. On this Earth we're standing on, I could save you before you got hit, or even if you died, I could change the events to make it so you didn't die. Do you understand? Shinji thought carefully for a few minutes and nodded. I understand most of it, but changing events, can you do such an exaggerated thing? Only in a few universes. I'm specialized in combat, not in this field, so I can do it with the help of special equipment. Special equipment? That's right. You've probably heard of it. Mooncell, a computer and observation device left on the moon by a civilization far more advanced than Earth's. The space we're in and my ability to replace Amakusa Shiro Tokisada are all thanks to Mooncell. With this explanation, Shinji understood. Mooncell, officially known as Mooncell Automaton, is an energy storage entity discovered inside the moon, a photon crystal with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. Created by an intelligent life form different from humans, it is the oldest mysterious object in the solar system. A supercomputer the size of the moon, also known as the Eye of God or Holy Grail, it decodes everything on Earth. It is humanity's database, recording all past events, and predicting all futures, and its computational scale matches that of a solar system's omnipotent computer. It is one of the two most powerful known entities in the Type Moon universe. The Type Moon branch series, Fate/Extra, revolves around it. In a sense, it is the true omnipotent wishing machine, the Moon Holy Grail. With its power, changing events and creating different spaces are easy. Mooncell. But if I remember correctly, the magic in the Moon Holy Grail's world line should have long declined. I mentioned Mooncell because it's easier to understand that way. Mooncell might be unique to the Moon Holy Grail line, but that computer exists in all world lines of the Type Moon universe, it just might not always be named that. So what authority do you have? The sovereign kingship. Mooncell contains a massive fictional world, and the kingship is the supreme authority within this world, akin to the omniscient and omnipotent one God. Shiro smiled slightly and shook his head. I have user privileges. The sovereign kingship is an authority and function automatically generated within Mooncell. Let's stick with Mooncell. User privileges mean external operation, like how we normally use computers. In terms of hierarchy, it's lower than kingship since I don't know or can't change the program code. That's still impressive. So, what was the real reason you went to such lengths to orchestrate this Holy Grail war? It can't just be to mess with me, right? The more Shinji interacted with Shiro, the more he sensed Shiro's unfathomable depth, and the more he doubted and was curious about his intentions. I'm not that bored. There are several reasons, starting with those related to you. Since I sent you here, I naturally don't want you to live poorly. The old man sent you to the Matou family after careful consideration. The Matou family is a family that straddles between the mystical and the mundane. If you didn't want to be involved with the mystical, you could live a successful ordinary life. You know how Matou Shinji was in the original world line, frequently changing girlfriends. As for that old worm, with the old man's protection, he's not worth mentioning. So my initial worries were completely unnecessary. Hearing Shiro say this, Shinji's expression stiffened, almost fainting. What the hell was I fighting so hard for then? Shiro remained unmoved. Don't you know why yourself? To become stronger, to gain power, this is an impulse everyone has. Although you always say you have no ambition, you are quite determined, especially in the face of adversity. Retaking the entrance exam, and completing a project under immense pressure with a group of newcomers is the best proof of that. Putting you in the Matou family considered this, and it turns out that Old Worm gave you a great deal of motivation. With a desire to become stronger, the rest is easy to handle. And what about Justice? The old man set up the opportunity for that. The visit to the Land of Shadows and the chance to summon Queen Scat-Hack were also arranged. Of course, the opportunity is given to you, but whether you can seize it depends on your ability. If you seize it, you'll soar. If not, you'll live a stable life forever. We're not your babysitters, we can't guarantee you'll become a god. I understand. People must help themselves before heaven helps them and others help them. If you've given up on yourself, how can you expect others to support you? In the end, you didn't disappoint us and even set the nearly unrealistic goal of defeating Queen Scat-Hack and ending her eternity. Shinji scratched his head sheepishly. I got a bit carried away at the time. Besides, one must have some dreams in life, otherwise, what's the difference between living and being a salted fish? That's why I've decided to give you another opportunity this trial. Chapter 611, Chapter 611, The Truth of the Trial. 1256 words. Are you talking about this Holy Grail war? Don't be so quick to give me that look. I know you're upset, but hear me out first. Shiro waved his hand, signaling Shinji to calm down. You've indeed been progressing quickly, but at your current pace, even if given 1,000 years, you wouldn't catch up to your Shirsho. That exaggerated? Exactly, that exaggerated. Indeed, increasing your strength is like climbing a mountain. The higher you go, the harder it becomes. But harder doesn't mean standing still. Scat-Hack isn't some fantastical creature that spends all day sleeping in a nest. Even though she says, "Where is the person who can kill me?" she still trains every day, like clockwork, for 1,000 years. Even if she only gets a little stronger each day, she is still progressing. You haven't even reached her level yet. Even if you did, do you think you could progress faster than her? Shinji had nothing to say for a while, then shook his head and said, "No, I can't." Several key factors determine the speed of strength improvement: talent, temperament, effort, and luck. Aside from the last one, Scat-Hack surpasses Shinji in all aspects, and luck is too elusive to rely on. Unless he has extraordinary luck, it won't happen even in 1,000 or 10,000 years. So, if you want to defeat her, conventional methods won't work. You'll need something unconventional, like origin or magic. Origin is a continually accumulating power that can significantly shorten the time gap between you and Scat-Hack. Magic, on the other hand, is an extraordinary mystery with infinite possibilities. Crimson Moon falling at the hands of the old Manjul is the best example. You've been overly cautious in your training. You're unsure if you, as a transmigrator, have an origin, and you're afraid of being dominated by the impulse of origin. So you've been reluctant to delve deeply into this area. But you don't realize that your contract with Justice and Perseus Descent has already activated your origin. And your origin is related to the third magic. If you didn't intentionally reject it, perhaps there wouldn't be so many twists and turns. Shiro spoke sincerely, but Shinji was not satisfied. So you're saying that everything you did before was to awaken my origin? To help me understand my magic? There was no need to use such excessive methods. You could have just talked to me. As long as Zelrich asked, I would have complied. He would never tell you. Look at his ruined disciples, and you'll understand his personality. If you can't achieve it, it's because you're stupid. And it's not just about origin and magic. As he spoke, Shiro's expression turned serious. You used to be like a reckless madman, relying on the advantage of foresight, charging ahead with arrogance. You rarely suffered losses, carrying a sense of superiority. But you're not invincible. Those ancient monsters who have lived for millennia are not pushovers. If this continues, once the advantage of foresight fades, you'll eventually get into trouble that could cost you your life or even your entire family. Do you think those old monsters couldn't do it? Not everyone is as broad-minded as the old Manjul. Shiro's words made Shinji break out in a cold sweat. Thinking back on his past behavior, it was indeed like that. At first, due to his weakness and uncertainty about how events would unfold, he was cautious and vigilant. But as he succeeded time and again, and his strength and influence grew step by step, his mindset inevitably relaxed. His actions became increasingly casual, and surviving an encounter with one of the oldest dead apostles, Ortenros, inflated his ego to the extreme, completely forgetting that without Zelrich's help by sending a Len, he might already be dead. If he continued down this path, once the big shots among the 27 ancestors took him seriously, what kind of end would he meet? It's important to remember that the Naciverse is far from as pleasant as it appears in anime and novels. Seeing Shinji's frightened expression, Shiro finally smiled. Do you understand now? I understand. Many times people are just like that, they can't listen when they feel good about themselves. Only a thorough beating, shattering their illusions and pride, can make them calm down and truly grow. Good, as long as you understand. If you understand, then this trial is considered passed. If, and I mean if, what if I didn't pass? If you didn't pass, then you would probably remain the same for the rest of your life, never reaching Scat Hakka's level. At most, the old Manjul would keep you safe for my sake. Shinji lowered his head, his expression constantly changing, sometimes angry, sometimes dejected, sometimes sad, sometimes manic, before finally turning into a simple thank you. As Shiro expected, once this hurdle was overcome, there wouldn't be much hatred left. At most, there would be resentment and dissatisfaction. They might never become friends, but they wouldn't become mortal enemies either. There's no need to thank me. Although my intentions were good, I did go a bit overboard in the process. Maybe it's because I adjusted my mindset to that of a 17-year-old. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you for not chopping me up earlier. I still need to thank you, even if not for myself, then for the family that no longer has me. A high school teenager who hadn't even graduated yet went to work, and it just happened to be at Shiro's shop. And all the salary was sent to his parents from his previous life. Could it have been possible without Shiro's covert assistance? This point precisely hit Shinji's weak spot. He ultimately wasn't magnanimous enough to remain unmoved by honor or disgrace. Even though Shiro genuinely meant well, he found it really hard to accept such methods and means. Even if he couldn't do anything to Shiro now, he would seek revenge in the future. But with the kindness of secretly taking care of his parents, Shinji wouldn't seek revenge, no matter what. That was his greatest attachment to his previous life, an irreplaceable familial bond. He wished for their safety and happiness, even if he was no longer around. For this act of gratitude, Shiro merely smiled. Didn't I say? Good people are rewarded. You are a good person, so you transmigrated. She is a good person, so I helped her out. By helping you both, I did a good deed, and thus received a reward. Your reward. Yeah, this shop holds special meaning for me, so I needed someone trustworthy to look after it while I was away. I originally thought of calling my sister over, but given her existence. Anyway, that girl saved me a lot of trouble. As for you, your very existence is a kind of reward. I'm a bit confused. Listen to me carefully, and you won't be confused. As you know, the Naciverse has many world lines, like the world you're in, which is somewhat similar to Fate/Zero, or the Fate/Apocrypha outside, or the world of Fate/Extra, where Mooncell exists. Some of these world lines are quite similar, while others develop differently. But no matter how they develop, they all lead to the same ultimate end for Earth and humanity. Shiro helplessly took a swig of his drink, while Shinji involuntarily swallowed, and in unison, they uttered the name of that ultimate end. The Land of Steel. Chapter 612, Chapter 612, Land of Steel, and Amicus's Persistence. 1251 words, Land of Steel. An incredibly heavy name. A world where living beings cannot survive. It is not an official name but a colloquial term commonly used among the people who live on the desolate Earth, referring to the dying star, the Earth about to perish, and the complete end of the century. As the name Land of Steel suggests, most of the continent is now a cracked wasteland, covered by gray and white clouds. Food cannot be grown, and the atmosphere is no longer suitable for animal life as it once was. Yes, this is the distant future, the end of the Earth. In a sense, a planet is also a kind of life form, and though its lifespan is incomparably long compared to short-lived humans, it will eventually face death. The Earth is dying and Gaia, the counterforce, is also disappearing. Before its disappearance, it called upon its peers, the U, from other planets in the solar system, to extinguish all life on the planet. Short for Ultimate One, are the strongest life forms on each planet, each possessing the terrifying ability to wipe out all life forms in the existing world single-handedly. They have no concept of names, and are named by the surviving humans, just like Land of Steel. Indeed, even at the end of the planet, humanity could not be exterminated. They still survived relying on advanced civilization technology. This also means that the long-standing balance and struggle between the two counterforces, Gaia and Alea, finally came to an end, with Alea emerging victorious. However, this came at an incredibly heavy cost. The mother planet died, the ecological environment completely changed, and human civilization was severely damaged, barely surviving on the dying Earth, living every day under the threat of you. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely disastrous ending. Moreover, it is an ending that all parallel worlds will inevitably face. Great beings such as the Old Man of the Jewels and the Knight of Wallachia have foreseen this ending. The Knight of Wallachia continuously calculated to avoid this ending but could not find an answer despite all efforts, ultimately pinning hopes on the legendary sixth magic, becoming a vampire. The Old Man of the Jewels is the same. In his view, although a method to avoid it has not been found, that ending can certainly be avoided. The reason is simple. Among the 9 planets of the solar system, currently, it is 1999, and Pluto has not been excluded yet. Earth is not the oldest and is not dying a natural death. Since it is not a natural death, there is a possibility of avoidance. To this end, he used the second magic, parallel world interference, to constantly traverse world lines, conducting various experiments. Countless failures, countless summaries, countless restarts, the accumulated data and experiment reports could fill an entire library. A traveler named Shiro, whom he met during his journeys through parallel worlds, and another traveler now named Shinji Matou, were among his test subjects, with Shinji being a particularly special one. Because you and I come from the same place. After hearing Shiro's explanation, Shinji pondered. That is only a part of it. To be precise, you are from outside the Type Moon universe but within the concept of Earth. The former makes you an unpredictable variable with a variable. The ending can change, whether for better or worse. The worst thing is an unchanging outcome. The latter ensures that you can seamlessly integrate into Earth without being rejected as a foreigner. You don't need to delve into the specifics for now, as I've only uncovered the tip of the iceberg of the multiverse myself. I understand, don't touch on things beyond my reach, just tell me what I need to know. This answer made Shiro very satisfied. With this attitude, I can rest assured. The Old Man of the Jewels didn't throw you into that special world line in vain. A special world line. Like Justy's survival. That's just one of the special elements. There are many other special factors. For example, dead apostles and servants. Dead apostles are enemies of humanity, while heroic spirits are protectors of humanity, and they are mutually antagonistic. Therefore, in a world line where the servant summoning system prevails, the power of the dead apostles weakens. In the world line of Fate/0, the power of the dead apostles is far inferior to that in the world line of Tsukihime, and the list of the 27 ancestors is different. Most importantly, Roa, the origin of the Tsukihime story, was also wiped out by Edmond Dantes during his lifetime. There's such a setting. Shinji was stunned. So, if I send Tuko Aozaki to the Tano family to find Roa, wouldn't she come up empty-handed? Didn't I say? The world line you're in is special. It's like a test tube, with all the elements that the old man of the jewels and I could add, whether from Tsukihime or the Fate series, so Roa still exists. By the way, there's something I need to remind you. Although various elements have been successfully blended, it's still not the original world line, and with you as a variable, I don't know what changes will occur in the future. Don't you have access to the moon cell? How could you not know? After that world line took shape, I stopped observing it. Since it's a man-made world line, it's not as stable as a typical one. Even just observing it could have adverse effects, because of my significant presence as a super variable. Then is there no problem with this world line? No problem, because it's a normally derived world line. Shiro sighed helplessly. But now, over 70% of my body is composed of alien elements. In the type moon world, which is exclusionary to outsiders, my true form would be jointly attacked by the two counterforces as soon as it appeared. This is the only way I can enter Earth. That doesn't sound like a good way. Shinji pondered. Of course not. Replacing the existence of a servant isn't easy. Servants are heroic spirits renowned in human history, and even with Muncel's power, it's difficult to interfere. First, there has to be compatibility, and second, the heroic spirit must cooperate willingly. Willingly? Shinji was surprised. Amakusa Shiro Tokusada's will was incredibly strong, so he was willing to be replaced. How did you manage that? Shiro laughed mischievously, like a weasel that had successfully eaten a chicken. I showed him Fate/Apocrypha, the adapted version. Then I told him that with the counterforce in place, he couldn't succeed, but if I took over, there might be a slight chance. You're ruthless. Shinji was convinced, completely convinced. Amakusa would do anything to save humanity, including sacrificing his own life. He chose Semiramis as his servant, fully prepared to become her puppet. It wasn't hard to guess what choice he would make once he knew his wish couldn't be fulfilled. But even after giving up his existence, his obsession remained within the spirit origin, constantly reminding me to seize the Greater Grail and save humanity. Especially after I hid the Greater Grail, that obsession almost drove me crazy, forcing me to make that wish. Truly, he was a saint who could endure for 60 years. Just for that, I raise a toast to him. A toast to Amakusa Shiro Tokusada. Regardless of whether his wish was right or wrong, his sheer persistence and the sacrifices he made for it deserve respect. Chapter 613, Chapter 613, The Reward for the Trial. 1135 words. When Shiro replaced Amakusa, Shinji had new questions. What about Artoria, the Watcher? That was also because of me, Shiro admitted frankly. But why an observer? The two counterforces usually eliminate unstable factors directly without mercy. There are two reasons. First, most of my soul is from Earth, and the consciousness that came over this time is also the Earth part. Second, they can't eliminate me. Regardless of my strengths, just my usage rights to Mooncell are beyond their capability to handle. As long as I don't touch their bottom line, they won't act against me, and might even help clean up the aftermath. Shinji knew Shiro was telling the truth. Mooncell's power indeed surpassed that of the two counterforces. Although Mooncell itself is merely an observation device without intelligence, only faithfully performing its observational and recording duties, having a user changes everything. Even Shinji knew a few ways to use Moon Cell to mess with Earth, let alone Shiro. The counterforces are mechanisms to prevent extinction. They can distinguish between serious and trivial threats. Got a bit sidetracked, let's continue talking about Land of Steel. All of the old man's experiments, including you as a new variable, and that world line itself, are to avoid this outcome. So what do I need to do? Shinji asked. As for me, you don't need to do anything special. Your existence represents change. Live well and pursue the outcome you desire in your way. The old man might make some requests, like purifying the Greater Grail, or achieving the third magic. Purifying the Greater Grail is a given. Even without him saying it, I would help Justice complete it. With this sample, the likelihood of success next time is high. But achieving the third magic, the old man might be overestimating me. It's not overestimation, it's that your opportunity is currently the greatest, Shiro said with a smile, waving his hand. Yes, you. The people who have touched the realm of the third magic are mostly around you, and your origin is most compatible with the third magic. According to the information I read from Moon Cell, the origin of the last third magician was transformation. This is also why you were chosen to enter that special world line. By the way, speaking of origin, as someone not from the Type Moon universe, do I have an origin? Of course you do. The Type Moon universe is part of the multiverse, and origin is a concept that exists throughout the multiverse. Origin influences talent and future development direction. Although it's not absolute, following one's origin is indeed a convenient path, which is why your opportunity is the greatest. However, the uncertainty of magic is so high that no one knows if it can be mastered. Who knows, the new third magician might be Aozaki Toko instead. That would be quite a sight. Imagining along with Shiro's words, Shinji couldn't help but laugh. For a long time, Toko had been overshadowed by Aoko in terms of magic. If she mastered the third magic, the sister battle would start again, and just thinking about it was exciting. Indeed, very exciting, Shiro also laughed. In any case, you don't need to worry too much. The old man won't pin all his hopes on you, just know in your heart. By the way, I should reward you. A reward. This is a trial and naturally, there is a reward for passing. Awakening the origin and comprehending third magic doesn't count. That is the result of your efforts, not a reward for passing the trial. I severely tricked you once. If I don't give you something good, it would make me seem too petty, and you'd probably hold a grudge. What reward? Shinji's eyes lit up. The man before him was more formidable than the old man. The reward he offered would not be ordinary. Don't you want to end Scat Haka's immortality? I'll show you the way. Tell me quickly. Shinji was undoubtedly moved. This was his ultimate life goal. Origin and magic can only shorten the gap between him and Scat Hak. Even if he matched or surpassed her, he couldn't kill Scat Hak because she was immortal. Normally, unless the world and the outside of the world disappear, she would continue to exist. Without breaking her immortality, he couldn't end her eternity. Scat Haka's immortality comes from her binding with the world, that is, the planet itself. Therefore, earthly creations can't break her immortality. But things from outside Earth are different. There are plenty of things that can kill her. The simplest method, I can give you a knife that can sever her connection with the world, thus breaking her immortality. However, I don't recommend this way. Because it's a foreign object. The two counterforces are xenophobic. Once you use it, they'll detect it and destroy it. If you don't care, I can get you a knife right now. Shiro looked at Shinji with a half-smile, and the latter quickly shook his head. Forget it. I'd rather hear about other methods, especially the one you recommend. That's smart. The method I recommend is this. Shiro opened one hand, revealing a vivid blue cube-shaped phantom in his palm, resembling a partially missing fifth-order Rubik's Cube. Shinji, well-versed in Type Moon information, recognized it at a glance. Moon Cell. Inside it holds power far beyond Earth's, as well as infinite possibilities, including ways to remove immortality. You want to give me the rights to use Mooncell? Facing Shinji's hopeful gaze, Shiro shook his head. That's impossible. Only the creator of Mooncell, the Observer Civilization, can grant those permissions. My permissions are limited to myself. Then how, although I can't give you usage rights, I can use my permissions to open a channel for you, allowing you to enter the fictional world within Mooncell. You can search for yourself, and maybe even grab a kingship to play with, which is a higher authority than my user permissions. How about it? No complaints about this reward, right? Indeed, there were no complaints. Shinji couldn't even speak, as the excitement on his face gradually faded. What's with that expression? Isn't this method good? It's good, just too dangerous. Shinji sighed. As you said, Mooncell's specifications far surpass Earth's. I'm nothing on Earth, so I'm even less in Mooncell. It's not surprising if I die there at any moment. You don't need to worry about that. In the real world, it's hard to say, but in Mooncell, as long as you don't want to die, it's hard to die. What do you mean? Can you somehow grant me permissions or directly install cheats, infinite HP and MP, supreme magic power? Shiro rolled his eyes. What next? A dragon-slaying saber with instant delivery on click, one-hit kill, instant max level. Chapter 614, Chapter 614, Setting a Small Goal. 1197 words. Shinji nodded repeatedly, shamelessness on full display. If you're willing to give it, of course, I won't oppose it. Back in the day, I was quite a famous modding expert in the cheat sections of major forums. Writing modification codes is my specialty. It's just that I didn't keep up with the times later on, otherwise, I could show you a 2-second, 17-shot, 29-kill chicken dinner in person. Shiro's expression grew increasingly helpless. We're all adults. Can you stop daydreaming? Strengthening the body with one hand, strengthening the nation with one mind, a little daydreaming isn't bad. Are you done daydreaming? Then I'll continue. Don't even think about internal or external cheats. I don't have that capability, and I don't know if the Observer Civilization does either. Mooncell is just a seed they planted, used to collect data from various civilizations to aid their own. They don't care what the seed grows into. As Shiro said, Mooncell evolves based on the observed data it collects. The current Mooncell is very different from when it was first deployed on the moon. Shinji asked in confusion, then why did you say it's hard for me to die? Mooncell is a large-scale spirit particle computation device. The foundation of its fictional world is the same. Entering the fictional world scans the information in your soul, and converts it into spirit particles, transforming it into an information body. The collapse of the information body means your death. The power system and world rules built on this foundation are completely different from the outside world. Super strong individuals who can call the wind and rain on Earth might become only slightly stronger than ordinary people inside, making the fictional world indeed dangerous from this perspective. But you're an exception because you have magic. Soul materialization is magic based on manipulating spirit particles with information from the soul. For you, the fictional world is not an obstacle but your home ground. You don't need cheats from me, you carry permissions yourself. Although you'll have to figure out how to use these permissions on your own, one thing is certain, strong emotions or desires will convert into your power. As long as you want to stay alive, your magic will protect your information body. As long as the information body isn't destroyed, you won't die. The reason I chose you over the old Jewelman is because you're more suited to that world. That old guy has wanted to enter for a long time, but I've never agreed. His second magic doesn't mesh well with the fictional world, the risk of entering is too high. If he falls inside, Earth's hope in the Type Moon universe would be lost. So this path is indeed quite suitable for me. At this point, if Shinji still didn't understand, he'd be an idiot. But isn't this reward a bit too generous? This is a whole world, a world that can lead to the stars and the sea. Shinji remembered clearly that one of the endings in Fate/Extra was to head to the unknown stars and sea, truly leaving Earth. Of course, it's not for free. Shiro clasped his hands together, and the azure crystal in his palm vanished. The login channel to Mooncell is both an opportunity and a responsibility. You'll be taking my place, working with the old Jewelman to avoid the final ending. Taking your place? Yes, taking my place. I have more important things to do. Once things here are settled, I have to go back. Who knows when we'll meet again? Related to avoiding the final ending? Shinji asked curiously. Just a bit related but not much. It's okay to tell you my companions, and allies from various universes are going to war with a civilization that threatens the multiverse. You've heard of Velber, Wandering Star of Predation, right? That's the civilization we're fighting. Wandering Star of Predation. Shinji jumped up from his seat. How could he not know about the Wandering Star of Predation? It's the most mysterious, high-class, and powerful superboss in the entire Type Moon universe. How powerful, you ask? Well, about 14,000 years ago, the Wandering Star of Predation arrived in the solar system and deployed 3 spearheads. These 3 spearheads crippled the entire solar system in a short time, nearly annihilating the civilizations on the 9 planets. The previously mentioned white giant Safar, who could crush the original natural gods of Earth, was just a clone. Yes, you read that right, just a clone. Safar's true body is inside Mooncell. 14,000 years ago, one of the spearhead's landing pods crashed directly onto the moon, invading Mooncell in both physical and electronic senses. It used Mooncell's power to create a destructive clone on Earth and destroyed 80% of Mooncell's data, completely taking away the solar system's potential and hope. Specifically, it used Mooncell's ability to observe parallel worlds and rewrite phenomena to write the event of the Wandering Star of Predation invasion into all parallel worlds. In all the parallel worlds that followed, the invasion by the Wandering Star of Predation served as the starting point. On the other hand, the white giant Safar rampaged across Earth, destroying civilizations. The cries of innumerable beings converged, and the planet, crystallizing in the inner sea of the star, forged a holy sword Excalibur, the planet's last hope. The original wielder of the holy sword wielded it to severely wound Safar. This wound affected its true body within Mooncell, creating a brief window of vulnerability in the invasion of Mooncell. Taking advantage of this short window, Mooncell managed to seal and isolate Safar's true body and the Wandering Star of Predation starship within the network, barely preserving itself. This was the limit of what the non-intelligent Mooncell could do. If even a spearhead is this powerful, what about the main body of the Wandering Star of Predation? To prevent another invasion by the Wandering Star of Predation, Mooncell emitted interference waves, masking the coordinates of the entire Milky Way, thus securing 14,000 years of peace. The birth of the highest authority is also related to the Wandering Star of Predation. And now, Shiro is saying he's going to wage war against the civilization behind the Wandering Star of Predation. I thought I had already overestimated him, but I still underestimated him. You've become an outer god, right, like Nyarlathotep from High-Yor. Nyaruko-san. Though the concepts differ, it's not entirely wrong to understand it that way. What, are you scared? Shinji was stunned for a while before coming to his senses. I fought with an outer god. There's nothing to be so shocked about. The multiverse is vast, and there are many beings stronger than me. If you properly develop Mooncell, you might reach my level, and maybe you can even repay the debt I owe you. Let's not talk about whether that's achievable or not. The goal itself seems too distant. I think it's better to set a short-term, small goal first, like first taking care of those 3 pruning star spearheads. Shiro interjected. Shinji couldn't help but laugh and cry, "You're killing me here." Chapter 615, Chapter 615, Thank you, I'm sorry 1098 words. Old man, you're killing me here. Casually complaining, Shinji then realized an even more serious problem. Wait, aren't you going to war with that Wandering Star of Predation? Why are you leaving those 3 spearheads untouched? Because they are also special elements. You can take action against them since you're part of this world, but I can't. If I'm not careful, the entire world line could collapse. With a sigh, Shinji continued, you know, the Type Moon universe has a regular selection mechanism. If a world line doesn't pass the judgment, it gets cut off entirely. A different choice could create a parallel world, and as time goes on, the number of parallel worlds inevitably increases. Supporting parallel worlds requires sufficient energy. If the energy is insufficient, the entire multiverse faces the risk of destruction. To prevent such a crisis, the Type Moon universe established a protective mechanism that periodically screens all parallel worlds, retaining the stable and promising ones, while cutting off the twisted, crippled, and hopeless ones, which then cease to have a future. This cutoff point is called the quantum fixed point, also known as the human order foundation. It acts like a stake. Once driven in, it signifies unchangeable facts, even if one returns to the past. Over 90% of the various attempts by the Old Man of Jewels were severed by this mechanism. Well, this counts as a task left for you. For Earth's future, defeat them. Shiro gave a thumbs up, flashing two bright white teeth. You might as well make me the Earth's you. That would be easier. Shinji lay listlessly on the table. That's where you're wrong. Except for the Spearhead's inherent anti-civilization abilities and special effects, their combat power isn't necessarily stronger than AU. Moreover, unlike AU, they have weaknesses and growth periods. If you find the right method, they can be dealt with. What if the wandering star of predation comes back? Rest assured, it's impossible within decades. Even if it returns after decades, it won't be a threat. So, are you taking this login right? Shinji answered without hesitation. Having witnessed a higher level of power, his desire to grow stronger burned even more fiercely. Beyond that, he harbored a hidden anxiety about the world line selection mechanism. The selection cycle is a century, and he didn't know the exact timing of the last selection or if this world line, mixed with special elements, could pass the next selection. If it failed, he would have to consider transferring the world line not just for himself, but also for his cherished family. The most reliable method known so far is through Muncel's jump. To be safe, he must obtain Muncel's highest authority kingship. Good, this is the person I chose. Shiro was pleased with Shinji's choice. He materialized the crystal again, tossing it lightly. The crystal turned into a blue stream of light and entered Shinji's body. The method is very simple. Find a safe place, close your eyes, concentrate, and silently chant Link Start. To log out, silently chant Log Out. Is it my imagination, or does this feel like Sword Art Online? Haha, you caught me. Shiro didn't hide it, laughing as he spoke. When it comes to fictional worlds and deep dives, that's the first thing that comes to mind. I even vacationed in that world once. It was fun to beat Kirito in various ways. I even got a unique skill Dark Sword opposite to the Holy Sword, and using it at level 21 feels amazing. You can even bring out stuff that doesn't exist. Alright, enough jokes. We've finished the wine and the food. I've said everything I needed to. If there are no more questions, let's go. It's time to end this. Shiro stretched, stood up, and pushed open the door. Shinji followed closely. It's time to end it. Though the process was terrible, the ending isn't bad. One last question: will I be able to see my parents again? There will be a chance, as long as you become strong enough. Before the words were finished, the surroundings rapidly faded, replaced by the familiar hanging garden and the damaged altar. In front of the dazzling Holy Grail, Atlanta was holding Jean's hand, talking about something. Shakespeare was furiously writing beside them. A bit farther away, the Old Man of Jewels was manipulating space with one hand, preventing the Holy Grail's magic from affecting the real world. Shiro nodded to the Old Man. It's over. Everything went smoothly. Transfer everyone out of the garden. The Old Man smiled slightly and tapped the ground with his ruby-adorned cane. Everyone felt a sudden change in their surroundings and found themselves on an arc 10 kilometers away. Along with them were the masters and servants scattered throughout the garden, as well as the Holy Grail floating in the air. Where is this? Is this your doing, witch? Beware of traps. The sudden change made Achilles and the others tense up, and it left the only conscious enforcer on the ark bewildered. Zelrich spoke just in time. I'm borrowing this place for a moment. I'll leave soon. After that, take everyone back to the clock tower. I'll handle the Igmalenia clan. Second magician, as you command. The woman dressed as a man seemed to find her backbone, and respectfully stepped aside. Second magician. Gord's and Call's faces changed simultaneously. Although they had anticipated that the clock tower wouldn't let rebels go unpunished, they hadn't expected such a heavy weight. The mere thought of the spatial transfer they just experienced made them feel cold, even with top-tier servants like Chiron and Achilles protecting them. Don't be so nervous, young members of the Igmalenia clan. I'm here on behalf of someone to take care of things. If you don't mind, the Igmalenia clan will be under my name from now on. You mean? No objections here. How could we have any objections? Calls and Gords exchanged glances, trembling with excitement. They had thought they were doomed, but the turn of events had one of the biggest figures in the Mages Association offering to protect them. Then go back and prepare quickly. Send a few representatives to the headquarters in London for a formal procedure. Thanks, old man, Shinji sighed, realizing he owed another favor. The old man waved his hand casually and said, if you have something to say, say it quickly. The counterforce is becoming restless. Well then, Shinji walked up to his companions and, with utmost sincerity, said, thank you, and I'm sorry. Chapter 6:16. Chapter 6:16. Farewell 23:34 words, thank you all for your trust and support all this time. At the same time, I must apologize. This Holy Grail war is closely related to me. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this. I'm sorry for making you participate in such a meaningless battle. At this point, Shinji bowed his head deeply. It wasn't entirely meaningless. Chiron stepped forward and said warmly, although it's a pity that our wishes weren't granted, meeting Achilles again and gaining an outstanding student like you is more than enough. Teacher. Hey, assassin, you've got it wrong. Achilles patted his shoulder. We weren't dragged into this, we chose to participate. If we didn't want to, we wouldn't have answered the summons. Achilles. If anyone should be thankful, it's me. Without you, I wouldn't know how to achieve my dreams. Atlanta squinted her eyes, her smile pure and beautiful. Atlanta. I had a lot of fun, so it doesn't matter. Astolfo held his head, innocent and carefree. Astolfo. Same here. Meeting you and Archer. If I can make some progress with my electric magecraft as you said, then I've hit the jackpot. Calls winked. Uncle Gords thinks the same. Without your help, his relationship with Siegfried wouldn't be so good. Blah, blah. It has nothing to do with him. Gords exclaimed in anger, but his red eyes had already betrayed his true feelings. Shinji turned his gaze to Artoria and Jean, who both smiled, understanding each other without words. Nearby, Mordred acting Tsundere, don't look at me. We're enemies. You all. Shinji smiled wryly. Exactly. Several voices responded in unison. Then should I not give you the apology gifts I prepared? Don't even think about it. We know you have good stuff. Hand it over. Calls quickly jumped over. First, the servants. Behind me is the Holy Grail. Although wishes have been made, they haven't been granted yet, so the ritual isn't over. If you want to stay in the present world, just touch it to obtain a physical body. Haha, this is the best gift. Achilles rushed forward eagerly. The moment his hand touched the outer wall, his aura changed from that of a mystical being to that of a true human. The reborn hero clenched his fist and nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. With his example, the other servants no longer hesitated and followed suit. Chiron hesitated for a while but ultimately couldn't resist his two students' hopeful gazes, and stepped forward as well. In the end, only Jean didn't touch the Holy Grail. As a pseudo-servant, she didn't have the option of gaining a physical body. During this time, Shinji removed the boar skin he was wearing and used his magic to repair the damage, then handed it to Atlanta. "I'm returning this to you. This is the boar of divine punishment." Atlanta was stunned. Was this her noble phantasm? It's no longer divine punishment. There was an incident and the divine punishment reversed, now it's the boar of blessings. The effect hasn't changed, but the restriction has it can only be used by those with pure hearts. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. Atlanta wagged her tail. A noble phantasm suited for a pure heart was perfect for her. Glad to hear it. Next, Ryder's master. The homunculus boy who was called out walked over timidly. "Stand still." As Shinji spoke, he placed his hand on Sieg's forehead. Accompanied by an indescribable glow of spiritual particles, Sieg felt his body become much lighter. "What's happening?" "This is Spartacus noble phantasm," crying Warmonger. "Your body is too fragile, but with this, you should become much stronger, and your lifespan should increase. Once you return, have the fat guy give you a checkup. I hope you can live well, and see this world with your own eyes." Sieg bowed deeply. "I will. Thank you. I have always been grateful." "Wow, you're amazing, assassin. Get off me. Even though you look cute, I don't want to be hugged by a guy." Astolfo pounced with a whoosh, only to be slapped away by Shinji. "Boo-hoo, assassin is bullying me. Stop acting cute. Also, return Pegasus to me. Boo-hoo, let me play with it for a few more days." Although it was only a short time, Astolfo had grown fond of Bellerophon. "No, I'm leaving soon. Quick, return it." "Boo-hoo, assassin is so stingy." Reluctantly, Astolfo returned Pegasus. Shinji then broke off a piece of the Greater Grail's outer and handed it to Sieg along with the Bomung. "Also, help me give this to Jack. With this, she can grow up normally like other children. And this is a noble phantasm left by Siegfried. You hold on to it first and give it to Miss Tool when you return." Wait, why give it to Tool?" Gourds protested. "Because none of you can use a noble phantasm. Only homunculi made with the Einsburn family's techniques can." Shinji explained with a smile. Einsburn homunculi could even house the souls of heroic spirits, let alone noble phantasms. But there are many others besides Tool. "Well, you have the best relationship with her." Who has a good relationship with her?" "Indeed, it's the best. Siegfried left a message before he left. After he's gone, Tool will protect you, and objections are invalid." Of course, Shinji made this up on the spot, but he believed Siegfried would be happy with this outcome. Gourds instantly deflated. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he couldn't go against Siegfried's final wish. Here. Seeing it was finally his turn, Calls was ecstatic. "I have a favor to ask. Regarding Letitia's information, please handle it well. The association and the church must not find out." Shinji spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Letitia was an ordinary girl, but after being possessed by Jean, she became a special case. To the Mages Association, she was a pseudo-servant who bore the power of a heroic spirit in a human body. To the church, she was a saint's vessel. If either organization found out, she'd end up a lab rat, and her family could be implicated. Shinji couldn't bear to see this happen, and neither Calls nor Fiori wanted to see it either. Entrusting it to them was the best choice. Calls, being a smart person, quickly grasped Shinji's meaning. "I understand. Leave it to me." "Well then, don't you have anything to give me?" Hearing this, Calls' expression immediately fell. Doing a favor without any compensation, how could Shinji be so cruel? Shinji found it both frustrating and amusing. All right, don't give me that look. There's no item, but there's a path. Do you want to hear it? Go ahead. To reassure the clock tower, they'll need to send someone to London as a hostage. Try to secure that spot. I'm not messing with you. Hear me out. Without this, how could you study at the clock tower? I've already chosen the department for you, Modern Magecraft Theory, in the Elmeloy classroom. Trust me, just go. You'll understand once you're there. All right, I'll go, isn't that enough? Shishigu. Oh, you're including me too. Shishigu, who had somehow ended up standing next to the manly beauty, shrugged his shoulders. I've thought it over and decided to lift the curse on you. Didn't I say that'd be fine? I don't think it's fine. Shinji waved his hand nonchalantly. Emo-chan, could you do me a favor and hold your master down? Don't call me Emo-chan. Mordred protested while raising her arm. All right, Emo-chan. Hey, are you rebelling? Ignoring Shishigu's complaint, Mordred used her B-rank strength, which did not match her slender arms, to pin him down. I am the rebellious knight after all, and now that I have a physical body, and you no longer have command seals, what can you do to me? Nice job. Shinji gave a thumbs up with one hand, and drew the scepter of the goddess with the other. A white halo representing purifying power, and a blue light symbolizing the third magic entered Shishigu's body, quickly expelling a mass of black shadow. The shadow constantly changed shape, sometimes forming terrifying faces, other times condensing into the shape of a demon. Seeing this, Jean unfurled her holy flag and softly chanted, "Let the thirsty souls be satisfied, filling the hungry souls with good things. In the deep darkness, let the suffering ones bound by iron be redeemed." Under the baptism of the saint and the holy relic, the filthy curse instantly dissipated. All done. Shinji put away the scepter and walked over to Artoria. Sorry, I don't have anything to give you. Artoria shook her head, her emerald eyes shimmering with warmth. I have already received the best gift. Being your servant is the best gift. Is that so? Shinji finally turned his gaze to Jean. I've done everything I needed to do. According to our agreement, I'm here to accept the judge's verdict. Very well. Jean pointed her holy flag at Shinji's nose and said sternly, Black Assassin Matou Shinji, for participating in the Holy Grail War regularly, violating the rules I, Ruler Jean, hereby expel you. Do you have any objections? No objections. Shinji shook his head with a smile. No need for the judge to act personally, we'll leave right away. Jean put away her holy flag and gave a gentle smile, slightly different from her usual one. I'm really glad you kept your promise. Me too, I'm glad to have met you. Will we have a chance to meet again? We definitely will. Jean glanced at Justice in the back row, her voice soft. Calls jumped out again. You're just going to leave. Aren't you going to say goodbye to my sister and Miss Reika? There's no time. Shinji looked longingly in the direction of Triphos and sighed, better not to meet. You're heartless. Sometimes you have to be. You know that best. Indeed, so I'll scold you harshly in front of them. Do as you please, I won't hear it anyway, old man. I'm done here, let's go. Stand by my side, what about you guys? The last you guys was directed at Shiro and Semiramis. Shiro chuckled, no need to worry about us, we'll leave on our own. Matou Shinji, here's a final gift for you. What gift? I have a move that can result in mutual destruction, its power is roughly equivalent to Excalibur. When you can face this move head-on, you can challenge her. Watch closely. Shiro stepped out of the arc and stood in midair. Ultimate, art, sword, technique, 800,000 explosions. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and a thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. At the moment the katana was swung, the katana itself first collapsed. Immediately afterward, the EX noble phantasm suspended below, the hanging gardens of Babylon, which had withstood countless attacks, split along its central axis and shattered continuously during its descent. Within seconds, the vast garden had turned into countless fragments. Moreover, these fragments continued to self-destruct, as if continuously being slashed by the katana, eventually turning into dust that scattered with the wind, taking the temple space based on the garden with it. Along with the collapse of the garden, Shiro's body also disintegrated. Each time the garden broke, a crack on his body would burst. As the garden turned to dust, he too dissolved into spirit particles and dispersed into the air. Amakusa Shiro Tokusada is thus defeated. Congratulations to everyone for saving the world. From now on, please continue to protect this beautiful world. Simultaneously, Semiramis's body also began to vanish. Having been struck head-on by Mordred's noble phantasm, she should have exited the stage long ago, but an unknown power had sustained her existence. Now, with that power dissipated, she too could no longer remain in the present world. Zelrich looked up at the sky and spoke. Let's go to the Greater Grail. Remaining in this world will cause significant problems. Please transport it to the inner side of the world. A few petals floated down in response. The space shifted and the figures of Zelrich, Shinji, and Justice became increasingly blurry. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Until we meet again. Everyone waved farewell, even Avisbrin, who had not spoken a word. This was also the last scenery Shinji saw in this world. Soon, the three had completely disappeared, and Artoria lowered her arm, lost in thought. Is this all right? A teasing voice sounded in her ear. It was Merlin. What do you mean, all right? I mean your response to his confession. It's not easy to meet a suitable person, right? It's okay. I will tell him next time we meet. Artoria's attitude was as resolute as ever, just like her sword and spear. I have a feeling that day won't be too far off. Indeed, he probably doesn't know that you, having made a pact with the counterforce, are now similar to a heroic spirit, the same in any world. I'm suddenly looking forward to the scene of your reunion with him. Why don't I have the ability to observe parallel worlds? Artoria ignored Merlin's chatter. She had more important things to do. Mordred, I have a few days left. Will you accompany me to roam around nearby? Sure. Mordred nodded repeatedly. There are so many delicious foods in Bratislava. We didn't have time to try them last time. This time, we must enjoy them to the fullest. But I didn't bring any money. Neither did I, but it's okay, master. Money. Now you remember me, huh? Shishigu complained. In the distance, more than a dozen bird golems lined up, and Roche waved continuously from above. Teacher and everyone else, I'm here to pick you up. Sunshine fell, illuminating everyone's faces, bringing a brilliant conclusion to this war destined never to be made public. Chapter 617. Chapter 617. Apocrypha, Epilogue 2590 words in the study of Millennia Castle. Shakespeare hummed a tune as he enthusiastically wrote his manuscript. This time, without a doubt, the evil demon king and empress were defeated. Although it can't be called a perfect ending, it's already quite good. As the saying goes, the web of our life is of a mingled yarn, good and ill together. Nothing can be perfect, even our works. For him, the outcome of the war was just a change of scenery for his writing. As a writer without any physical strength, he only needed to faithfully fulfill his duty. As an author, this was also his agreement with the mysterious master who had already left. Shakespeare loved writing and enjoyed completing the works he started. At his level, he no longer cared about others' praise. As long as he could make an already interesting story even more interesting, that was everything to him. He believed. He believed in people's dreams, ambitions, and anger. In this world, interesting and fun things will never disappear. Even if they did, he would provide them. This story was also very interesting and fun. Everyone was doing their best to live and think. Whether it was tragedy or comedy, or something else entirely, recording all of this was a supreme happiness for him. Be they heroic spirits, humans, magi, or even homunculi, the materials are the same. We are such stuff as dreams are made on. The dreams of Amakusa Shiro Tokusada, Semiramis, Jeanne d'Arc and Matou Shinji. If these intense and ephemeral dreams aren't recorded, can one still be called a writer? The speed of his typing increased, and Shakespeare's thoughts flowed like a spring. Large sections of text poured from his fingertips, forming splendid chapters that were simultaneously recorded in human history. After typing the final period, the great writer thought for a moment and opened a new document. Let's write an apocrypha, describing the current situation of the surviving participants. I'm sure many people would like to read it. Since it's an apocrypha, let's write it casually, without being too formal. Yes, let's do that. When it came to writing, Shakespeare always wrote whatever came to mind, regardless of day or night. After the war ended, the participants from the Ig Millennia family returned to their headquarters in Millennia Castle. While repairing the castle damaged by the war, they actively engaged in negotiations with the clock tower. Due to the intervention of the second magician, the clock tower did not pursue the Ig Millennia family's rebellion excessively, merely imposing symbolic punishments. Although more than half of the lords expressed dissatisfaction, they shamelessly abandoned their original stance under the temptation of the old man's 3 new disciples. Although becoming a disciple of the Jewelman basically equated to being labeled as a failure, there were exceptions. Moreover, this was a great opportunity to get closer to one of the undisputed giants of the mystic world. In no time, the lords of the clock tower had forgotten about the Ig Millennia family's rebellion, each returning to their respective departments, bustling day and night to select candidates. In this context, the aftermath of the Holy Grail War was quietly smoothed over in just half a month. To show sincerity, the current family head's younger brother calls for Veg Ig Millennia, enrolled in the clock tower, becoming a member of the Elmeloi classroom, known as a shelter for problem children. Joining calls was Chiron, under the alias Karen Ig Millennia. As a teacher, he was very interested in this largest and highest academy of the mystic world. For unknown reasons, the case of the Ig Millennia family's servant materialization was strictly classified, known only to the core members of the clock tower. Thanks to this, Chiron's entry into the clock tower caused no ripples, except among the top brass of the spiritual evocation division. These people almost treated Chiron like a god, merely asking him to cooperate with a few periodic experiments. Incidentally, upon learning Chiron's true identity, Elmeloi too went to great lengths to finally persuade this legendary teacher to give lectures in the classroom. Reliable sources indicated that Chiron's popularity soared quickly after he started teaching at the clock tower, almost rivaling that of Elmeloi too himself. Moreover, due to his cheerful smile and gentle personality, he quickly became the new most desired partner among the women of the clock tower. The previous titleholder was Waver himself. According to insiders, the famously overworked Elmeloi too shouted, "Finally, no more overtime," repeatedly in his rented house on the day Chiron started teaching, and promptly took a week's vacation to stay home and play games. On the other hand, although they did not obtain the Greater Grail, the executors collected enough data. Using this as a foundation, combined with the clock tower's technological prowess, the lords were confident they could recreate a similar miracle. As long as there was a glimmer of hope leading to the root, they would continue to strive. This was the legacy of the Magi. Having discussed the clock tower, let's talk about things outside the clock tower. 3 days after the war ended, Laetitia left Romania and returned to France. Usually, the most obedient and well-behaved student, her sudden disappearance from school for more than 10 days, despite her roommate covering for her, was bound to arouse suspicion from the school authorities. Returning as soon as possible was the best choice. The reason for the 3-day delay was twofold. First, the Ig Millennia family needed time to come up with a suitable explanation, and second, both Laetitia and Jean were reluctant to leave their comrades who had fought alongside them. Yes, Jean stayed as well. Perhaps because the Greater Grail did not grant their wish, there was no forced termination of the summon. Jean also wanted to take a good look at this world, so she continued to possess Laetitia. However, from the moment they boarded the plane, Laetitia became the primary consciousness, with Jean experiencing the life of an ordinary girl as an observer. This was a suggestion jointly made by Shinji and Laetitia during their late-night sketching sessions, to help Jean make up for the regrets of her past life. Artpriya, who emerged from the Avalon, stayed with Mordred for about a week in the modern world, which was the maximum time she could remain. With the departure of unstable factors, the world order began to gradually return to normal. As an agent of the counterforce and an existence out of sync with the times, she had to return to the inner side of the world, or else she would be rejected by the modern world. Although the time was short, it was a truly magical period for Mordred. The father she had longed for acknowledged her, and they lived together as father and son, laughing, playing, and enjoying good food together. Everything she had hoped for in her previous life was fulfilled, and her heartfelt smiles were recorded by Kairi, becoming the most precious memories. After Artoria's return, Mordred and Kairi went to the Middle East, one of the most chaotic regions in both the mundane and mystical worlds. Both were restless individuals, a peaceful daily life was just a holiday diversion, and the battlefield was their true home. Soon after, the entire mercenary community knew that the famous Kairi Sisegu had gained a partner even more ferocious than himself. When you hear a shout of Yahoo! And see a military Humvee speeding in defiance of physical laws, with a girl wielding a new type of RPG, you know it's them. Around the same time, the Igd Millennia family completed their aftermath tasks, and the members dispersed. Avisprin and Roche left Millennia Castle to continue their research at the Frayne family's workshop. The much-anticipated primordial giant Adam used all his strength to restrain the Hydra and the poisonous dragon Basilisk during the last battle in the garden, creating a decisive opportunity for Chiron and the others. As a result, Adam shattered into pieces, unable to fulfill his goal of saving humanity. However, Avisprin had no regrets. Only with the world's continued existence could salvation be possible, and this was also a choice made by Adam of his own will. Whether another primordial giant would be born in the future to continue this mission was another story. Sieg and Astolfo began their world tour, a plan made before the final battle. Their first stop was the Netherlands, strongly recommended by Shinji. The official reason was that the Netherlands was beautiful, and they would love it, but everyone knew the real reason. Gords also left, taking Tool and some homunculi back to the Music family to continue research on extending the homunculi's lifespan, and to educate his son properly to prevent him from repeating his own mistakes. In his words, "That's my son. If I don't give him a good thrashing now, he'll turn into another me. I need to make him see reality, and tell him that our family line is full of hopeless failures. Any past victories are just fairy tales from a distant land. That's quite a nightmare." Behind Gords, Tool said this with a nonchalant expression. "But it's okay. If it comes to that, I'll use this to give him a proper beating." The "this" she referred to was the phantasmal greatsword she had obtained from Sieg. Tool could now handle this noble phantasm freely, including releasing its true name if necessary. With her protection, there was no need to worry about safety, even without a servant. "Please don't hold back," Gords casually sold out his son, looking nothing like a loving father. "Humph, that includes you. You are the father, and you need to fulfill your responsibilities as a parent." Tool gave her creator a cold glance, to which he could only sigh helplessly. Worse than a nightmare. Of course, to others, the two seemed like a very good team. With them, there was a genuine chance that the Music family might see a revival. Fiore, Achilles, and Atlanta stayed at Millennia Castle to fulfill their commitments. No longer reliant on a wheelchair, Fiore mobilized the resources of the entire Igd Millennia family to help Atlanta establish orphanages and charitable foundations, starting in Romania. They had already taken in a group of orphans and provided support to some impoverished families. Atlanta poured all her passion into this cause, feeling immense happiness whenever she saw the children's smiles. It's worth mentioning that such a pure money-burning, non-profitable charitable cause naturally faced resistance. Opposition within the family had occurred more than once. The Igd Millennia family, a coalition of declining families with complex factions, had many who did not want Fiore to become the head. But in the face of absolute power, no matter how loud the voice, it's meaningless. A certain protector was bored, and upon hearing someone causing trouble, he went around having friendly and cordial conversations. Compared to playing with the children, Achilles preferred subduing various dissidents. In this age where the gods had already left, his immortality was equivalent to invincibility. Soon, no one dared to voice opposition again, and Fiori dominance approached that of the once formidable Darnik. Reika Rikudu and Jack the Ripper were also not idle. Jack became the leader of the children in the orphanage, while Reika became Fiori advisor. This naturally strategic individual finally had a place to exert her power. The family's revival and the suppression of dissenting voices were mostly her handiwork. It was because of her assistance that Chiron felt at ease to leave. Under the two's management, the Igmalenia family shone with new vigor. It could be foreseen that in the not-too-distant future, this family would shed its reputation as a coalition of failures and truly secure its place, and these two women would become distinguished figures in their own right. However, looking at the thriving scene before them, the two future prominent figures did not feel much joy. While the family's development was certainly due to their efforts, it was more so due to the resources left by that guy who had departed without a word. He had quietly arranged everything before leaving, providing them with a stable home. But the one they most cared about had vanished and never returned. Only in dreams could they occasionally glimpse that familiar figure, waking up with tears faintly at the corners of their eyes. "Will we meet again?" "Of course you will. As long as you hold on to hope, miracles will happen." In some corner outside the Type Moon universe, a black-haired young man with a smile similar to Amakusa Shiro Tokasada closed a book and casually tossed a blue crystal. "By doing this, am I creating another contender for the throne for that guy? Oh well, it's his fault for flirting with girls. If he gets stabbed, it's not my problem." The crystal sank into the ground, disappearing in a flash. "What are you doing?" A woman in an evening gown, exuding a decadent air, walked over with light steps. "Nothing, just read Shakespeare's latest work and felt a bit inspired, so I decided to send another gift over." "That useless writer. Did he finish it? Do you want to take a look?" "All right, let me see what nonsense he's written this time." The woman hesitated for a moment but took it anyway. "You won't be disappointed." The young man smiled confidently. "If you appreciate him so much, why not bring him along?" "I invited him, but he refused. He said the outside world might be bigger, but his favorite place is still the world he once lived in, where he can continue writing, and that's enough for him." Such a Castor-like answer. Right. In other words, I'm the only one who boarded your pirate ship." The woman raised an eyebrow, pretending to be displeased. "Regret it?" the young man asked. "A little. Too late. Do you think you can run after boarding the pirate ship?" "I have my pride, you know." "I won't run." The woman shook her head. "But you should be prepared, one day I might betray you. I am the oldest poisoner, after all." "Will you?" The young man looked up, his eyes clear. The woman did not answer, nor did she need to. Betrayal, no matter how you answer, it's meaningless. Only actions are the best proof. What's next? Back to my homeland, to construct the heroic spirit system. With the data from this Holy Grail war, heroes from history can appear again. With their help, we'll have a better chance of fighting against the Star Ruler. Is that your true purpose for participating in the Holy Grail war? So, are you interested in becoming the administrator of this system? I haven't yet tasted the experience of ruling people from another world. Then it's settled. We're almost at the world gate. Let me first see if anything interesting has happened recently. What the heck? How can it be this bad? What's wrong? Hearing the young man suddenly curse, the woman asked curiously. In one of the world lines, I'm doing terribly. It's bad enough to curse my wife, but cursing someone else's wife. How embarrassing. No, I can't stand it just in time. The heroic spirit system's initial launch needs testing. Let's use you as a test subject. Playing with resurrection. Fine, let's see who can outplay whom. A flash of brilliance appeared in the young man's eyes, and the trajectory of a parallel world changed accordingly. End of this volume. Chapter 6:18. Chapter 6:18. What is this place? 1242 words, an unfamiliar ceiling. This is often the first line spoken by protagonists in many anime after they regain consciousness. Now, Shinji found himself saying it as well. It's not that he was trying to invoke a certain sentiment or meme, it was simply the truth. Under the manipulation of the old man of jewels, he had left the parallel world and returned to his timeline. The first thing he saw upon regaining consciousness was an unfamiliar ceiling. He turned his head to look around. Just like the ceiling, the surroundings were unfamiliar. Shinji was certain he had never been here before. Could something have gone wrong with the soul return? A chill ran down Shinji's spine. This seemed like the most plausible explanation. His body was preserved in a special container crafted by the old man of jewels. If the return was successful, he should have woken up in the container, the first thing he should have seen being the gel-like substance. However, he quickly dismissed this guess. He looked down, arms and legs smaller than those of a servant's body. He touched his head hair that had not yet fully grown back. There was no doubt that this was indeed his own body, just one that had only grown for 12 years. It seems the soul has successfully returned, but why am I here? Following the method taught by Scat Hack, he spread his magical energy throughout his body, awakening bodily functions that had been dormant for an unknown period. Shinji got up from the ground, the dizziness from the crossing vanishing. Could it be that the old man is up to something again? Shinji was already psychologically scarred. This parallel world journey, though fruitful, had also been exhausting. He didn't want to be messed with by the old man any further. Old man, are you there? If you are, please respond. No response. If there's something you want me to do, just say it. How am I supposed to know what you want if you don't tell me? Still no response. Old man of jewels. Second magician. Kaleidoscope. Old jewels. Yet no response. All right, looks like he won't respond. I'll have to rely on myself. Having gone through the trials of the parallel world, Shinji's mentality had matured significantly. He was decisive after assessing the situation, and did not forget to be cautious in an unfamiliar environment. The first thing he did was check his body. The physical condition of a 12-year-old was not as optimal as that of a fully maximized servant's body. Being accustomed to that body, transitioning back would naturally come with some discomfort, so he had to adjust his state to better protect himself. His magic circuits were intact, and the flow of magical energy was smooth. The relic and login crystal showed no abnormal reactions, and were ready for use at any time. Everything was functioning normally. It seemed the old man of jewels did not deceive him in this regard. He had indeed taken good care of Shinji's body. Next, he needed to try contacting the outside world. His phone out of battery. Which made sense, over 10 days had passed, and even on standby, it wouldn't last that long. Although he didn't know the principle behind how the old man preserved his body and personal items, unless time was stopped, it was impossible to prevent battery drain. Technology wasn't working, so he tried the mystical approach. He sent out a wisp of consciousness, calling along the contract engraved on his soul. Justies, Justies, can you hear me? In the past, their telepathic communication had a distance limit, but now, having stepped into the realm of the third magic, as long as they held each other in their hearts, they could hear each other's voices even if separated by the ends of the earth. As expected, Justie's response came. Though the voice was faint, it couldn't hide her concern. Shinji. Thank goodness, you've finally contacted me. Where are you? I'm not quite sure either. I just woke up and found myself in a completely unfamiliar place. I don't know what happened. Do you have any clues? Zelrich said there was a bit of a problem when you came back. He's investigating the cause. First, try to figure out your location. Once we have a rough coordinate, we'll come to pick you up. First, help me let my family know I'm safe. They must be very worried after losing contact for so long. Yes, I'll do that right away. Take care of yourself. One more thing. What is it? I haven't responded yet. Shinji Matou, like you, Justice Lizrich von Einsburn. Justice seemed to be greatly shocked, and her transmitted thoughts became intermittent. That, shouldn't such words be said in person? I can't wait, so I'm giving you a preview. I'll give you a proper response when we meet. Then, I'll wait for you. You must come. Her voice, completely different from usual, was delicate and soft, giving Shinji endless motivation. Definitely. So, now let's start exploring this new map. Shinji stretched and carefully observed his surroundings. It seemed like he was in a hall. The stone floor and walls, the ancient yet grand pillars, didn't resemble modern architecture but rather an old castle. However, if it were an old castle, it was too well preserved. The floor and walls were clean and spotless, showing neither the marks of time nor traces of human habitation, as if it were newly built. Could it be some movie set still under construction? Through his eyes, Shinji could gather only this much information. To make further discoveries, he needed to explore other areas. But before that, Shinji needed to prepare repairing Hades' cloak. Acting openly in an unfamiliar environment was unwise. With the cloak's concealment, his safety would be greatly increased. Based on his previous experience, the lower the rank of a noble phantasm, the easier it was to repair, and the less magical energy it consumed. His real body was not the servant body crafted by Justice, and he couldn't recklessly expend magical energy. Saving even a bit was crucial, which was why Shinji chose to repair only the cloak rather than restoring all his noble phantasms at once. Skillfully opening his magic circuits and drawing magical energy, he suddenly noticed something was off before the spell could fully activate. The magical energy conversion rate is wrong. Using his magic circuits as a medium to draw magical energy from the greater source was the instinct of every competent modern magus, and Shinji was no exception. Since it was drawn from an external source, perfect conversion was naturally not possible. The stronger the magus, the higher the conversion efficiency. The more active the greater source, the higher the conversion efficiency. The reason why the child of Inash was so difficult to handle was that its inherent otherworld suppressed the activity of the greater source, affecting the continued supply of magical energy. Here, it was the exact opposite. The activity of the greater source was unusually high. As soon as Shinji opened his magic circuits, the omnipresent life energy flooded in, almost making him burst. Frightened, he quickly shut his magic circuits. Phew, finally recovered. I never expected to be overwhelmed by magical energy. What kind of place is this? The greater source during the Age of Gods, no, even the Age of Gods, couldn't be like this. Chapter 619, Chapter 619, The Secret Castle. 1314 words. In the distant Age of the Gods, magus did not place much value on magic circuits. This was because the greater source was very active at that time, and magus could directly extract magical energy from the greater source without needing to use magic circuits. According to the famous Great Witch Medea, magical energy is everywhere, it's just that ordinary people cannot see it. Similar words were also heard by Shinji from Scat Hack, who provided a further explanation. The greater source is like a massive reservoir, and magic circuits are like a pump. The lower the water level, the harder it is to pump water, the higher the water level, the easier it is to pump water. If the water level is too high, the pump becomes unusable because the entire machine is submerged. Some might say, isn't it better this way? If you can't get water, you need a pump, but if the pump is submerged, you can get water directly. Isn't that more convenient? The problem lies precisely here. The foundation of modern magecraft is the magic circuit. After thousands of years of development, magus has long abandoned direct water extraction and focused all their attention on the pump system. Apart from some ancient books, only the old monsters who lived through that most prosperous mysterious era remember the method of direct water extraction. Once the pump system fails, everything built upon it also fails. The more powerful the modern magus, the greater the impact they will face because connecting to the greater source through magic circuits has become their instinct. In contrast, apprentices who have not started will not be affected, they mainly rely on the natural magical energy generated by their bodies, unrelated to the Great Source. Shinji is now considered a second-rate magus, so he is significantly affected. However, his situation is somewhat special. His enlightenment mentor, Scathach, comes from the age of the gods and knows how to extract magical energy from the greater source, which she imprinted in the inheritance crystal given to her disciple. Ah, found it. I indeed saw it before, the meditation method from the age of the gods. Could it be that Shursho foresaw that I would need this? The meditation chapter is a compulsory introductory course for magus from the age of the gods, so it's naturally not difficult. After studying it several times, Shinji quickly grasped the knack. Although there is still a long way to go to combine it with modern magecraft, it is already sufficient to drive magic. Before long, Shinji completed the repair work of all the treasures. Yes, all of them. The greatest advantage of magus from the age of the gods is that magical energy does not need to be accumulated, it can be used as needed. As long as the spiritual power is sufficient, the magical energy is inexhaustible. Spiritual power happens to be Shinji's absolute forte, so he decided to get it all done at once, and he could also brush up on his meditation method's proficiency. Half an hour had passed since he woke up, and Shinji was finally ready to take the first step in his exploration. Contrary to his previous judgment, this place is indeed a castle. Although he didn't see the exterior, its internal structure has many similarities with the base camp of the brigade. The place where he woke up was the castle's hall, with corridors on the left and right, each connecting to rooms with different functions. The rooms were not locked and could be entered freely. Like the hall, the furnishings were in classic European style, and were well preserved, showing no signs of human habitation. The left and right corridors converged at the stairs. Going down led to the dungeon and storage room, while going up led to the living area. Whether people were there was uncertain based on experience. From a certain main corridor on the third floor, one could reach the viewing platform, which was one of Shinji's goals. There were no clues inside the castle to determine the location, so he could only hope for something outside. It seemed to be midnight, with a full moon high overhead, casting a hazy silver light over the viewing platform, providing good conditions for determining the location. Looking around, Shinji felt a chill in his heart. The castle was surrounded by an endless plain. Even with his vision enhanced to the limit, the clues were very limited, only allowing him to roughly determine that he was somewhere in the southern hemisphere. The timelines of the two world lines were synchronized. It was late autumn when he left Romania, but the grass on the plain was green, and despite it being late at night, it didn't feel cold, which could only be explained by a seasonal reversal. To verify his speculation, Shinji looked up to observe the stars. Although his knowledge of astronomy was limited, he at least knew that the constellations in the northern and southern hemispheres differed. If he couldn't see the North Star, this hypothesis was likely correct. However, the result of his observation shocked him. There were no constellations. Yes, none. In the clear, cloudless night sky, there was only a bright moon and no stars, not a single one. What is going on? Am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again, but still saw nothing. This information was quite overwhelming. In the present world, it would be impossible not to see any stars in such a good night sky. Combining this with the unusually active greater source around him, it was highly likely that he was not in the present world, but had fallen into some kind of secret realm here. Anything that defied common sense could happen. Upon confirming this, Shinji felt a mix of emotions. On the plus side, identifying his location would be easier. The state of the secret realm and the environment during its creation are linked to the current world's conditions. An environment comparable to the age of the gods indicates that this secret realm is extremely ancient. The older the secret realm, the fewer there remain, making the search easier. On the downside, an ancient secret realm often means it is inhabited by equally ancient beings. Of course, whether feeling positive or negative, it wouldn't affect what Shinji needed to do next. He had to get the message out and then find a way to protect himself while waiting for the old man of jewels to arrive. After cutting off the telepathic link with Justice, Shinji returned to the castle to continue his exploration. He didn't know how long it would take for the old man of jewels to arrive, so he needed to ensure a place to stay, and this castle, void of any signs of habitation, was an excellent choice. Since he intended to stay here, familiarizing himself with the layout became a top priority to handle any unexpected situations. Retracing his steps, he walked through the corridors and checked each room, finding nothing, which was also the best possible outcome. After exploring the third floor, Shinji moved on to the fourth floor. This was the highest level of the castle, typically used as the living quarters for the castle's lord, as this height maximized the isolation from noise and smells from the rest of the castle. If nothing was found here, the castle would be completely safe. To be cautious, Shinji didn't explore in the natural order as before but deliberately checked from the periphery to the center. After confirming all the other rooms, he finally stood before the central and largest room. Taking a deep breath, Shinji adjusted himself to his best state, and knocked 3 times on the tightly closed door. As usual, he waited, received no response, and pushed the door open. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned. Chapter 620, Chapter 620, The Pure White Princess. 1157 words. Countless silver chains crisscrossed and filled the entire spacious room, leaving no place to step. In the center, surrounded by countless chains, was a jade throne. Seated on the throne was a woman. She had shoulder-length blonde hair and slender eyebrows. Her appearance was flawless, without a single blemish. She was dressed entirely in white, as if it were her trademark, a pure white figure. Before the woman's appearance, white had always been the signature color of Justice, and the series of homunculus modeled after her. But after she appeared, this label could only belong to her. This was because the white of the Einsborn was an artificially crafted color, whereas she was naturally born this way, whiter than snow. Her purity alone was enough to leave a profound impact, and she also possessed a beauty that surpassed even this purity. In terms of sheer beauty, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful person Shinji had ever seen. Although saying this felt a bit unfair to Justice, the pinnacle of artificial beings, and the unparalleled queen of the land of shadow, Scathach, it was a fact, an undeniable fact. She seemed to be favored by the world itself, concentrating all the essence of beauty onto her. And she was the reason Shinji was stunned. At first sight, Shinji recognized her identity. Arcuade Brunestad. The last true ancestor, the princess among true ancestors, the executioner of vampires, the pure white vampire princess, and a candidate for Type Moon. Yes, the moon in Type Moon. She was also the heroine of Shinji's gateway and entry work into the Type Moon universe, Tsukihime. She was his favorite character not just in the Type Moon series, but in the entire two-dimensional world, bar none. Shinji stood at the doorway, silently, not daring to disturb her slumber. Only when his stomach protested did he gently close the door and slide down to sit against the door frame. I've finally met you, princess. So this is her castle, Millennium Castle Brunestad. I didn't expect to stumble upon this place by accident. Since it was the Millennium Castle Brunestad, the high-hanging full moon, and the abnormal activity of the greater source could be explained. The sea of memories surged, and all memories about her surfaced. The heroine of Tsukihime and Kagetsu Tohya, born on December 25, with a height of 167 centimeters, weight of 52 kilograms, and measurements of B88W55H85. Sorry, I digressed, let's start over. The origin of vampires, the true ancestors, were not native to Earth but creatures from the moon. At their pinnacle was the king of the moon, the ultimate one of the moon, Crimson Moon Brunestad. Responding to a signal from Earth's counterforce, Gaia, Crimson Moon came to Earth. Initially intending to bring Earth under her control, she discovered upon arrival that she belonged neither to Gaia nor to the Alea. Eventually, she would be corrected by the counterforce, so she conceived the idea of creating a successor. On the other hand, Gaia, sensing the threat of humanity, also prepared to create a species to act on its behalf. Thus, the true ancestors were born. They were Gaia's creations, modeled after the Crimson Moon, and simulated to resemble humans to restrain humanity. A similar physical and mental structure was indispensable. They could be seen as Crimson Moon's children, as well as Gaia's children, the touch of nature. However, none of these children reached Crimson Moon's level, and were insufficient to be her reincarnation, hence they were not given the name Brunestad. This is not hard to understand. After all, the Crimson Moon was an ultimate one, the pinnacle of the moon, not something that could be easily replicated. The first to receive this name was the Black Princess, Alt Rouge. She was the closest to Crimson Moon in ability, but due to some uncertainties, she was ultimately deemed a failure. Around the 6th century AD, Crimson Moon angered the second magician, and was eventually killed by the latter. However, Gaia's creation of true ancestors did not stop and continued, until a certain Christmas in the 11th century. On that day, the last true ancestor, who reached the same level as Crimson Moon, Arcueide Brunestad, was born. From her birth, she was given the name Brunestad. Since then, Gaia has not created any more true ancestors because they had an irreparable flaw: the impulse to drink blood. All true ancestors crave the blood of the humans they are supposed to restrain, not because of physiological needs. As a touch of nature, true ancestors can draw power directly from nature and do not need to eat. Their blood-sucking impulse is purely a result of mental inheritance. Crimson Moon herself had a strong, blood-sucking impulse, which is why they are classified as vampires. Initially, this impulse could be suppressed by the immense mental power that true ancestors are born with, but this suppression has its limits. Because the blood-sucking impulse cannot be fundamentally resolved, the desire slowly accumulates and eventually cannot be controlled by their power. Such true ancestors would voluntarily enter eternal slumber, which can be considered their lifespan despite having no concept of lifespan. Some true ancestors succumbed to the blood-sucking desire and began to drink blood. However, once a true ancestor drinks blood, it becomes like an addiction, making the blood-sucking impulse even harder to suppress, leading to continuous blood-sucking. Humans bitten by true ancestors turn into dead apostles, and those bitten by dead apostles also become dead apostles, causing their numbers to surge. The true ancestors saw the spread of dead apostles as dangerous, even threatening their existence, so the unfallen true ancestors decided to appoint an executioner to clean up their ranks. This person was Arcueide. To the true ancestors, she was merely a tool, needing to know nothing. They firmly believed that with her immense power and purest heart, she was perfect and wouldn't be bothered by the blood-sucking impulse, because she didn't even know what blood-sucking was. Unfortunately, the true ancestors overlooked one thing: human desire. Besides Arcueide, the church also hunted vampires, leading her to meet the church's magus, Roa. This was the source of all nightmares. Roa deceived the naive Arcueide into drinking his blood. It was her first and last time drinking blood. The blood caused Arcueide to go berserk, killing all the true ancestors in the Millennium Castle Brunestad. Meanwhile, Roa, upon being bitten, seized part of her power and became a powerful dead apostle, using this power to achieve infinite reincarnation, becoming the Serpent of Akasha. Since then, Arcueide has only done two things: suppress her blood-sucking impulse through slumber in the Millennium Castle and hunt Roa. Whenever Roa awakens, she awakens as well to destroy him completely, then returns to her slumber, repeating the cycle. She has eliminated Roa's reincarnations 17 times, and his 18th awakening marks the beginning of the story of Tsukiheim. Thinking about this, Shinji felt very conflicted. Chapter 621, Chapter 621, The Awakening of the Princess. 1135 words. Yes, Shinji was very conflicted. Before entering the Millennium Castle Brunestad, he did not want Arcueide to awaken. Each of Arcueide's awakenings would exacerbate her blood-sucking impulse, which was an unbearable torment for her. Moreover, it was now the late autumn of 1999, and the story of Tsukiheim takes place in 2000. Arcueide's next awakening would signify the beginning of the Tsukiheim story. To be fair, Tsukiheim is a very good story, but it starts with Arcueide being killed once by the mystic eyes of death perception, leading to a 70% reduction in her power. Depending on the ending, she might die again and eventually have to fall into eternal slumber. This was not what Shinji wanted to see, which is why he had Tuko go to the Tano residence to find Roa's 18th reincarnation, Shiki Tano, and have Ryugi Shiki kill Roa completely before Roa could make his decision, this being the only known way to kill Roa. Although this would make the story of Tsukiheim disappear, it would free Arcueide from her shackles, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. But upon arriving at the Millennium Castle Brunestad, and seeing that pure white vampire princess with his own eyes, he wavered. It wasn't out of any improper thoughts, he simply wanted to talk to her, chat with her, to satisfy the admiration and affection from his past life. After all, she was his most beloved Arcuade. Shaking his head to clear his chaotic thoughts, Shinji exhaled a long breath. Thinking about this now is pointless. Tuko has already been at the Tano residence for quite some time, it's impossible to stop her now. And I have irreplaceable bonds, so I can't harm them for the sake of nostalgia and affection. Therefore, once again, he pushed open the living room door, gazing at the figure that had amazed him countless times. This is fine. Just being able to see you with my own eyes is enough. Rest assured, the Roa who deceived you, and any other dead apostles, we humans will handle it. Please be at ease. After speaking, Shinji closed his eyes, as if to sever ties with the affection and nostalgia from his past life. Just then, a clear sound suddenly echoed in the empty room. It was the jingling of interlocking chains, filling the entire room, and even winding around Arcuade's body. The silver chains were retracting. Before long, all the chains had retracted into the walls, leaving only an ancient throne, and the sleeping white princess sitting on it. With the final chain retracted, Arcuade's body lost its support and began to sway, about to fall. Shinji's heart tightened, and he instinctively rushed forward, wanting to catch that beautiful form. Just before he reached the throne, Arcuade's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a pair of eyes more brilliant than blood opened, meeting his blue eyes up close. The sleeping Arcuade had awakened. Arcuade was in a daze, possibly because she had just woken up, and had not yet grasped the situation. Shinji was also in a daze, once again stunned by Arcuade's beauty. If the sleeping princess resembled a serene and beautiful painting, then the awakened princess brought that painting to life. Although it might seem inappropriate to say so, at that moment he truly understood the meaning of adding the finishing touch to a masterpiece, with her red eyes elevating her beauty to another level. However, this was only the beginning. During their gaze, Arcuade's eyes gradually changed. A hint of gold appeared in the depths of her pupils and began to spread outward. Before long, the gold had dyed her entire eyes. Eyes that seemed capable of absorbing the soul. Arcuade's allure reached its peak at that moment. Breathing became heavy, almost frenzied. His consciousness blurred, eroded by those golden eyes. His body inexplicably became scorching hot. Thump thump, thump thump. The throbbing pulse of his heart and blood surged. His breathing was chaotic. His vision blurred. Just a second before his raging blood was about to explode, a trace of coolness sprouted from the depths of his soul, quickly sweeping through his entire body. In an instant, the abnormal emotions stirred by the golden eyes vanished like smoke. His breathing, blood circulation, and body all returned to normal. No, there was still one part that hadn't returned to normal: his right hand. At some point, his previously well-behaved right hand had turned black. The curse that had been tamed and become part of his power was now fully activated, entering the black hand mode capable of assimilating others' magical energy. Arcuade's eyes were fixed intensely on this black hand. That unwavering gaze made Shinji feel an indescribable sense of danger. The black hand originated from Ortenros, one of the oldest dead apostles and a target of Arcuade's hunt. This is bad. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. A palm grew larger in his field of vision. The hand was very fair, with fingers curved like claws. Both the hand shape and the fingers were beautiful. However, this seemingly perfect hand contained unimaginable terrifying power. The mere gust of wind it generated tore through Shinji's outer clothing. If it caught his body, it would undoubtedly be ripped apart. Shinji didn't dare to take it head-on. He propped his hands on the ground, using his waist and legs to spring backward in a frog-like leap. Though it looked quite ungainly, it was the most effective way to dodge. After a Holy Grail war in a parallel world, Shinji's combat awareness and techniques had significantly improved. Wait, I'm not. Even as he retreated, he tried to explain. But Arcuade had no intention of listening, continuing her relentless attack without pause. This time, she used both hands, one aiming for his throat, the other for his heart, each strike deadly and merciless. Shinji cursed inwardly as he retreated, using both hands and feet, barely able to fend off one hand, let alone two. Yes, the gap between them was that vast. Arcuade was the perfect replica of the Moon's Ultimate One, and also a candidate for Earth's Ultimate One. Though she lost some power to Roa, and had to expend considerable mental energy to suppress her blood-sucking impulse, she had never died once and still retained her terrifying strength. This immense power was most directly demonstrated by her incredibly strong physical attributes. Even though Shinji used reinforcement magecraft and activated Golden Body mode, he was still overpowered by her strength and easily outpaced by her speed. If it weren't for the predictability of Arcuade's attack patterns, allowing him to anticipate her moves, the battle would have been over already. At this moment, Shinji deeply missed the body that had been blown up like a bomb. Chapter 622. Chapter 622. You forced my hand. 1107 words. Shinji's battle with Arcuade was like a replay of his fight with Shiro not long ago. The difference was that Shinji now stood in Shiro's position, and Arcuade had taken Shinji's previous role. As he continuously evaded, Shinji found a moment to assess Arcuade, arriving at the following conclusion. Strength, EX, endurance, EX, agility, EX, magic, EX. That's right, you read that correctly. This was Arcuade's attribute panel. But the problem was that Shinji was still far from Shiro's level. The transformation that could enhance his body had either been returned to their original owners or used as favors. It wasn't surprising then that he was being so thoroughly dominated by Arcuade. A white line flashed briefly as her fingers sliced through the air, leaving a trace where the air had been cut. This was Arcuade's sole attack method, tearing with her hands, aiming for the most lethal points. No matter how the enemy responded, her approach didn't change. This method might seem foolish and technically lacking, but combined with her exaggerated speed and strength, it became incredibly deadly. As a weapon specialized for hunting vampires, Arcuade had only undergone one kind of training, killing, most straightforwardly and efficiently. Every move was lethal, showing no mercy, not just towards her enemies but also towards herself. It seemed that defense wasn't a concept in her combat dictionary. All her actions targeted the enemy's vitals, with no regard for whether she would get hurt. In fact, Arcuade wasn't afraid of being injured. One of the traits of vampires was their powerful regenerative abilities, and as the strongest true ancestor, Arcuade's recovery abilities were astonishing. Conventional fatal wounds could heal in the blink of an eye, comparable to the later stages of the crying warmonger, without the side effect of over-recovery. From the moment she woke up until now, only 2 minutes had passed, yet Shinji felt as though he had been fighting for 2 grueling hours. Strong, truly strong, too strong. This was simply unfair. No wonder she was Earth's favored daughter, one of Gaia's strongest enforcers. To be honest, this was the most dangerous battle Shinji had faced since arriving in the Type Moon world. Even his previous duel with Shiro hadn't made his heart pound like this. After all, back then he had accepted the possibility of death, and Shiro hadn't truly wanted to kill him. But Arcuade genuinely did want to kill him, and he had lost that fearless courage. After narrowly dodging another fatal strike aimed at his heart, Shinji watched Arcuade casually withdraw her hand from the shattered wall. He finally made a certain resolve. You forced my hand. He might not have Shiro's ultimate techniques, but that didn't mean he was completely helpless. Earlier he had refrained from harming this adorable princess, but now he couldn't afford such considerations. Noble Phantasm Manifestation. A silver light flashed, and for the first time, Arcuade retreated, a slight disturbance appearing on her previously calm and indifferent face. She was on guard, wary of the scythe. The harps was also known as the immortal slaying scythe, naturally countering immortal beings like vampires. Even powerful true ancestors weren't exempt. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shinji quickly spoke. I'm not a vampire, you don't. However, Arcuade didn't give Shinji a chance to continue. A wave of indescribable energy radiated from her, spreading outward. Where the wave passed, all scenery was erased, leaving only a blank whiteness. Endless, pure white, without a trace of impurity. Only the man and the woman staring at each other from a distance retained their colors. FXXK, it's reality marble. Shinji's expression turned extremely grave. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he instantly recognized the nature of this world. A reality marble, as the name suggests, is the ability to manifest one's imagination into reality. It connects one's will with the world, altering the world according to one's imagination. This is a racial ability of Gaia's kin, one of the most overpowered abilities in the Type Moon world. It's described as one of the most overpowered abilities because there are limitations. Firstly, this ability stems from a connection with nature, so it can only alter natural things. It can't directly affect entities independent of nature, such as humans, protected by Alea, and human-made objects not recorded by Gaia. For example, a reality marble can manifest various raw materials but can't directly create machines made from those materials unless the user fully understands the machine's structure, and then assembles it using the raw materials in their imagination. Secondly, the level of manifestation is closely tied to one's strength. For the weak, manifesting even a pond is challenging, while the powerful can manifest the moon itself and bring it crashing down. Although there are some limitations, it's undeniable that this ability is incredibly strong, especially in the hands of the strongest true ancestor, Arcuade. To oppose her is to oppose the entire world. While the world may not be able to directly obliterate you, it can create various disasters to kill you. There's no escape and nowhere to hide. I never expected that someone as insignificant as me would make the White Princess go all out. After overcoming his initial shock, Shinji's mood actually relaxed. At this point, he had abandoned any thoughts of resolving things peacefully. Since Arcuade wanted to fight, he would oblige to the end. The worst outcome was losing his physical body, and letting his soul escape. Arcuade clearly had no means to target souls, otherwise Roa wouldn't have reincarnated 17 times. The heavens and earth may be on your side. Fortunately, I still have people. Third magic activation, origin connection, thought transformation. In the pure white world, a new color appeared, azure, the same color as Shinji's eyes and hair, representing the hue of his soul. Though this color could not compare to the vast whiteness of the world, it still displayed its presence tenaciously and resolutely, much like humanity's first step into the unknown natural world for development. Indeed, nature is immensely powerful and awe-inspiring, but humanity will never cease to advance. Come, Arcuade, let me show you the power of thoughts, the power of miracles, and my determination and spirit. Full magic power. Shinji shouted, charging towards Arcuade. Simultaneously, Arcuade also advanced, still targeting Shinji's throat and heart. She was faster in the white world, pressing in on Shinji from all directions, almost forcing him to his knees. But Shinji did not fall. His back remained straight, using all his thoughts to resist the world's pressure, and all his strength focused on the scythe, swinging it towards the approaching Arcuade. Chapter 623, Chapter 623, The Natural Princess. 11:18 words. The world was filled with red, a dizzying red. Blood was everywhere, endless and boundless, staining the tranquil night sky and the bright moon, completely engulfing the ancient millennium castle Brunestad, and devouring its inhabitants residing within. The true ancestors, beings on par with the legendary nature gods and spirits, capable of altering the world with mere imagination, were like lambs to the slaughter. Despite their desperate struggles, they could not escape their fated demise. The difference was that after the lambs were slaughtered, their bodies remained, but the true ancestors, born from nature, would return to nature upon death, leaving no trace behind. In the end, the ancient thousand-year castle had only one remaining pure white princess, sitting dumbfounded on the ground, clutching her head with blood-stained hands, her eyes vacant. An unfamiliar ceiling. A few hours later, Shinji repeated the same action. Opened his eyes, confirming his surroundings, and checking his body. Am I still alive? Yes, he had passed out again and saw an extremely tragic scene while unconscious. The death of the true ancestors, the sorrow of the Millennium Castle Brunestad. That day, the princess became the last true ancestor. Was that a dream just now? He had no connection with her, so why did he see her past? Sitting up from the ground, Shinji rubbed his temples forcefully, trying to focus his still dizzy mind and recall the memories before he passed out. If he remembered correctly, Arcuade had used her signature ability, Marble Phantasm, and he had no choice but to counter with the third magic. He thought his body would be torn apart by her, but unexpectedly, as they got closer, his soul's light suddenly went out of control, causing Arcuade's manifested pure white world to follow suit. The pure white and azure colors intertwined, quickly expanding outward and finally exploded. At that moment, Shinji felt as if his head had been struck by a massive hammer, losing consciousness in less than a second. Then he had a dream. Upon waking, he found himself back in the Millennium Castle Brunestad. Both the pure white world and the azure light had vanished, along with the traces of their previous battle. If not for the change in his position and his torn clothes, he might have thought everything was a dream. Pressing his hand against the floor that should have been shattered, he pondered. So that's it, I've heard that Millennium Castle Brunestad is a product of Marble Phantasm, maintaining its original appearance and quickly repairing any damage. What a convenient ability. Getting up from the ground, he habitually scanned his surroundings and saw Arcuade once again. She was lying not far from him, in a similar posture, with her eyes closed. It was one thing for him to pass out, but how did Arcuade also pass out? Was that explosion really that intense? Swearing by the two great counter-forces, it was an accident. Who knew why the third magic and Marble Phantasm would cause such a reaction? Could it be that he was naturally prone to causing explosions? After some wild thoughts, noticing that Arcuade still showed no signs of waking up, Shinji cautiously approached her. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the princess seemed slightly different from when she was bound by chains. Though still as beautiful, there seemed to be a bit more lively spirit in her cold tranquility. Maybe it was due to the recent intense activity. She looked even cuter. Got sidetracked again. Possibly due to the explosion, his thoughts were unusually unruly. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts with reason, Shinji bent down and gently picked up the unconscious princess. At 12 years old, he had no ill intentions, he simply thought it was inappropriate for her to sleep here, and wanted to carry her to the nearby room with a bed. However, as soon as he took a step, Arcuade murmured and woke up. Shinji's body instantly stiffened. It wasn't that he was afraid Arcuade would misunderstand anything. Although she was already 800 years old, she spent most of her time sleeping, with only 1 year of actual active time, all of which was spent hunting vampires. She probably didn't even know what misunderstanding meant. But precisely because of this, her thoughts were very simple. If it was a target to be hunted, she would kill it directly. This was what Shinji was worried about. At such a close distance, with just a flick of her finger, his head could be sent flying. Should he throw her away? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Arcuade moved. She extended her finger and touched Shinji's chest. The movement was unexpectedly gentle, like a dragonfly lightly skimming the water, a touch and then withdrawal. His head remained intact on his body, and Shinji wasn't harmed. However, there was a smear of red on Arcuade's hand. It was a fragment of Shinji's shattered clothing, torn by the pressure of the earlier battle, with a bit of blood on it. Arcuade brought the cloth to her nose and sniffed it, then spoke, You're indeed human. Although there's a bit of dead apostle scent, I mistook you earlier. With these words, Shinji immediately relaxed. Thank goodness. So you don't want to kill me anymore, right? You're not a dead apostle, why would I kill you? Arcuade stared at Shinji with her eyes redder than blood, looking both pure and innocent. Shinji was amused by her. But you almost killed me just now. That's because you had such a strong scent of a dead apostle, and an ancient one at that. You mean it was my fault? Yes, it was your fault. Arcuade nodded seriously, without any sophistry or arrogance, she genuinely thought so. Although Shinji already knew she was a naturally clueless princess, he hadn't expected her to be this naive. This level of ignorance was almost disastrous in a certain sense. Shinji wanted to press his temples with his hands, but he was holding Arcuade with both of them. So he made a resolute decision. He loosened his hands and directly dropped Arcuade onto the ground. "What are you doing?" Arcuade let out a cry of protest as her bottom hit the floor. "Nothing, just a little revenge on the princess who almost killed me, and a small punishment for a true ancestor who doesn't realize her own mistakes." Shinji clapped his hands, looking refreshed. "Mistakes? Punishment?" Arcuade sitting on the ground looked bewildered. Shinji's head began to ache again. It seemed that educating the princess would not be a task solved in a short time. Chapter 624, Chapter 624, Why is this happening? 1077 words in a room on the top floor of the Millennium Castle Brunestad, closest to the corridor. Arcuade was sitting while Shinji was standing, the latter talking. "Do you realize your mistake?" "What was it?" "I don't know." "Forget it." Shinji sighed helplessly. "You don't know?" "I'll tell you. You are an executioner of true ancestor, specifically meant to kill fallen true ancestor, not humans. If you can't even distinguish between a vampire and a human, how can you be a proper executioner? Hey, are you listening? Yes, I'm an executioner of vampires, right? Arcuade stuck out her tongue and grinned, hee, I like the title executioner. Don't laugh and keep your hands still. Sit properly, with your hands on your lap. Shinji was fuming. When he watched Tsukihime, he thought Shiki was too harsh on Arcuade, completely lacking the gentleness he showed to others. Now he realized it wasn't that Shiki didn't want to be gentle, he simply couldn't afford to be. A moment of inattention and this girl would get carried away. When ordinary people get carried away, it might not lead to major problems. But if Arcuade did, it could spell disaster, given she was a god of the present world who could alter reality at will, possibly even on a level higher than a god. Regardless of whether she would leave in the future, Shinji had decided to teach her properly while she was awake, to prevent her from causing trouble. Of course, Arcuade didn't appreciate Shinji's good intentions. Her eyebrows raised, and her expression fell, pouting in dissatisfaction. I almost killed you, so what? You're such a petty person. Didn't you almost kill me too? Please, my princess, I'm human, not a true ancestor. Humans are very fragile, unlike you true ancestors who can revive even if you die, even if my harp cut you in half, it wouldn't matter much to you. No matter how effective the refraction of longevity effect of the harp was, it couldn't compare to the conceptual power of the mystic eyes of death perception. Arcuade could survive even after being divided into 17 parts by the mystic eyes of death perception, so the harp was nothing. Reviving comes at a cost, and that's not what I meant. Then what? Shinji was genuinely curious. It's that blue light. Because of it, my head is now filled with all sorts of noises, all jumbled up. If it gets worse, I might not even be able to maintain my consciousness. Is it that serious? Shinji didn't believe it. It wasn't even the complete third magic, how could it be so powerful? Yes, it is. Arcuade nodded repeatedly. What exactly is it? Rune and Kabbalah secret arts are ineffective against me due to my immunity. Since I haven't developed an immunity, meaning I haven't experienced this type of magic before, it must be something from the East or South America. But could the secret arts from there hurt me this much? Arcuade's unique constitution made her naturally develop immunity to magic she had experienced, rendering such magic ineffective. Only extremely high-level mysteries could harm her effectively, such as mystic eyes of death perception, distortion mystic eyes, or ancient age of gods mysteries. Hey, tell me. Arcuade grabbed Shinji's arm and shook it back and forth. All right, I'll tell you. Just stop moving, I'm getting dizzy. Mainly, he was hungry. Since waking up, he had been exploring and battling without eating anything. Not being hungry would be strange. Unlike the true ancestor in front of him, supported by Gaia, who didn't need to eat, and was always energetic and full of vitality. Here, it's this. Shinji extended his hand in front of Arcuade, and with a flash of blue light, the magic activated. However, just as Arcuade let out an "oh" of amazement, Shinji's face suddenly turned pale, and he swayed, collapsing forward. Naturally, he was caught by Arcuade. What's going on? Shinji looked at his hand in confusion, pressing his other hand on Arcuade's arm to steady himself. He didn't feel anything wrong, so why did activating the magic give him a headache? It was like the feeling at the final moment of his confrontation with Arcuade when the blue of his soul and the pure white world burst open. It seems so. Arcuade brought her face close, staring intently into Shinji's eyes. It should be similar to the injury I received. When you activated that just now, I felt my marble phantasm. Towards the end, Arcuade's expression also showed pain. What about you? I just tried to activate marble phantasm, but the noise in my head got louder. It seems your magic and my marble phantasm interfere with each other, causing both of us to be affected. I see. Then why does my head stop hurting now but yours still does? Maybe it's the difference in the scale of abilities. Your ability is smaller in scale, so the impact is less. My ability is larger in scale, so the impact is greater. That makes sense. Shinji carefully recalled the final clash. Wasn't it just two abilities interfering with and affecting each other? He probably saw Arcuade's memories because of this. So marble phantasm and third magic can affect each other. Wait, what did you say? I said marble phantasm and third magic can. Third magic? You use third magic? Arcuade showed clear surprise. Yes, but it's only a small part, still far from being a true magician. It's mainly about thoughts and emotions. Third magic, thoughts. Emotions, all related to the spiritual realm. They can interfere with each other. Magic is indeed fascinating. Arcuade furrowed her brows, then quickly relaxed as if she'd understood. That must be it. I can faintly hear pronunciations like brother and Shinji. Is that your name? Yes, sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Shinji Matou, a magus with a small grasp of the third magic. Shinji smiled and extended his hand to her. This time, Arcuade sensibly shook Shinji's hand. I'm Arcuade, Arcuade Brunestad. Just call me Arcuade. As you said, I'm the executioner of vampires, a true ancestor. Nice to meet you, Shinji. Nice to meet you, Arcuade. P.S. Correction, there's no concept of mystery in terms of effectiveness. It's just that mystery becomes ineffective in the face of a greater mystery, leading to derived concepts. Chapter 625, Chapter 625, clearly. Targeted by Gaia. Hey, Shinji, how did you get here? Arcuade tilted her head, legs swinging, her face full of curiosity. Shinji innocently touched his nose. That's what I want to know too. Millennium Castle Brunestad is a product of marble phantasm, originating from Crimson Moon. After Crimson Moon was killed by Zelrich, it fell into disrepair, but was restored to its original state after Arcuade's birth. This place exists both within and beyond the present world, a secret realm higher than a temple, a great temple. Generally, no one can enter without Arcuade's permission. I woke up and found myself lying in the hall. I was hoping to get the answer from you. I see, let me take a look. Arcuade tilted her head from left to right, her eyes turning from red to gold again. She had very peculiar eyes, usually red, but they turned gold when she activated her mystic eyes. Arcuade possessed mystic eyes, known as the mystic eyes of enchantment. They weren't the low-level artificial mystic eyes inscribed with enchantment magecraft, but high-level natural mystic eyes with powers to bind, brainwash, and manipulate memories, interfering with the mind. Unlike most mystic eyes, they didn't require direct eye contact, but needed the other person to look at her a few times. Because of this, Shinji was affected when looking at her. If not for his mastery of the third magic related to the soul, giving him unparalleled resistance to mental interference, he might have fallen under Arcuade's control. However, this time, Shinji did not resist and was not affected by the mystic eyes because Arcuade was not manipulating his memories, but the world's memories or records. This was also one of her abilities as a natural being, Gaia's true daughter. This ability allowed her to track Roa down in each reincarnation, killing him shortly after his rebirth, because he could not hide from her. An ancient vampire would have many ways to hide otherwise. After about 3 minutes, the gold in Arcuade's eyes gradually faded, and she looked up, letting out a pitiful whimper. Ouch, my head hurts. All kinds of voices mixed. Didn't you feel uncomfortable using magic? Shinji shook his head. Every voice was an important bond. How could he feel uncomfortable? You monster. You're the last person I want to be called that by. I finally understand why I had a headache. The information from the world exceeded my brain's capacity. You who can freely interfere with the world are the real monster. We're both monsters. Arcuade clapped her hands, concluding. Hee hee, that's not so bad. Fine, you win. In a way, you're right. Naturally, Arcuade, a candidate for you, and Shinji, who wielded double-digit noble phantasms and delved into the third magic, were far from ordinary and deserved the title of monsters. Do you know why I ended up here out of nowhere? Arcuade nodded. It's because of the planet, also known as Gaia, that you were sent here. Shinji was stunned. While he had considered reasons such as Zelrich playing tricks, he never thought it would be the planet's will itself. If not for Gaia's true daughter Arcuade confirming it, Shinji wouldn't have thought in that direction. After a good while, he finally reacted and asked. Why did Gaia send me here? To have you kill me? No, it's to follow you. That's why I was awakened. Arcuade awkwardly scratched her cheek. Shinji put his hand on his forehead, ready to say something, but the princess had already apologized. I was groggy from sleep. Forget it. Shinji sighed helplessly. The situation had already happened, so there was no point in dwelling on it. Moreover, it wasn't entirely Arcuade's fault. She was sleeping soundly, only to be woken up by an alarm, and find a stranger with an unpleasant aura before her. Understandably, she attacked without checking the alarm's message. So why did Gaia want you to follow me? The incomplete third magic shouldn't warrant such attention from her. Considering Gaia's top creations were predominantly female, Shinji chose the female pronoun, her, fitting the term Mother Earth. It's not the magic, it's the eye on the moon. She wants me to go with you. Ah, I see. Hearing this, Shinji understood. Indeed, Mooncell deserves Gaia's attention, with a priority higher than magic. In a parallel world, specifically in the Fate/Extra storyline, Arcuade also entered Mooncell, likely due to Gaia's directive. Though Shinji understood, he had his concerns. What if he and Arcuade, or rather Gaia behind her, disagreed? Then Arcuade, I have an important question. You must answer honestly. Ask away. Did Gaia give you specific instructions on what to do? No, when you go, she'll send me with you. And then? That's it, just follow you. Shinji stared at Arcuade. Arcuade also stared at Shinji, blinking her eyes. The two had a staring contest. In the end, Shinji gave in, knowing that Arcuade wouldn't lie. So what is this? Surveillance. I don't know either. How about we go now and see? Maybe I'll know what to do once we're there. I refused. Shinji mercilessly rejected Arcuade's proposal, causing her to pout again. 2 reasons. First, it's very dangerous there, and we're both injured because of your mistake. I already apologized. Shinji, you're so petty. What's the second reason? I have something to do. What is it? Can I help? Sure, first send me to the nearest city, as fast as possible. Hey, what are you doing? Before he finished speaking, Shinji found himself being carried by Arcuade. Sending you out. Arcuade said this while sprinting with Shinji at a speed of 100 meters per second. Slow down, let me cast a protection spell first. You said to be quick. Ah, Fukuda. It seems Shinji's upcoming life will be full of disasters in every sense. Chapter 626, Millennium Castle and McDonald's 1085 words being human must be hard. Half an hour later, in a certain globally renowned fast food chain, Arcuade propped her chin with her hand, listlessly staring at Shinji sitting across from her. She watched him swallow a burger in 3 bites, and said indistinctly, "Sorry, humans are just that troublesome. We need to eat and sleep, and we're very fragile. Yet, there are so many of us, and we have endless desires, but what can you do when you're dealing with a human?" Ugh, that sounds terrible. Exactly, humans are terrible creatures. Shinji seemed to have choked from eating too fast, so he quickly took a few gulps of cola. But even terrible humans have some advantages, like creativity. Creativity. Yes, look around you and compare it to your castle. This is a manifestation of creativity. Arcuade curiously observed the store, which was predominantly red and yellow and emphasized cleanliness and convenience. She thought about it for a moment and then nodded seriously. It looks nice. Hey, do you think it would be fun if I turned my castle into something like this? Shinji couldn't help it and sprayed out a mouthful of cola. No, absolutely not. With a few drops of brown liquid splashing on her face, Arcuade didn't get angry. She just asked confusedly, why? Isn't this good? It is good, but... Turning the vampire's sacred origin site, the significantly meaningful Millennium Castle Brunestad, into a McDonald's would drive those ancient monsters who lived through the age of true ancestors insane, especially your sister Alt Rouge. Of course, Shinji couldn't say such blunt truths out loud. Anyone who knew a bit about the vampire circles would be aware of the strained relationship between the Brunestad sisters. Arcuade once had long golden hair reaching her waist, but it was cut off by Alt Rouge centuries ago. In retaliation, Arcuade gravely wounded Alt Rouge, forcing her to hide for many years. She even signed a contract with the Knight of Wallachia to use his power to gather blood and recover from her injuries. Shinji didn't answer, but Arcuade wasn't willing to give up, persistently pressing on. But what? In desperation, Shinji came up with a random excuse. But it doesn't fit the vampire style, at least not the image of vampires that circulates in human society. Unexpectedly, this reason piqued Arcuade's new interest. Vampire style, how do you humans describe us vampires? Red cape, black tuxedo, a 2,000 square meter castle by the sea, rows of servants, a warehouse full of jewels, sleeping from 6 in the morning to 8:30 at night for beauty sleep, and waking up to a bottle of 1982 blood. Sorry, I mixed up my lines from too much work recently, let me redo it. Let me think, I remember there's a song that describes vampires. He took another sip of cola to wet his throat, and began to sing quietly. Vines crawling over the Count's grave. The castle is desolate, with overgrown weeds in the soil. A chubby witch who can't ride a broom chants spells in Latin, la la woo. Her black cat's smile looks like it's crying. Even after 6 years in this world, he still remembered the lyrics and melody clearly. After finishing the song, sparse applause sounded around him, with some enthusiastic young people whistling and calling out encore. Shinji wasn't surprised by such a reaction. Magus, accustomed to chanting spells, typically had a strong sense of rhythm and melody. Coupled with his clear, unbroken voice and the retro British-style tune, good reviews were inevitable. The only downside was the Japanese lyrics that the Romanians couldn't understand. Yes, Romania. The coupling point of the Millennium Castle and the real world was located within Romania, making it a fitting origin for vampires. The Millennia family's castle, Milnia, had a name almost identical to the Millennium Castle, whether by coincidence or design. It was a pity for the one-time fame of Vlad III. If given the chance, Shinji would find a way to fulfill his wish, to repay the noble phantasm he had been granted. With these thoughts, Shinji crossed his hands, palms together, and gently rubbed. When he opened them, there was already a finger-length, millimeter-thick iron stake, precisely a miniature pile summoned by the Kazikli Bey. Shinji with the noble phantasm closely related to vampire legends while listening to the vampire princess's thoughts on the lyrics. The Romanians couldn't understand Japanese, but Arcuade could. She could read not only memories from the world but also various recorded knowledge, including languages. If she wished, she could become the world's best translator at any time. Vampires really should live in ancient castles. But desolation and weeds feel weird. Many vampires consider themselves nobles and usually keep some servants to clean the castle. Could it be because they've been asleep for too long? Many dead apostles are transformed through magical rituals by magus. The witch you mentioned is probably one of them. The black cat is familiar. Speaking of which, I also have a familiar that looks like a black cat. Werewolves, bats, and pigs result from using beast factors to supplement their bodies. Ancient dead apostles can all do this. But what's with reciting the Gospel of John before drinking blood? Isn't the church opposed to vampires? And that Princess Catherine, eating old male rats is one thing, but why AB blood type? Are there rats with AB blood type? Hey, are you listening to me? I'm listening. Shinji squinted his eyes, twirling the miniature iron stake in his hand faster and faster. Then answer my question. What question? I knew you weren't listening. Arcuade hummed in dissatisfaction, her left hand darting out like lightning to snatch the annoying miniature iron stake. How could Shinji let her succeed? With a deft maneuver, he shifted it from his left hand to his right hand, all while not forgetting to answer her. I already told you, that's a common perception, a product of human imagination and creativity. Taking it seriously means you've lost. I won't lose. Seeing that one hand couldn't win against Shinji, Arcuade used both hands. Unfortunately, in this kind of trickery, she wasn't Shinji's match. After dozens of tries, she still couldn't get what she wanted. At this moment, applause and whistles sounded again from around them, clearly taking the playful tussle between the two as a performance. Hearing the support from others, Arcuade became even more enthusiastic. She planted both hands on the dining table, and then the table collapsed. Chapter 627, Chapter 627, Printing Money on the Spot. 12-15 words. The table collapsed. Why make a big fuss about it? As the only natural god in the modern world, a candidate for you, and a being higher than even phantasmal species, Arcuade was more destructive than a humanoid T-Rex. Tearing down buildings by hand and running faster than a sports car were trivial for her. In her normal state, she would consciously control herself to avoid causing damage to her surroundings. But once she got excited, her control would weaken. Luckily, she only pressed down on the table with her palms, and McDonald's standard table quality was decent enough. Otherwise, the diners would have witnessed the fantastical scene of her hands slicing through the table like tofu. Of course, even just collapsing the table garnered a lot of attention. A young man at a nearby table even mimicked Arcuade's posture, lifting his feet off the ground and putting all his weight on the table, which remained intact, proving the quality of McDonald's hardware. Shinji quickly reacted, pressing the muttering, so fragile, Arcuade back into her seat, with one hand while raising the other high, speaking in English. Sorry, we got a bit carried away. How much for the table? We'll pay the full price. The McDonald's staff hadn't encountered such a situation before and quickly fetched the manager, who finally gave a price. Shinji didn't haggle. The Matou family might not be as wealthy as some, but their assets were more than enough for the family members to splurge, so there was no need to fuss over a small amount of money. However, when he pulled out his wallet to pay, he was embarrassed he didn't have enough money. Shinji's wallet was new, the previous one possibly lost in the river or the sea. Either way, it was gone. The IDs and bank cards inside could be replaced, but it would take time, and Shinji hadn't received them before leaving home. The wallet only had some cash. Though Shinji often traveled abroad and had a habit of carrying US dollars, he had only kept a few bills for symbolic reasons, enough for a meal but not for compensating a table. Do you accept yen here? Sorry, we don't accept yen. You can use a credit card, the manager replied. The problem is I don't have a card with me. Are we going to dine and dash? Shinji muttered softly, turning to look at Arcuade. He didn't have high hopes but decided to ask anyway. Do you have any money? No, but I should have a way. So we just need more of this kind of paper, right? Arcuade said, pulling a green bill from Shinji's wallet. That's right. Shinji nodded, a sense of unease rising in his heart. The next second, his unease was confirmed. Arcuade's eyes turned from red to gold, and then identical bills appeared out of thin air, even with the same serial numbers. He had just been lamenting about fantastical scenes, and now one had appeared. This was no longer just about attracting attention, it was about eyeballs dropping to the ground and being crushed. The culprit, Arcuade, proudly asked, Hey, is this enough? Shinji barely managed to suppress the emotions surging in his chest. He glanced at the surveillance cameras overhead and then, under the shocked gazes of the onlookers, drew runes in the air, casting the suggestion magic that every magus needed to master in society. Nothing happened here. You saw nothing. We saw nothing, nothing happened. Influenced by the runes, the people in McDonald's repeated the same words in unison. After confirming that there would be no issues, Shinji finally stopped the suggestion. Phew, suggesting so many people at once is tough. What's the big deal? My mystic eyes could have handled it in an instant. Shinji, you're so overthinking. Hearing Arcuade's complaint, Shinji's barely controlled emotions surged again. Whose fault do you think this is? If you hadn't used your powers recklessly, would I need to go through all this trouble to clean up? I didn't use them recklessly, just a little bit. Indeed, it was just a little bit. Although paper money is man-made, its structure is simple, and with a sample, Arcuade could easily replicate it. It's still reckless. You promised me that you'd get my consent before using your powers. Having experienced being dragged along in a 100-meter sprint in 1 second, how could Shinji not make preparations in advance? Unfortunately, he still underestimated Arcuade's unpredictability. All right, I admit I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Seeing Arcuade's spirits dampen, Shinji's expression softened, and his voice grew gentler. I'm not trying to harp on your mistake. Money is a fundamental part of human society, and even a small discrepancy can cause big problems. Explaining it in detail is complicated. If you're interested, I can find you a book to study it slowly. If you say it's complicated, it must be very complicated. I'm not reading it. Arcuade wrinkled her nose in a cute manner, which brightened Shinji's mood considerably. She had that kind of charm, though it was only perceptible to those connected to the mystical world. This was one of the preparations Shinji had made. If Arcuade fully unleashed her charm, ordinary people's sanity would crumble instantly, regardless of age or gender. Fine, don't read it then. Just remember what I said and never do this kind of thing again. If we don't have enough money, I'll handle it. Maybe it was a bit exaggerated, but for a competent magus, problems that could be solved with money weren't problems. Arcuade, in response, pointing at the floating replicated bills and asked, what should we do with these? Destroy them. You've already made them, so let's not waste them. Just change the serial numbers, the last 3 digits here, so they don't repeat. Like this. Her eyes flashed gold, and the numbers changed accordingly. No matter how many times he saw it, Arcuade's ability was always astonishing. This was the legendary humanoid money printer, creating genuine bills on the spot that even the Mint couldn't distinguish. Yes, just like that. Shinji first counted out the necessary amount and handed it to the manager behind the counter, then put the remaining bills into his wallet. He didn't forget to erase the runes he used for the suggestion spell before leaving. With a snap of his fingers, the fast food restaurant returned to its usual order. Only the staff at the door could faintly hear the conversation of the departing couple. By the way, does using marble phantasm still give you a headache? It does, but it's a bit better now. It seems you're gradually getting used to the voices of humans. Maybe I should find a place to test my magic too. Sure, let's go right now. No, before that, we need to go somewhere first. Where to? A place where we can make an international call. My phone's out of battery. What's that? It's this. It looks fun. I can't understand its structure for now. Take your time to understand it. If you still don't get it, I'll buy a few more for you to take apart and play with. Hee, Shinji, you're the best. Chapter 628, Chapter 628, Link Start 1086 Words. A dimly lit room. A boy lying on the ground. A girl with vacant eyes. Intermittent sobbing. And occasional rises and falls. Please don't misunderstand, this is not some sort of prison. This is the cargo hold of a plane flying from Romania to East Asia. This isn't some illegal detention roleplay either, it's smuggling, although this act is still illegal. The boy and girl are naturally Shinji and Arcuade, who just escaped from the Millennium Castle. They ended up in the airplane cargo hold because they didn't have Romanian documentation, making them TNT unable to board a plane through regular means. Originally, Shinji intended to contact Zelrich by phone to have him teleport himself and Arcuade directly to Japan. However, Zelrich had once again disappeared before Shinji could call, saying only, "Shinji is already fine," and then sent Justice, Rin Tosaka, and Iliasville out of the secret workshop. When Shinji contacted Justice, the three were already on a train back to Fuyuki. After all, it's Japan where the Matou, Tosaka, and Amiya families have much more influence compared to distant Europe, where their reach is limited. Shinji was displeased with Zelrich's hands-off approach. However, considering the old man's unparalleled ability to escape, and their vast difference in power, Shinji could only curse a few times, calling him an old fossil. Arcuade, on the other hand, didn't mind. Other than showing a slight surprise at the mention of Old Man Jewel, she didn't say much. The two are old acquaintances. Arcuade met this legendary old man shortly after her birth. Despite being a dead apostle, the old man is a unique individual not listed on any vampire hunting lists. With no one to help, Shinji had to find his way home. Having previously traveled to Romania with Artoria, Reika, and Jack, he naturally chose a similar method. They transferred to Bucharest, confirmed the flight, and sneaked into the cargo hold while the goods were being loaded. Then came the long wait. Arcuade's personality is innocent and carefree, saying whatever comes to her mind, and she despises boredom. She could endure the day by sleeping, but at night she became energetic, needing something to do. This is also a characteristic of vampires. Unlike other vampires, who are harmed by sunlight and can only hide during the day, sunlight doesn't cause Arcuade any physical harm. She simply dislikes it and becomes lethargic under it. Not just sunlight, flowing water, garlic, holy water, and crosses, all typical vampire deterrents do not affect her. If she didn't have the urge to drink blood, she would be the perfect being, though her current behavior is far from perfect. So boring, Shinji. Shinji lay on the ground, eyes closed and silent. Hey, Shinji, let's play. Seeing Shinji ignoring her, Arcuade began to throw a tantrum, flailing her arms and legs like a child, causing the luggage around them to clatter. Shinji finally opened his eyes, yawning as he got up and grabbed Arcuade's hand. My princess, can't you let me sleep peacefully? You slept during the day, and I didn't disturb you. I even carried you to the airport. But it's boring. Ah, right, what do you do when you're bored? Meditate, train my magical power, review spells, practice runes. I don't seem to know any of that. You don't need to. If humans had your abilities, they wouldn't study these things. Shinji shook his head and began to doze off again. Wait, don't sleep. Talk to me for a while. Arcuade suggested tentatively. Half a day? Until dawn, just until dawn, okay. Arcuade pouted, looking greatly aggrieved, but little did she know that Shinji felt even more wronged inside. Young lady, if you don't want me to sleep, just say it. Okay, I don't want you to sleep, I want you to play with me. I am defeated by you. How do you want to play? With Arcuade being this honest, what else could Shinji do but obediently surrender? In the 6 years since he came here, this was the first time someone made him feel so helpless. I don't know. Still an answer so honest it left one speechless. Shinji can decide. Then accompany me to sleep. With a thud, Shinji lay back down. Sleep, just sleep, doing nothing else. You promised not to sleep. Arcuade grabbed Shinji's shoulders and pulled him back up. All right, I won't sleep. But I don't know what to do either. Shinji stared at the ceiling, utterly bored. I can't just practice magic while you watch. Arcuade shook her head repeatedly. No way, absolutely not. Then be quiet for a bit, and let me think of something to pass the time. Okay, but hurry up. I'm already thinking. Are you done? Almost there, don't rush, answer me a question first. What question? How are your injuries? Much better. Except for a headache when using Marble Phantasm, everything else has recovered. What about the voices in your head? Sometimes I still hear them, but they're not annoying anymore. I see, then it might be worth a try. Shinji pondered. The rules of the Moon Cell world are entirely new. The Marble Phantasm based on Earth's nature theoretically doesn't work. If I remember correctly, the servant version of Arcuade doesn't have this broken ability either. Yeah, it's worth a try. If it doesn't work, we can just come back out. It'll be like a first experience. This phrasing sounds terrible. What's terrible? Did you think of something fun? Arcuade beside him still looked full of anticipation. I did have an idea, but it could be a bit dangerous. That's okay, I'm not afraid of danger. How do we play? It's too cramped here to do anything. We need to go to a broader world. Put your hand down. I didn't mean for you to punch a hole in the cargo hold. Do you want to crash the plane? Then how do we get outside? With a chant, I can send us out. As for you, Gaia will send you up. Could it be you've always wanted to see it, right? Let's go then. But first, we need to secure our bodies and set a return time, so no one finds out. Leave that to me. I'll deploy a small-scale illusion. Pure white spread out, enveloping their bodies. Arcuade grabbed Shinji's wrist and watched him close his eyes, softly chanting. Link start. Chapter 629. Chapter 629. First exploration of the Moon World. 1120 words. What does it feel like to enter a fictional world from reality? Every young person living in modern times who yearns for fictional worlds has fantasized about this, and Shinji is no exception. He had several hypotheses. For instance, his vision goes black, and when it returns, he finds himself in a completely new world. Or perhaps various lines intersect before his eyes, gradually evolving into different data, with his consciousness swimming in a sea of data, eventually finding a glowing gap and passing through it to reach a new world. But after experiencing it for real, he found all his fantasies were wrong. It was a brand new feeling, neither good nor bad. Unlike the grogginess of parallel world travel, Shinji's consciousness was very clear. He could see the blue crystal deep within his soul emitting special waves, constructing a passage between Earth and the Moon. He could distinctly feel his soul being tugged by a special force, pulled out of his body and continuously reshaped. It was stretched, squashed, or turned into various strange shapes that couldn't be accurately described with words. This was an inspection and a transformation of his existence, making his soul more suitable for the unknown realm he was about to enter. It was also a form of sublimation, at least that's what Shinji believed. No color, no sound, no taste, everything perceived through the body was non-existent, leaving only the most primitive, purest soul sensations. For Shinji, who had stepped into the realm of the third magic, it was an unprecedented experience, one that granted him deeper soul insights. Unknowingly, he became even more expectant of the legendary full-dive virtual reality. He didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been a minute, or maybe an hour. In the world of the soul, Shinji lost track of time, only knowing that after the final adjustment, he had finally regained all his senses. The tactile feeling of the wind brushing against his cheek, the auditory sensation of leaves and grass swaying and rustling in the wind, the unique olfactory and gustatory sensations of plants and soil dampened by dew, and the visual sight of endless greenery stretching across the landscape. Everything was indistinguishable from the real world. No, it was even more vivid than reality. Shinji could even clearly see the veins in the leaves and grass, fully appreciating a beauty starkly different from anything artificial. Is it the change brought by the soul's sublimation? Or is the world created by Mooncell inherently higher in level than the real world? Just as he was seeking further answers, familiar cheers reached his ears. This is the new world. It looks like a lot of fun. Yahoo! Out of caution towards the unknown, Shinji wanted to stop Arcuade from shouting, but for some reason, he felt it unnecessary, as if another voice was telling him this place was safe, and there was no need to worry. He closed his eyes and let his perception spread. Something strange happened. Places his perception swept over appeared in his mind as miniature projections. Although somewhat rough compared to what his eyes captured, this comprehensive, wide-range detection method was unmatched by the five senses. Through these projections, Shinji also concluded that there was no danger around. Confirmed, it's a change in the soul. Indeed, it's a great gift. The deeper he understood his changes, the less dissatisfied Shinji felt towards someone. After all, it's hard to bite the hand that feeds you. The more you receive, the softer you become. Arcuade's voice again, this time tinged with surprise. What is it? Why are you making such a fuss? Shinji opened his eyes just in time to see Arcuade circling him, and even reaching out to grab his hair. Shinji, you've suddenly grown bigger. What do you mean, grown bigger? This is called growing up, dummy. Casually brushing off Arcuade's hand, Shinji realized he had reverted to his adult form. This was only natural. Mooncell is a world of spirit particles, reading soul data, and the conclusion it reaches wouldn't be a 12-year-old. He stretched lazily towards the sky, enjoying the feeling of not needing to look up at Arcuade anymore. Arcuade was quite envious of this change, repeatedly asking, Hey, how did you do it? I want to try it too. This is my special ability, usable only here. Besides, I don't think you need this ability because you are already perfect as you are now, no need for any changes. Golden height, golden proportions, a dual princess of Earth and Moon. She was the very definition of perfection. Arcuade laughed, a very happy laugh. I've changed too. Did you notice? Shinji walked around Arcuade once, finally shaking his head. She was still wearing the same clothes they bought at the store, so what changed? Shinji, you're so dense. I've become something called a servant now, and you are my master. Haven't you felt the connection between us? Shinji's expression changed as he quickly began checking his state. Soon, he discovered a new bond between himself and Arcuade, along with 3 red markings on his hand. I see, so this is Gaia's method. It was expected. In the world line of Fate/Extra, Arcuade seemed to have entered Mooncell using this method. Was Gaia employing this method to have Arcuade watch over him, to make him Arcuade's suppressor, or perhaps both? Regardless, the fact that they had become intertwined was already established. She couldn't shake him off, and he wouldn't abandon her. Together they would explore this unknown world, supporting each other. But before the official exploration, Arcuade, let's run some tests first. What kind of tests? To see what differences there are between here and Earth, and how we've changed. Come on, let's start with a run to test our speed. Immediately, dust flew and grass leaves scattered. The two, immersed in the new world, didn't realize that after their consciousnesses left, new visitors had entered the cargo hold. This person didn't trigger Shinji's protective and alert magic, nor was detected by Arcuade's fantasy. He simply stood not far from them, quietly observing their 2 sleeping faces leaning against each other. After a while, he nodded slightly and said in an old yet vigorous voice, "It seems to have succeeded. I never thought you would make such a choice. Here's a piece of advice: don't harm this child if you hope for a different future." After speaking, the visitor's figure became increasingly faint until it vanished. Simultaneously, the quietly sleeping princess suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the spot where the visitor had disappeared. Her eyes were still beautifully red but were replaced by profound transcendence and detachment. Chapter 630 Roa must die 1182 words Tokyo International Airport, also known as Tokyo Haneda Airport, or Tokyo International Air Harbor, was established in 1931. Located on the left bank of the Tama River estuary in the southeastern end of Oda, Tokyo, it is the oldest civil aviation airport in Japan, and the largest airport in the country. To this day, this airport still plays a crucial role, handling six-figure passenger numbers daily. A passenger plane from the west landed on runway No. 7 following the control tower's instructions. The Taram logo on the fuselage indicated its origin and ownership Romanian Airlines. After a period of taxiing, the plane reached its designated berth. The prepared staff operated the elevator to the dock with the cabin door, while ground personnel on the other side began unloading cargo. Everything was orderly and methodical. However, if someone carefully counted the number of passengers on the bus, they would notice an undercurrent beneath the order. There were 2 more passengers on the bus than had originally boarded. Unfortunately, no one would perform such a seemingly trivial task, and those 2 extra passengers quickly blended into the crowd upon entering the terminal, leaving no trace. These 2 were, of course, the stowaways Shinji Matou and Arcuade Brunestad. As they exited the airport, Shinji removed his hood and asked with a smile, "How was it?" "Fun and exciting." Arcuade nodded repeatedly. "Fun, very fun. Let's quickly find a safe place and go back into play again. This time, I will win." By fun, she didn't mean the stowaway part. To the 2 who wouldn't die even in a plane explosion, stowing away was quite boring. The excitement came entirely from their first experience in the fictional world. They were so immersed in the new world that they completely lost track of time. It wasn't until the alarm clock rang for the 5th time that they reluctantly logged out of Mooncell. By then, the plane had already landed, and the cargo hold door had been opened. Fortunately, they had set up a bounded field, otherwise, they would have had to go through the trouble of using magic to suggest their way out to airport staff. Was the fictional world that interesting? Could it captivate both a transmigrator and a natural god? The answer is yes. Although the 2 hadn't left the wilderness where they logged in, nor encountered any spirit life forms, the wilderness itself and the changes in their forms were enough to keep them excited for a long time. The physical rules of the fictional world were mostly similar to Earth's, but there were some differences, such as gravity. Earth's gravitational acceleration is about 9.8 meters per square second, while the fictional world's gravitational acceleration is 1,633 meters per square second, only 1/6 of Earth's. This is because Mooncell is located on the Moon, and this aspect of the rules references the lunar environment. The change in the gravity environment is no small issue, affecting all aspects of their behavior. Take the initial running test, for example. As soon as they started running, both fell one after the other. They were used to moving in Earth's environment, and as a result, they used too much force. Running was difficult, making exploring the new world an impossible task. Thus, their primary goal became adapting to the environment. Fortunately, this was not a particularly difficult task. Arcuade naturally possessed immense strength, and to avoid causing excessive destruction, restraint had become instinctive. With reduced gravity, it was merely a matter of restraining her strength a bit more, and she quickly got the hang of it. Shinji didn't have this instinct, but he had undergone Scat Haka's body control training, enabling him to adjust his body well. By the time they left, the 2 were capable of a considerable degree of combat. They hadn't logged out in time because they were too engrossed in the evenly matched battle. Yes, evenly matched, and it was close-quarters combat. The login rights Shiro left were only for Shinji, not including Arcuade. Arcuade could enter the fictional world by being attached to Shinji as a servant. Since she became a servant, she had to follow servant rules. A servant's basic attributes are limited by the master. Although Shinji was strong, he wasn't enough to support a fully EX-ranked Arcuade, so weakening was inevitable. Arcuade's current attributes were Strength, A+ Endurance, A Agility, a Noble Phantasm, E. On the other hand, Shinji's basic attributes directly referenced his servant panel of a parallel world due to his experience as a servant, confirming that the third magic could indeed interfere with the fictional world. One side weakened, the other strengthened. Although there was still a large rank difference, Arcuade's straightforward combat style allowed Shinji to display his martial skills, resulting in a draw. Of course, this was just close-quarters combat without using skills and noble phantasms. Otherwise, not even two Shinjis could be a match for Arcuade because of Arcuade's inherent skill, Ultimate 1. Ultimate 1, Rank EX Ultimate 1. A skill that, through support from the planet, remains one step above the opponent in specifications. If the stage is Earth and the opponent is also Earthborn, it will activate without any adverse effects. However, within Moon Cell, it has a time limit, and there may be existences whose scale it cannot surpass. In simpler terms, no matter how powerful you are, I will always be a bit more powerful. With this skill, even if she lost Marble Phantasm due to changes in the rules, and even if she was somewhat restricted because she was not on the Earth's surface, Arcuade still holds a place in the third tier of the combat power pyramid. With her presence, Shinji's journey in the fictional world will be much easier, and obtaining the kingship will no longer be an unattainable goal. However, Shinji did not agree to Arcuade's request to find a place to log in again immediately. On one hand, he understood the principle of moderation, and on the other, he knew that although the fictional world was wonderful, it was not his final destination. No matter what, his focus should be on the real world and the people he cherished. Additionally, there was another very important reason: he wanted to give a gift to this lovely princess. With Shinji's call, a winged horse appeared in the world. So cute, snuggle snuggle, Arcuade immediately took a liking to this creature, which was as pure white as she was. Pegasus did not reject Arcuade's affection, as she exuded a unique, natural charm. Shinji mounted the horse, one hand stroking its mane, and the other hand reaching out to Arcuade, who was whispering to the horse. "Come on up, there will be plenty of opportunities to play later. First, come with me to a place." "Where to? Is it far?" "Not far, it's in this area. You'll know when we get there." He tugged the reins and Pegasus flapped its wings, stepping into the air. Their destination, the Tano family. "Since you have become my servant, your enemies are my enemies. Roa must die." Chapter 631, Chapter 631, Night Visit to the Tano Residence. 1093 words. On a secluded hill in the suburbs of Tokyo stands a mansion. No, a mansion is an understatement. In terms of sheer land area, it can be compared to the palatial residences of ancient nobility. A black iron fence, old but not rusty, encircles the entire hill. The area is large enough to accommodate a primary school with a football field comfortably. Inside the fence lies a forest garden. Yes, the forest is the most fitting word. Within this forest, dozens of houses of various sizes are arranged in an orderly fashion, all surrounding a tall Western-style building in the center. The entire estate exudes a powerful, awe-inspiring presence. Of course, this presence did not intimidate the two visitors. "Is this the place, Shinji?" Arcuade swayed under the bright moonlight, exuding an unusual beauty. However, Shinji accompanying her had no time to appreciate her beauty, as it was imbued with a chilling killing intent. "Yes, this is the place. Do you have to go in now? The sun will rise in 2 hours. Let me gather some information first." "What if I'm wrong?" "No, you're not wrong." Arcuade shook her head firmly. "Although it's faint, I can sense Roa's presence here. Thank you for bringing me here. I know you're right, but I really can't wait any longer, not even for a minute. I shouldn't have told you the news in advance." Shinji scratched his head and sighed. He had overestimated Arcuade's patience, or underestimated her hatred for Roa. Arcuade had a strong curiosity, and was very persistent. She didn't listen to phrases like "you'll know when we get there." During the flight, she kept asking Shinji where he was taking her, changing her questions repeatedly. Unable to withstand her relentless questioning, Shinji told her that Roa's current reincarnation might be in the Tano residence. Upon hearing Roa's name, Arcuade changed entirely. She became unbearably cold, and her undisguised killing intent froze the air. She urged Pegasus to accelerate, then accelerate again, and again, even leaving Pegasus back to lighten its load. When Shinji's mana was insufficient, she directly carried him, flying to the Tano residence, arriving 2 hours earlier than expected. "Well, if you don't want to wait, then let's not wait. But before we go in, I need you to agree to 3 things." "What are they?" "First, only target Roa. Try not to affect anyone else. Second, if others are alerted, let me handle them. You focus on Roa. Third, and most importantly, no matter what Roa says, you must not kill him. I've already told you the reason we can't give him the chance to reincarnate again." Since he had shared information about Roa, Shinji also revealed the plan to end Roa's reincarnation with the mystic eyes of death perception. This was why Arcuade was standing here talking to him, otherwise, she would have already stormed in, causing havoc, just like when she destroyed a French town while killing Roa's 17th incarnation. Seeing the worry and concern in Shinji's eyes, Arcuade finally nodded. "All right, I agree. Follow me. Let's find my friend first and see what she's discovered." Shinji said, materializing Hades' cloak, and silently landed on a branch of a tree. Recalling Tuko's description and using the moonlight to find his bearings, they stealthily moved toward a small detached house on one side of the Western-style building. Compared to the tall Western-style building nearby, the small house seemed inconspicuous and uninhabited. But Shinji knew this was the environment Tuko preferred. "Just as I thought. But the activated rune means she's resting." A rune on the back of a rock outside the house confirmed Shinji's judgment. It was a defensive spell set by Tuko, understandable only to fellow rune users like Shinji and Sakura. "Waking her up won't be easy. We'll have to be a bit rough." He gestured to Arcuade to wait, then approached the rock. The moment he stepped over the rune, the spell hidden within the earth and connected to the ley lines activated. Cursed magical projectiles shot out from the lawn, heading straight for him. Shinji did not dodge or evade. Relying on the magic resistance granted by the golden apple, he ignored the impact of the magical projectiles and continued forward. The second wave of attacks followed swiftly, and was much harder to deal with. The first wave was merely a warning, with the curses in the projectiles causing only dizziness. However, continuing forward would mark him as an enemy, triggering a lethal response. Lightning runes lit up, and bolts of purple and gold electricity intertwined to form an electric net. Shinji stretched out both hands, tracing 2 lightning runes to create a gap in the net through mutual cancellation. But before he could pass through, several ghostly shadows emerged around him. The electric net was just a decoy, a diversion. The real killer move lay elsewhere. Shinji frowned slightly but acted swiftly. He wielded the long and used divine gun blade, slicing through the shadows, reducing the shadow apostles to pieces in an instant. "I see," using lightning to cast shadows and summoning shadow apostles from those shadows, as expected of Tuko, to devise such a technique. It seems Arcuade's impatience has its advantages. I'm even more curious about what the next wave will be. No sooner had he spoken than the third wave arrived right on cue. Shadows, countless shadows swayed. The swaying shadows coalesced into shadow apostles, which brought forth more shadows, summoning additional companions. In the blink of an eye, the lawn outside the house was filled with shadows, making it hard to discern reality from illusion. A grand spectacle, but this won't be enough to stop me. Activating reinforcement magic, Shinji's blade danced in a blur, and he charged like a tiger amongst sheep, slaughtering the summoned creatures en masse. Having grown accustomed to battling servants and vampires, these summoned beings were no longer a threat to him. He didn't even need to use his noble phantasm, a mere magical blade sufficed to cut them all down. However, as he continued fighting, he sensed something amiss. The structure of the spell was indeed excellent, and its defensive effect was top-notch, but Tuko was not someone who would be satisfied with merely achieving excellence, especially in the fields of familiars and puppets. If it were her, she wouldn't be content with simply overwhelming an enemy with numbers. There had to be another trick. What could it be? As Shinji pondered, a figure different from the shadows appeared behind him, delivering a karate chop aimed at his neck. Chapter 632, Chapter 632, Battle in the Darkness. 1024 words. A hand blade. It wasn't a conventional hand chop, where 5 fingers are held together and the edge of the pinky strikes. This was a true blade attached to the hand. A wavy blade was mounted from the pinky's edge to the wrist, coated black and treated with paint. If not for the slight sound it made cutting through the air, this hand blade would have been completely silent. This sound gave Shinji the chance to react. Sensing danger, Shinji quickly ducked and then swung his blade upwards in a reverse grip at the assailant. No, it wasn't necessarily a person. Though his peripheral vision caught a humanoid shape, Shinji didn't sense typical human traits like body heat, heartbeat, or breath. Is it a doll? As his blade was blocked, Shinji made his judgment. The divine gunblade, while not the sharpest, couldn't be easily caught by human hands. The house's owner, Aozaki Tuko, was renowned for her mastery in doll making, earning a top rank in the clock tower. He severed the flow of mana to his blade, causing the mana-formed blade to vanish. Using this opportunity, Shinji quickly retreated while assessing the doll before him. Long hair, roughly 165 centimeters tall. Though hidden in shadows, the silhouette suggested a female form, and the amber eyes were a rare feature, unlike Tuko's dolls. As his vision blurred, the humanoid silhouette vanished in an eerie manner from Shinji's sight. Invisibility. Seems like Tuko modeled this puppet's combat style after mine. Alright, let's see whose stealth is superior. Shinji pulled his cloak, and his form began to disappear. Typically, stealth isn't used face-to-face because once detected, its effectiveness diminishes greatly. But there are exceptions, like in special environments. Tuko's bounded field created such an environment, with disorienting shadows that maximized visual interference, making stealth easier. In front of the standalone house, maintaining a specific distance from other buildings, tranquility returned. However, this calm was superficial. Under the barely perceptible shadows, a fierce hidden battle raged on. The light was distorted. Even with the silver moon overhead providing some illumination, no clear images emerged and even sounds struggled to escape this area. Watching from outside the bounded field, Arcuade could only faintly hear the increasing frequency of blades clashing. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Though the time wasn't long, it felt unbearably lengthy. Hand blade, bow blade. Fists, palms. Nothing was clear, and the sounds were indistinct. One side was a lifeless doll, the other was a stealthy wielder of divine weapons. This was a battle in the darkness. This was a clash in silence. This was a true assassin's duel. Such a battle couldn't last long. When one side was forced to break stealth, the battle's outcome would be decided, just as darkness can never last forever. With an unusual explosive sound, a figure was knocked out of the air, stumbling and staggering. A tattered gray cloak, steadily leaking spirit particles. The reconstructed blade of the divine gunblade was falling apart. His left arm somehow turned golden and bore a gaping wound covering most of his forearm, with golden blood streaming out. Sweat from his forehead fell along with the blood. Undoubtedly, Shinji had lost this dark confrontation. Given Shinji's current strength and physique, a few minutes of combat shouldn't have left him drenched in sweat, no matter how intense. But the mental strain was another matter. The pressure of having his senses shrouded, knowing there was an enemy but being unable to pinpoint them, was immense. It felt like an ordinary person dancing on a knife's edge while blindfolded. This experience gave Shinji his first taste of a true assassination. Unlike him, who relied on noble phantasms and bore the title of an assassin in name only, the puppet was a genuine assassin, truly killing without a trace. Blood mixed with sweat dripped onto the ground. Shinji admitted his defeat wholeheartedly. However, despite his admiration, he had some doubts about whether this doll was truly created by Tuko. It wasn't a question of Tuko's abilities, but rather a sense of antiquated mystery from the doll, a long history ingrained within it, intrinsic to the doll itself, not externally added. This property allowed it to break through the golden apple's protection and injure Shinji's left arm. Of course, Tuko might have used a plethora of ancient materials to craft this doll. What exactly are you? Naturally, there was no response, as that would reveal its nature. In a brief moment of exchanged blows, Shinji saw a spark of intellect in those amber eyes. She was no ordinary puppet. Answer me. If you don't, I'll have to ask your creator directly. Ignoring the bleeding wound, Shinji rushed towards the door of the small house. Just as he was about to touch the doorknob, a sharp blade suddenly appeared, aiming straight for his back. Yet, in this life-threatening moment, Shinji remained calm, even confident. With a flick of his right hand, the divine gunblade flew out, deflecting the blade targeting his back. Simultaneously, Shinji sidestepped in the opposite direction of the blade's trajectory, turning and gently pressing his blackened palm against the assassin doll's abdomen. The doll slipped, nearly falling, with a clear look of panic in its eyes. Disregarding the enemy that was so close to being killed, the assassin doll hastily retreated. But it was too late. After retreating only 2 steps, the doll's legs grew increasingly heavy. Looking down, it saw that everything below its knees had turned gray and white petrification. Finally caught you, Miss Assassin. Now can you tell me the answer? Withdrawing the aegis of Athena from his hand, Shinji gave the doll a gentle smile. It's fine if you don't want to speak. The owner of this house will tell me the answer. No need, I'll tell you the answer. A voice, both delicate like a young girl's and authoritative like a superior, sounded not from the assassin doll but from a further distance. I also have some questions for you. Please answer truthfully, if you don't want your companion to get hurt. Chapter 633, Chapter 633, Vermilion Akiha 1179 Words in the deep night, a streak of red appeared. Bewitching, brilliant, like dazzling sparks, or perhaps like autumn leaves. The source of the red was a head of long, flowing hair. The owner of this hair was a young girl, with an elegant demeanor, and the slender physique typical of East Asian women. Though her eyes were sky blue, at this moment, they seemed to be ablaze. Her appearance was identical to the demoness Momiji from Japanese folklore. This girl, whether human or ghost, stood beside Arcuade, her indifferent words carrying an undisguised threat. Unfortunately, Shinji didn't take this threat seriously. He looked the girl up and down with curiosity, muttering, I didn't expect to be noticed from such a distance. No one can underestimate the Tano family. Though the girl was young, she exuded an air of dignity. Release Miss Kato from her petrification immediately, or else what? Shinji crossed his arms, looking at the girl with interest. Upon seeing her eerie red hair, Shinji recognized her identity. Tano Akiha, the eldest daughter of the Tano family, daughter of Tano Makahiza, sister of Tano Shiki, and the member with the highest concentration of Tano blood. She was a candidate for the strongest among the younger generation in Japan's mystical world. Face the consequences. The flames in the girl's eyes grew fiercer, yet the air temperature dropped increasingly lower. Is that so? No problem, I'll bear it. Come on, show me the consequences. Then, Shinji saw the consequences. To be precise, he didn't see them, because the consequences didn't manifest visually. He could see them thanks to the mental power scanning he comprehended in the fictional world. Since this comprehension was in the fictional world and for a short time, he couldn't use it well in the real world. It wasn't until the dark battle with the doll named Katu, where his senses were interfered with, that this ability was truly activated. Shinji lost the dark battle, but Matou also lost her greatest reliance, captured by the mental power scan. Thus, Shinji could skillfully deflect the blade, and then use the assimilation magic of the Black Hand to disrupt Matou's internal magic, finally petrifying her calf with the aegis of Athena. Now, another strange scene appeared in Shinji's consciousness. The scenery remained the same, but this time, numerous lines filled the view, red lines, spreading outward from the girl's hair, dividing the sky, earth, and everything between into countless fragments, including Shinji and the observing Arcuade. Interesting, so this is how caging hair manifests. Quite fitting hair like a fence, trapping its prey with no escape. The caging hair entwining Shinji began to burn. Despite the flames, there was no heat, instead, it grew colder. Within just a second, Shinji felt his body numb, and even his thoughts slowed. This was the effect of caging hair, using hair as a medium to rapidly drain the enemy's heat, rendering them immobile or even causing death. Invisible and intangible, it was a nearly indefensible technique, Tano Akiha's most common combat method. However, since it was captured by the mental power scan, it could naturally be countered. Shinji clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist mantra. Homage to the incarnate light of infinite radiance, master of the universe. In an instant, the relic emitted a brilliant light. The golden Buddha light enveloped Shinji, dispelling the caging hair around him. The Tano family's special abilities stemmed from the demon mixed into their bloodline, which was precisely countered by the Buddha light. Without caging hair, Akiha's heat-draining ability was severely affected and quickly receded. Buddhism, Tendai sect. Akiha, worthy of her status as the Tano family's eldest daughter, immediately recognized the source of the Buddha light and questioned sharply. Is the Tendai sect declaring war on the Tano family? Buddhism flourished after Genjin's eastward journey, Christianity arrived in the 15th century, native Shinto, and various demons, and their descendants tied to the Yayorozu no Kami, along with exorcist families specializing in combating these creatures. These forces have historically fought and cooperated, ultimately forming a current state of interwoven influence, maintaining an overall balance. But this balance is fragile. If the Tendai sect, which holds a significant position in Japanese Buddhism, were to clash with the leading human-demon hybrid family, the Tano family, this balance would be shattered. Thus, Akiha's tension was palpable. Upon being asked this, Shinji recalled the complex situation in Japan's mystical world. He quickly waved his hand and gave the timeless response. I'm not with the Tendai sect, and I don't intend to wage war against the Tano family. Then who are you? Why are you here? Before he could answer, Arcuade couldn't hold back any longer. So noisy. Hey, Shinji, isn't it done yet? Her patience was already thin, and she had only been waiting quietly because of her agreement with Shinji. Now her patience was finally exhausted. Just wait a bit longer, it'll be done soon. Shinji quickly reassured her. I'm not waiting anymore. Arcuade pouted, shaking her hand childishly and heading towards the small house. Anyway, we just need to get inside. Stop, don't move. Akiha's red hair moved as if blown by an invisible wind. Arcuade was a hostage meant to balance against the enemy and exchange for the doll. There was no way Akiha would let her leave. Arcuade kept walking, completely ignoring Akiha. The princess's personality was straightforward. If she was interested, she would cling to you, if not, she wouldn't bother at all. Akiha was furious. She fully activates her caging hair. Not good. Shinji's expression changed. He rushed towards Tano Akiha at the fastest speed, not to attack, but to save her. She was very strong, fully utilizing the power of the Tano blood to rival a servant. But no matter how strong she was, she couldn't be stronger than Arcuade. The consequences of provoking her recklessly were obvious. As caging hair began to burn, pure white spread out, altering reality itself. Not only did it annihilate the red hair, but it also reversed the flow, attacking Akiha's body. Along with the pure white was Arcuade's hand, beautiful yet dangerous, posing a lethal threat to Akiha. She had never seen anyone dissolve her sea caging high, in such a manner. This woman was even more terrifying than that boy. Just before the pure white and the hand could touch Akiha, Shinji intervened, grabbing Arcuade's wrist with one hand, and knocking her on the forehead with the other. Stop, you stop right now. Didn't we agree you'd focus on Roa, and leave the rest to me? But it's boring. Arcuade said, holding her forehead. How much longer are you going to make me wait? Soon, just be patient a little longer. Then hurry up. I'll be quick. Just don't make a move, and if you do, don't hurt anyone. Shinji took a final glance at the pouting Arcuade and the still frightened Tano Akiha before rushing towards the small house at top speed, bursting through the door. Sister Tuko, wake up. Chapter 634, Chapter 634, An Unexpected Development. 1237 words. The mood of Ms. Aozaki Tuko, renowned Grand Magus, top-tier doll maker, and the Tano family's doctor and Akiha Tano's advisor was a bit sour. No one would be in a good mood after conducting experiments until late at night, and then being woken up just half an hour after falling asleep. Seeing that the person waking her up was a certain little rascal who had been missing for days with no news, her bad mood was somewhat alleviated. However, since she wasn't wearing her glasses, her expression was still unpleasant and her tone was icy. Oh, back already? Yeah, I'm back. Where's my gift? There wasn't much worth bringing back from there, so you're saying you went out, didn't bring a gift, and the first thing you do upon returning is disturb my sleep. Do we have a grudge or something? I was wrong, all right. Hearing the resentment in Tuko's voice, Shinji quickly apologized, his attitude sincerely contrite. I'll make it up to you later. Just tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you. That's more like it. Seeing Shinji's sincere apology, Tuko's remaining displeasure vanished. She reached for her glasses from the case, resuming her image of an intelligent and capable mature woman. By this time, Akiha Tano had also understood the boy's identity. Tuko was still sitting on the bed, wearing only a thin nightgown, not minding the exposed parts of her body being seen by Shinji. He had also lost his earlier edge, letting Tuko hit and complain without getting angry at all. This indicated that their relationship was not just familiar but something closer. Tuko only showed this kind of closeness when talking about a few people, and among those few, there was only one man. Tell me, why did you rush over here so urgently? Is it because of this young lady? Tuko snorted lightly. It hadn't been long, and he'd already brought someone back. Shinji shamelessly smiled. Half of it is because of her, the other half is because I wanted to see you as soon as possible. You should tell that to Sakura and Fujino instead. Tuko pushed Shinji's face away, her gaze sweeping over Arcuade. Her thin eyebrows raised slightly. This woman didn't seem human. The pure white princess was sitting on the windowsill, basking in the moonlight, her legs swinging back and forth, still muttering, "Not yet, be patient, not yet, be patient. Get to the point. If there's nothing important, I need to get back to sleep." Where is Roa? I don't know. This is not the time to joke around. Shinji got anxious, seeing Arcuade getting restless. Who's joking with you? I don't know. Seeing that Tuko was serious, Shinji frowned, his gaze shifting twice towards Akiha Tano. With your abilities, it's impossible that you couldn't find the target after all this time. Could it be the Tano family? Such small gestures didn't escape Tuko's notice. She shrugged, causing a ripple across her chest. No matter how capable I am, I can't bring the dead back to life. What do you mean? Don't you get it? The person you asked me to find is already dead before I even arrived. That's impossible, Roa isn't dead. Shinji glanced at Arcuade, who was listening intently. Despite the unusual situation, Roa was indeed the vampire she had since. If she said Roa wasn't dead, then he wasn't. I don't know if Roa is dead or not, but the person you asked me to find, Shiki Tano, is indeed dead. You gave me outdated information. Shiki Tano. Shinji almost doubted his ears. Shiki Tano was dead. How could he be dead? How could someone who was possessed by Roa, and could drain others' life force die? If he was dead, what would happen to Roa? Questions kept popping up, making his head a mess, and it took a while for him to calm down. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Shinji let out a slow breath and turned around awkwardly. Arcuade, it seems I made a mistake. Roa's 18th incarnation is already dead. Surprisingly, Arcuade wasn't too shocked. She just responded with a simple, "Oh," and asked, "Where did he die? Where is the body?" I should answer that question, said Akiha Tano, the eldest daughter of the Tano family. As a condition, I need to know the full story, including what happened tonight, and his relationship with you. If possible, Akiha didn't want to reveal the family's secrets to outsiders. But since the other side already knew about Shiki Tano, and had formidable strength, she had no choice but to abandon the option of using force, and opt for negotiation. All right, I agree. Shinji nodded. Their intrusion tonight was already wrong in the first place, so it was only fair to comply with such a reasonable request. In 1992, Arcuade annihilated Roa 17 in France, and Roa reincarnated into Shiki Tano, becoming Roa 18. Subsequently, Shiki experienced inversion impulses, and was killed by the arriving Makuhisa Tano. Near death, Shiki used fusion to steal Shiki's life force, allowing him to survive, and was eventually imprisoned by Makuhisa. Up to this point, this was the part of the story Shinji knew. According to Tsukihime, Shiki was supposed to be imprisoned until Makuhisa's death, after which Roa would awaken, triggering a series of events. However, an unexpected change occurred. Shortly after being imprisoned, Shiki experienced another inversion impulse for unknown reasons. Helplessly, Makuhisa had to kill Shiki again, completely ending his life. After Shiki's death, Makuhisa buried him in the Tano family's cemetery on the hill behind their house, publicly declaring it the grave of an adopted son who had died in an accident. Seeing the empty, dusty dungeon earlier, Shinji had already believed Akiha's words, and Arcuade's readings from the dungeon, and the grave confirmed that Akiha was not lying. This also highlighted the limitations of Arcuade's ability to read the world's memory. She needed a specific medium to retrieve the desired information. The closer the medium was connected to the information, the better the effect. She searched for Roa through the power he had stolen from her. If Roa didn't awaken, this power would remain dormant, making it impossible for her to find him. Using the Tano family as a medium, she read traces of Roa's existence, but couldn't get further information until she used Shiki Tano's grave and death location as the medium. Now I'll have to wait a long time again. This was Arcuade's final reaction, cold and indifferent, reminding Shinji of how she was when they first met. Don't seem to care much. Isn't he your? Yes, but I've killed him many times, and he's escaped many times. I don't mind waiting a few more times. Hundreds of years of entanglement and long waiting, he didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from making a decision. Next time he awakens, I'll go with you. Before dawn, the coldness of the pure white vampire princess melted, and she smiled like a blooming flower. She had changed. That day they met. At that moment, a collision occurred between the natural touch and human sentiment. In that instant, the embodiment of nature, which was supposed to be emotionless, was tainted with feelings. No, none of that mattered. What mattered was that she liked this feeling. Chapter 635, Chapter 635, Kata Danzu 1191 words. Without any interruptions and having seen a certain little rascal who had been missing for several days, Tuko slept exceptionally well, straight through until nearly noon. When she woke up, she was unusually energetic, without the typical grogginess from low blood sugar. She casually washed her face, threw on the coat draped over the chair, and pushed open the door. Standing outside was a girl with short pink hair, dressed in a maid's uniform. Although she had been waiting for quite some time, her expression remained calm, showing no signs of impatience. It was as if waiting for Tuko was perfectly natural. Indeed, she was the Tano family's servant, a professional maid. The moment Tuko opened the door, the girl bowed appropriately. Good afternoon, Tuko-sama. Ah, good afternoon, Hizui. What time is it now? It's 11:35. Lunch will be ready in 25 minutes, the maid named Hizui replied meticulously. Is it that late already? Seriously? Didn't I tell you that if I wasn't up by 9, you didn't need to wait? I would find you when I got up. Hearing Tuko's complaint, Hizui responded expressionlessly. Serving you is my duty, Tuko-sama. Ha, that's true, but don't be so stubborn. Occasionally, listen to my opinions. After all, I am the one you're serving, right? Tuko sighed helplessly and said no more, clearly accustomed to Hizui's responses. This young maid had an unusual persistence in some areas, almost as if she had been programmed like a machine. Understood. Hizui's standard bow and emotionless voice drew another sigh from Tuko. Sometimes, I think you're more like a doll than Kadu. As if responding to Tuko's comment, the maid beside her remained vacant-eyed and expressionless, like a delicate doll. However, neither you nor Kadu are truly without emotions. You both have locked yourselves with some sort of self-imposed chains. I hope one day you can find the key to unlock them. With that, Tuko walked out of the room, heading towards the central mansion she had visited many times. Hizui followed her with small, precise steps. A complex look flickered in her empty eyes before quickly disappearing. Tuko-sama, your hair is messy. Would you like me to help you comb it? Forget it. No, please do. But can you hurry? I'm a bit hungry. Understood. Please wait a moment. Hizui swiftly untied Tuko's hairband and took a wooden comb from her apron pocket. Feeling the comb's teeth against her scalp, Tuko was a bit curious. You carry hairdressing tools with you? The young lady instructed me to. That picky perfectionist. Tuko snorted and said no more. Although she was also picky, it was limited to magecraft and her work. She was very casual about other matters. But her nominal student, Akiha Tano, was different. Her pickiness was ingrained in her bones, permeating every aspect of her life, making it a tiring way to live. Because of this, the two had several disagreements when they first met, which were only resolved by Makihiza Tano's mediation. It's not like that. Hizui paused slightly, barely audible words escaping her lips. Did you say something? Hizui shook her head and continued combing Tuko's hair. She didn't say that Akiha's perfectionism was forced, for the sake of someone she cherished. She also didn't say that this wooden comb had been in her pocket for nearly a year. Although the initial reason was Akiha's insistence on preventing Tuko from leaving the house without combing her hair if she woke up late, in reality, every time Hizui offered to comb her hair, Tuko had refused, until now. They are the same. So although it seems like they don't get along well, they still become a teacher and student. When Tuko and Hizui entered the mansion, it was already 11:45. At that moment, Shinji was circling a cloaked figure, occasionally muttering phrases like not bad and more suitable than me. What are you and Kata doing? Tuko asked. Although the cloak obscured any distinguishing features, she immediately recognized who was underneath. Oh, you're up, Shinji waved with a smile. I'm having Miss Kata test my cloak. And the test results. Excellent. As expected, such a noble phantasm should be used by a real assassin, not a half-baked one like me. Oh, you're quite self-aware. Of course. Though I feel like I'm getting more and more like an assassin, compared to the famous flying Katu, I'm still far from it. The name of the female puppet was Kata Danzu, a thief and shinobi or ninja whose name appears in pseudo-biographies or military books from the early Edo period. Active at the end of the Sengoku period, she inherited the Fuma style of ninjutsu, making her one of the most famous ninjas in Japanese history. Legend has it that Kata Danzu could manipulate puppets or mechanical dolls. However, no one knew that her true form was a mechanical doll, created by the sorcerer Kaiken Koji, and the first Fuma Kotoru, serving the Fuma clan for years. She was the master and foster mother of several generations of Fuma Kotoru. Later, due to lack of maintenance and battle damage, she ceased to function and was circulated as an antique in the collector's world. At some point, one of the Tano family heads purchased her as a collectible, and she was eventually given to the renowned doll maker Aozaki Tuko as a reward for treating Makihisa Tano. Tuko spent a long time and many precious materials to restart her, only then discovering her identity and background. Don't you find it strange? The world's greatest dollmaker blinked, trying to pique Shinji's curiosity. That the famed Kata Danzu is a woman, a puppet, and has been preserved until now. It's strange but not that strange. When you find out that King Arthur is a girl, Mordred is a girl, Nero the Tyrant is a girl, and Okita Tsuji is also a girl, and all four of them have the same face, you realize history books aren't very reliable. Tuko was speechless. She had hoped to see Shinji surprised, but she ended up being the one shocked. What you said, is it all true? Have I ever lied to you? You have. For example, the last time we agreed to see a rare magic manuscript from the time of Catherine the Great, you stood me up. And the time before that. Stop. Seeing Tuko start listing his mistakes, Shinji quickly raised his hands in surrender. Didn't expect you to remember after so long. Of course, don't you know that women hold grudges? Especially female magus. Let me rephrase, have I ever lied to you about important matters? No, Tuko shook her head. So, everything you said is true. But how exactly do you know all this? That's a long story. Let's talk about it another time. For now, let's have lunch. As they spoke, a girl wearing a kimono but tied with an apron, giving a sense of anachronism, opened the door to the dining room. Tuko-sama, Shinji-sama, lunch is ready. Seeing this girl who looked almost identical to Hizui, a flash of complexity crossed Shinji's eyes. Chapter 636, Chapter 636, Tuko's Operation 1191 words. Two girls with pink hair, the twin maids of the Tano family, needed no introduction. Shinji knew who they were, the two orphans of the Fuju clan from one of the four great exorcist families. The older sister, Kahaku, gave a cheerful and lively impression, while the younger sister, Hizui, was expressionless and doll-like. Anyone familiar with Tsukihime knows that the Tano family is a pit of despair. The source of all evil, Tano Makihisa, constantly dug pits, leaving a huge mess for the next generation. This eventually led to none of the next generation of the Tano family being mentally or physically healthy, each with a dark history. Among them, the most tragic were the sisters Kahaku and Hizui. Originally, both sisters were cheerful and lively good girls. However, Kahaku's mental state began to deteriorate when she was repeatedly violated from the age of 8 to serve as a tool for maintaining mental stability. Her mind gradually broke down. Even after being rescued by Akiha, she still embarked on a path of revenge to destroy the Tano family. She started to mimic her sister, which means her cheerful and lively demeanor was entirely an act for the sake of revenge. On the other hand, Hizui, having learned part of the truth, saw her beautiful world completely collapse. To avoid further harm, she chose to close herself off, turning herself into a doll, unconsciously becoming the image of her sister from the past. This pair of twins evokes pity and cannot be left alone. If ignored, the Tano family would be consumed by the flames of revenge, and no one would know how many would survive. This is no joke. In Tsukihime, out of 5 routes and 9 official endings, the true story is revealed only in the 2 routes focusing on the sisters, with 3 endings. In one ending, Kahaku commits suicide. In another, Kahaku is saved by Shiki after a suicide attempt but loses her memory and leaves the Tano family. Only one ending truly resolves their trauma. As for the other 3 routes and 6 endings, Kahaku's revenge plan is still in motion. In both endings of Akiha's route, Shiki dies, leaving Akiha alone. If Kahaku doesn't let go, Akiha too will soon die. The other 2 routes barely touch on the Tano family conflicts, but Kahaku's plan still succeeds, with Shiki dying and Akiha as the next target. Perhaps in the end, only Shiki will survive. Of course, no matter how tragic the Tano family is, it has nothing to do with Shinji. But since he had a decent relationship with Shiki and felt a pang of sympathy, he decided he might need Shiki's help in the future, like dealing with the 12 labors and 13 lives of Heracles. Shinji wondered how Tuko had handled things. If necessary, he would use mental interference to make Kahaku stop, squinting his eyes as he made up his mind. Times had changed. Shinji was no longer powerless, he now could do something. Just then, a hand lightly brushed through his hair. Looking up, he saw it was Tuko. "Stop overthinking and eat. I need to talk to you after lunch." Detecting the underlying meaning in Tuko's words, Shinji nodded subtly, temporarily putting aside his plans. Knowing Akiha's temperament, Shinji unusually adhered to the rule of no talking while eating or sleeping, silently eating except for occasional greetings. What needed explaining had already been explained to Akiha in the morning, and he had promised to offer compensation for any rudeness before leaving. The Tano family, after all, were the rulers of the Tokyo area, strong in both power and influence. Although Shinji was not afraid, he had to consider the Matou family and avoid unnecessary conflicts if possible. Akiha did not say much, patiently waiting for Shinji to take action, displaying the dignity of the Tano family's successor. No, not just a successor, but the current head, because what? You said Tano Makihisa is dead. After lunch, in Tuko's small cabin, Shinji heard a shocking piece of news, second only to the early death of Tano Shiki. But by now, no matter how shocking the news, Shinji could quickly accept it, recognizing that this world line was a unique product where anything could happen without external intervention. If Tano Shikii could die early, why not Tano Makihisa? This also explained why only Akiha responded to the commotion last night. She had driven out all the clan members after becoming the head. Of course, the reason still needed clarification. What happened? It couldn't have been related to you, right? That's right. Shinji had only asked casually, not expecting Tuko to admit it. When did it happen? Shortly after you were taken away by the second magician. And you're still staying at the Tano house. How could you? No, I need to take you away immediately. It's too dangerous here. Even if you can reincarnate, you shouldn't gamble with your life. Seeing Shinji so worried about her, Tuko's lips curled up slightly, and she waved her hand. Calm down, don't get excited. Makihisa's death is related to me, but I didn't kill him. He committed suicide. Because he figured things out. He didn't want to pass the hatred he caused onto the next generation, so he killed himself, in front of Kahaku. Tuko then recounted what she had done at the Tano house. She entered the Tano family under the guise of a doctor, naturally having frequent contact with Makihisa. Initially, she only helped treat Makihisa's physical ailments, alleviating his condition. But she soon discovered that Makihisa's weakness was not just physical, there was also poison involved, a special chronic poison. With Tuko's skills, it wasn't difficult to trace the source of the poison. It didn't take long for her to identify a suspect. Connecting this with some information Shinji had revealed, she understood the reason. Thus, while discreetly detoxifying Makihisa, she secretly observed Kahaku, and took the time to search for Tano Shiki's whereabouts since Shiki was already dead. Naturally, there was no result, which is why it took a year. After some time of observation, Tuko confirmed that Kahaku wasn't entirely consumed by hatred. She also struggled, especially when facing the sister she protected despite self-torture and Akiha, who had saved her from the pit of despair. With this confirmation, Tuko finally began to take action. She didn't go into much detail about her specific methods, only mentioning that she gained the trust of Makihisa and Akiha, becoming Akiha's tutor and receiving Hijui's service. With the opportunity to interact with them, she began various subtle influences. On one hand, she encouraged Akiha and Hijui to help dissolve Kahaku's malice. On the other hand, she increased her time chatting with Makihisa, gradually closing the distance between them, and waiting for the right moment. A year passed this way, and Tuko's awaited moment finally arrived. She confessed her purpose, a revised version, to Makihisa, and divulged part of Kahaku's revenge plan. Lastly, she told Makahisa that he didn't have much time left and asked him what he planned to do. Makahisa fell into turmoil. Chapter 637, Chapter 637, The Banished Darkness. 1169 words. Yes, Tano Makahisa was torn. If it had been his former self, in his prime, decisive in his actions, he wouldn't have hesitated. He would either use his ability to brainwash Kahaku, turning her into a real puppet. Makahisa had this ability, as he had altered Shiki's memories, or he would kill Kahaku directly to eliminate any future threat. Kahaku, after all, was still very young, and not particularly powerful in combat, making her easy prey for Makahisa. But things were different now. He was weakened, both physically and mentally. It has been said that as people grow older, they begin to reflect on the past, especially on past mistakes, and start to let go of previous obsessions. Although Makahisa was not yet 50, he had developed a similar mindset. In the past he had betrayed, slaughtered, and harmed many people for ambition, to protect his family, and to gain status. His hands were stained with blood. Did he regret it? He did not. If given another chance, he would do the same. The world of mystery, due to the presence of extraordinary powers, is more ruthless and hierarchical than the mundane world. And in Japan, due to its geography and history, it was even more severe than in Western societies. Living in such a world, part of such a dangerous family, if one did not want to be crushed into the dust, one could only strive to climb up until becoming a colossal figure that no one could easily shake. Makahisa had done this. He led the Tano family to become the leader of the mixed-blood faction, becoming a giant in the Japanese mystical world and the manager of the Tokyo area. He became the most outstanding head of the long-standing Tano family. So he did not regret it. However, despite not regretting it, he did feel some guilt toward those he had hurt. As time passed, this guilt grew deeper and heavier. Despite having mixed in demonic blood, he had not entirely lost his humanity. This was also why Tuko finally decided to take action. Tuko, who aspired to become immortal and had already stepped into the realm of the soul, walking the path of longevity, cherished most the brilliance of humanity, the radiance of the soul. Everything she did was for this radiance. Her in the end. After secretly observing his daughter and the Kahaku and Hizui sisters, and confirming the feelings between the three, Makahisa made his decision. He was dying, with little time left. But these children were still young, they deserved a better, brighter future. They shouldn't be destroyed by his darkness and mistakes. He decided to use his nearly extinguished life to do something for these children, as a meager atonement. On that day, Makahisa, after a long time, left his sickbed and gathered his family, clan members, and servants for a banquet. After the banquet, he invited her alone, and they drank together until late. No one knew what they discussed. Afterward, Makahisa called Kahaku to his room, just like on the night of her 8th birthday when the nightmare began. The difference was that Makahisa did nothing to Kahaku this time. He just had her sit down, and then knelt on the ground with a thud. He began to recount his past, with no embellishments, no excuses, just an honest narration in his old and trembling voice. After saying everything, he prostrated himself on the ground. It wasn't to seek Kahaku's forgiveness, but to hope that she would focus all her hatred on him. Whether she wanted to kill, skin, or torture him, Makahisa was willing to endure it, just to prevent her from venting her anger on Akiha. Because Akiha genuinely cared for Kahaku, and considered her family. To protect Kahaku from further harm, Akiha had specifically named her as her maid. Kahaku sat in the chair, dazed, without the smile imitating her sister's, her eyes lifeless, as if she had returned to being the puppet she once was. She just sat there quietly without moving. Makahisa also knelt there, waiting, without moving. No one knew how much time had passed when Kahaku stood up and walked silently towards the door. In the end, she did nothing. Just before Kahaku left the room, Makahisa called out to her. Kahaku turned around woodenly, and then she saw Makahisa collapse to the ground in a strange posture. His right hand had pierced through his left chest, still holding fragments of his heart. He had committed suicide. In his dying moments, he uttered his last plea: do not vent your anger on Akiha, and do not let the flames of hatred spiral out of control and affect your sister Hizui. Leave a place for yourself and everyone to live. He lay there, looking at Kahaku, the girl he had personally sent into hell. Looking until he died without closing his eyes. There was another long silence, deathly stillness. Suddenly, Kahaku let out a heartrending wail, then began to punch and kick Makahisa's corpse as if she had gone mad. Blood soaked her clothes and stained her hands, feet, face, and her pink hair. She resembled a vengeful ghost, relentlessly venting her hatred on her nemesis until dawn, until she exhausted her strength and collapsed in a pool of blood beside the unrecognizable Makahisa. A long, gentle sigh echoed. The partition door of Makahisa's bedroom opened, revealing two long-haired women, one mature, the other still somewhat youthful. It was Tuko and Akiha. Tuko silently left the room, giving space to this most innocent girl. As the door closed, she heard the suppressed sobs, the grief of losing a loved one, and the relief of finally being able to express the pain for that pitiful girl. A spark of fire lit up, thin wisps of smoke rising as Tuko, who could see the brilliance of the soul, held her beloved dragon smoke in her mouth, eyes tightly closed. She saw the final transcendence of the dissipating soul, the chaotic and filthy colors gradually fading, leaving behind a pure resolve, infused into the body that had been hurt countless times. She saw a soul covered with the flames of hatred gain a different kind of coolness. Though still weak compared to the flames of hatred, as long as there was a spark, a hope, she would one day find her way and no longer be lost. She saw a girl with the same qualities as herself, constantly tormented by imposed wills, enduring many hardships yet never forgetting her true self, ultimately blooming with a unique brilliance. How beautiful! With her eyes closed, pushed open the window, letting the morning light into the house, dispelling the darkness that had long lingered, allowing the fresh air to flow through the mansion, carrying away the accumulated gloom of many years. This ancient family had finally freed itself from the entanglements of past karma, and embarked on a new path. The daylight was bright, clear as glass. P.S. No comment. Chapter 638, Chapter 638. Breaking the deadlock and fate. 1151 words. After listening to Tuko's narration, Shinji's heart was a mix of complex emotions, difficult to untangle. There was a sense of relief, a kind of inexplicable sorrow, a lingering pity from past lives to the present, and of course, a genuine admiration for her. He reached into Tuko's coat pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and took one out, only for her to snatch it back. "You're not 16 yet, don't smoke. Just pretend you didn't see it this time. I suddenly really want one. One cigarette won't hurt." Shinji took out another, casually drawing a flame rune. "How about you join me? After all, I helped you get so much dragon smoke, and I don't even know what it tastes like. People who haven't smoked should avoid this kind, you might not like it." Tuko said, leaning towards the flame rune, taking a casual drag, and exhaling a puff of nicotine-laced smoke. "No worries, there's always a first time." Shinji mimicked her, finally succeeding after several tries, but ended up coughing hard from the strong smoke. "I told you, you're not used to it. This is exactly what I wanted to feel." Cough cough. Coughing, he continued taking big drags. Tuko had never seen anyone smoke like this before. It wasn't out of bravado but seemed more like venting. "Can't understand this. Nothing change." "Heh, true, you've always been strange." And so, the two began puffing away together. After finishing the cigarette, Shinji felt much calmer. What happened next? After that, Akiha publicly announced that Makahisa had died of illness, took over as the head of the family, and handled Makahisa's funeral. After the rites, Akiha, as the new head, changed the family operations, moved out all non-direct relatives, and either dismissed or let some servants leave with the relatives. In the end, as you can see, the huge house now only has Akiha, and the two maids Kahaku and Hizui left, plus me, the tutor who refuses to leave. At this point, Tuka paused deliberately, keeping Shinji in suspense. "Aren't you going to ask why I refuse to leave?" "No," Shinji shook his head, "the surface reasons are obvious. Makihisa entrusted you before he died, Akiha asked you, or perhaps she offered you an irresistible reward, or maybe it's to repair Miss Matou. But the core reason is just one: you find it interesting and don't want to leave. Am I right? Right, not a single mistake. A trace of helplessness reflected in Otoko's glasses, as Shinji had completely seen through her. The Tano family has many members and Akiha is only 15. Making such decisions right after taking over would inevitably cause a backlash. In fact, during this period, Akiha has been dealing with the relatives' accusations daily, with some extremists even trying to kill her and seize the head position. I've also been attacked several times, forcing me to have the not fully repaired kata stand guard at night. I see, so that's why Akiha came so quickly last night. In that case, she should be given more compensation, though how to compensate depends on what those three ladies think. What do you think? Akiha didn't say anything after Makihisa's death, and still kept Kahaku by her side, which says enough. Kahaku hasn't continued her revenge plan, but she hasn't completely let go either, she's somewhat wavering. As for Hizui, she's the hardest to deal with. Her heart has been closed off for too long. I've tried various methods, even using suggestion magic, but nothing has worked well. Maybe only when Kahaku truly lets go, will she let go too. I see, so the overall direction is good, but progress is slow, and it's currently at a stalemate. That's one way to put it. How about introducing an external force to break the deadlock? Shinji, with one hand on his chin, and the other raising a finger, pointed outside, this gesture giving her an idea. External force? You mean Shiki? Yeah, regardless of Shiki's true background, his current identity is as the eldest son of the Tano family. Moreover, Makiya told me he doesn't lack attachment to the Tano family, and has often mentioned memories of playing with his sister and others. Shinji lied again. Makiya had never said anything about this, but all he needed was a convincing reason, so his information wouldn't seem too abrupt. This suggestion, Tuko also held her chin, pondering, has a certain feasibility. No, it should be said that at this stage, it's the most suitable plan. I don't know what Shiki thinks, but I can be sure that Akiha's attachment to Shiki is no less than Sakura's to you. As for Kahaku and Hizui, let me think, they probably care about him as much as Fujino and Kiri do about you. Thinking this way, you indeed bear a heavy burden. We were talking about Shiki, how did this switch to me? Nothing, just lamenting how like attracts like you, Shiki and Makiya. Fate is truly a mysterious thing. It is very mysterious. I am grateful for fate, for letting me meet so many people important to me, and for letting me meet you. Shinji straightened up, making a very earnest pose, as sincere as he could look. Unfortunately, Tuko wasn't some naive little girl. Although her eyes briefly changed, she ultimately knocked him on the forehead. Say those words again when you grow taller, at least taller than me. Don't worry, it won't take many years before I surpass you. How I see you now, is how you'll see me in the future. So confident. Absolutely confident. Justice can testify. Tuko's voice rose as she lightly pushed her glasses. Looks like something interesting happened during your travel this time. Yes, unforgettable for a lifetime. I'll discuss with Justice how much to say. Discuss with Justice. Although Shinji believed he acted normally, he felt Tuko's gaze wasn't quite right. Still, he wasn't a greenhorn. Some things really can't be said too many times, just like this. This sentence wasn't spoken aloud but imprinted directly into her consciousness. This is. I've stepped into this realm too. Do I now qualify to walk alongside a future immortal like you? But be careful not to be left behind by me, seems like the soul isn't such a mysterious domain. You little rascal. Even someone as mature and wise as Tuko couldn't stay calm. Get out, I don't want to see you right now. Then I'll go discuss the compensation with Miss Akiha. Hurry up and go, you little rascal. Perhaps influenced by Shinji's will, Tuko felt a bit dazed, the figure in her vision no longer seemed so small. Seems like he has grown a lot, shouldn't keep me waiting too long, right? 3 years? 5 years? Or 10 years? By then, she shouldn't be old yet. P.S. Tuko is forever 17. Chapter 639, Chapter 639, Shinji's Compensation 1107 words. Since meeting a certain vampire, Shinji's schedule has become increasingly irregular. Staying up late at night has become the norm, and he doesn't always have time to sleep during the day. If it weren't for the solid foundation laid by Scathach and further strengthened by the golden apple, he might have already ascended, with his soul leaving his body. It was another night with a bright moon and few stars, perfect for a moonlit walk. Under normal circumstances, Arcuade would insist on Shinji accompanying her for a walk, but this time, she didn't come along because Shinji was going to kill someone. Our princess despised blood, especially fresh blood, the only vampire in the world who disliked blood. To prevent Arcuade from getting bored, Shinji had specially gone to town during the day to buy a game console and some game cartridges. Arcuade had an unusual enthusiasm for human entertainment, and games were one of the best ways to pass the time. When Shinji left, Arcuade was immersed in the world of Castlevania. It's worth mentioning that although she made a career out of hunting vampires, she was very interested in human-created vampire works. Shinji had picked out several classic games, but she chose Castlevania at a glance, leaving him puzzled about her thoughts. Was this a case of her words contradicting her actions? Seeing her holding the game controller with full concentration, it seemed it wouldn't be long before the Otaku alliance formed by Shinji and Waver would have another top-tier addition, someone who could clear the game without rest. With her buff of unlimited stamina and energy, there was no worry about her going bald. She was a natural gaming prodigy. Thanks to the game, Shinji could take some time to do his things without worrying about the princess becoming clingy or causing trouble. Tonight's mission was to help Akiha eliminate the unstable elements of the Tano family, a compensation offered by Shinji. Thinking about Akiha's reaction at that time made him want to laugh. Have my brother come back? It was a scene filled with a mix of expectation, worry, longing, a maiden's crush, and shyness. Although she forcibly suppressed it within a few seconds, it was enough to show that her level of affection for her brother was no less than Azaka Kakuto's or even surpassing it. No, absolutely not. Shinji pretended to be confused. Although he has been fostered by relatives, Mr. Makahiza is still his father. It's only natural for him to return and fulfill his duty as a son. Could it be that Miss Akiha dislikes your brother? No, how could I dislike my brother? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Akiha became anxious. I just... Just what? I'm just worried about my brother's safety. I don't know if Miss Aozaki told you, but my current situation isn't great. If he gets hurt, Well, she couldn't even finish her sentence. It seemed that not only could he smooth over the compensation issue this time, but he could also make the Tano family owe him a favor. Shinji calculated silently in his mind, but his face showed just the right amount of confusion. May I ask, hasn't Tuko told you that your brother also studied with her for a while? With his strength, it wouldn't be easy for even you, Miss Akiha, to defeat him. What did you say? Akiha stood up from the sofa abruptly, completely losing her previous composure as the family head. My brother is also Miss Aozaki's student. Although Tuko would never admit it, given Shiki's admiration for Aoko. Ah, that detestable woman, such bad taste. The surrounding air distorted, and Akiha's black hair began to turn red from the roots. Unfortunately, it only changed halfway before being stopped by Shinji's words. I don't deny her bad taste, but Miss Akiha, have you ever talked to Tuko about this? Akiha, whose personality was somewhat similar to Azaka Kakuto, could never talk about such things to anyone. Then you can't blame Tuko for keeping it from you. Speaking of which, you are indeed siblings, both like to keep things to yourselves. However, Shiki has changed a lot now, he's no longer so reckless. Shinji, are you very familiar with my brother? Very familiar. Can you tell me about my brother? Of course, which aspect would you like to hear about? Any aspect is fine. The underlying meaning was anything about my brother. Alright, then I'll just talk about whatever comes to mind. Shiki's personality is quite good, he's gentle with everyone, doesn't have much of a temper, is dutiful to his foster parents, and doting to his foster sister. Akiha naturally knew about the family Shiki was fostered with, but she still felt a bit disappointed because she wished her brother would dote on her. He's also very good to his friends and classmates. Although he gives off a frail impression, he has always been well liked. Especially among the girls, one of his classmates mentioned that the class beauty has had a crush on him for years. Who knows when she'll make her feelings clear and start pursuing him. The air distorted again, and Akiha's long hair fluttered like maple leaves. Is that so? My brother is unexpectedly popular. Wow, such intense pressure. She's already become a yandere for her brother. Shinji sighed inwardly and continued to fan the flames. That's right, Shiki even has a sister figure. This sister isn't just any ordinary person, she dotes on him a lot, teaches him various martial arts, and often invites him over for meals. Do you remember the female Shiki? Sister Azaka's brother's girlfriend. With a loud bang, Akiha slammed her hand on the coffee table in the sitting room. I've decided. I'll bring my brother home as soon as possible. I can't let him do anything that would disgrace the Tano family. Miss Akiha Tano, may I ask what exactly the Tano family values are? Never mind, she's been pushed to this point already, a little more and things might get out of hand. A wise decision. Before my brother returns, I need to clear out all the troublesome elements. Shinji, you'll help me with this, right? This is what you call compensation. Even though she was driven by jealousy, she still saw through Shinji's plan. Shinji didn't deny it and calmly admitted, "What, is this compensation not satisfactory, Miss Akiha?" Very satisfactory. I look forward to our cooperation. Looking forward to it. Then, for the Tano family's happy ending, I'll have to send you all to meet Yama. Are you ready, Miss Matou? Chapter 640, Chapter 640, The Invisible Guardian. 11:18 words. A barely perceptible gust of wind brushed past the back of his head, serving as a response. Shinji smiled slightly, waved his hand forward, and then stood still, quietly waiting for the results. Although the night's operation was led by him, the actual execution was carried out by the true master assassin, Kato Danzu. Shinji was merely a safeguard to prevent any loose ends from escaping. In fact, after that meeting, Shinji borrowed kata from Tuko. Over the past few days, Kata had been following Shinji, eliminating the spies around the Tano mansion. Through this, Shinji had gained a deep understanding of her abilities. Kata's strongest skill was stealth. Being non-human, human detection methods didn't work on her. As a wooden puppet, modern metal detectors also had little effect on her. Next were the abilities given to her by her creators, the mechanical illusionary method, bull swallowing from the illusionist Kashin Koji, and the ninjutsu from the first Fuma Kotoru. These gave her exceptional advantages in intelligence gathering, assassination, theft, and interrogation. Lastly, her speed and magical power were derived from her wooden composition. Wood is lighter than metal and has a higher affinity for magic, though it is weaker in strength and durability, making her unsuitable for direct combat. According to Tuko's standards, Katu is a specialized puppet, excelling in certain areas while being mediocre or even weak in others. This aligns with the characteristics of ninjas, the Japanese equivalent of assassins. Of course, such weaknesses and mediocrity are relative to her peers. When dealing with ordinary superhumans, Katu is still extremely powerful. The rebellious forces gathered by the opposition couldn't see through her stealth, let alone harm her. Fear pervaded the entire camp. Survivors either knelt in surrender, huddled together in resistance, or vented their madness into the air. However, regardless of their struggles, the outcome was the same: death in darkness and despair. This method of slaughter is increasingly terrifying. In some ways, it's more effective than a direct massacre. Through mental scanning, Shinji observed the entire camp's situation, including every move Kata made. He thus gained a deeper understanding of ninjutsu. Legend has it that ninjutsu originated from a combination of 5-element escape techniques, yoga, and Vajrayana mudras. I used to think it was a mishmash, but now I see I was too shallow. By extension, Onmyoto and Shinto must have their methodologies too, not just imitations. I haven't had the chance to see their intricacies. Finally can't hold it together. The fear of death and the unknown combine to create unbearable psychological pressure, leading to predictable outcomes. The camp collapsed and the survivors fled madly. This was not surprising. Makahisa had led the Tano family to greatness and held significant power within the family. Even in death, his influence couldn't dissipate quickly. Only a few family members dared to act at this time. Most were mercenaries chasing profit. These mercenaries might not be weak, but expecting them to fight to the death was unrealistic. Lasting this long is already impressive. There are few mercenaries of this caliber like Kairi Shishigu. Shinji casually remarked as he took out the divine gun blade and runic silver bullets. He loaded the bullets, adjusted the sight, and aimed at a mercenary about to escape the camp. First off, it seems it's not necessary. Just before the mercenary could escape into the forest, Kato, who had been in stealth mode, finally revealed herself. Her exposed limbs began to spin. Wrists, elbows, shoulders, knees, ankles. Some movements involved just one part, like the hands or arms, while others involved the whole body. High-speed rotation, each in a different manner. The air was compressed and sliced into countless fragments, with gaps between them swallowing even more air, along with the surrounding vegetation, rocks, and enemies. Blood sprayed, flesh scattered, mixed with various organs and bone fragments. The air, no longer gentle, resembled a runaway compressor, rampaging and crushing everything within reach. To narrow their target and facilitate defense, the camp they had formed ended up blocking their last escape route. When she finally stopped, only a barren expanse remained, leaving nothing behind. Her body remained impeccably clean, not stained by even a drop of blood. Combat ended, Master Shinji. The kunoichi stepped out of the camp and knelt on one knee. Good work. That last move was? Mechanical illusionary method, bull swallowing. Both real and illusionary, using the small to swallow the large, truly impressive. Despite signaling her twice to rise, Kata remained kneeling with her head lowered. It was thanks to your cloak that I had the opportunity to ensnare them all with my illusion technique. But such a precious artifact, is it okay to entrust it to a puppet like me? There's nothing wrong with it. Good steel should be used on the blade. Compared to me, a half-baked magus, you flying Katu are the most suitable person to use Hades' cloak. However, due to the nature of its existence, I can only temporarily lend it to you in this form. You've already mastered how to deploy and retrieve it, right? Although he had grasped magic, the restriction that noble phantasms can't be casually given to others still applied. Shinji could only use his experience in repairing noble phantasms, and the techniques left by Scathach to seal the cloak onto Katu. Insisting on bringing her along for the cleanup operation was also to help her quickly familiarize herself with Hades' cloak. Yes, I have mastered it. That's good. Now I can rest assured. Upon hearing Danzu's response, Shinji nodded in satisfaction. Kato Danzu, I hope you can promise me one thing. Your input, please, Master. As I am a shinobi, I will obey any order. Protect Sister Tuko well, and don't let her get hurt in the slightest. This was the true reason Shinji entrusted Hades' cloak to her. In the coming years, he would focus his energy on exploring the fictional world. Before that, he needed to ensure the safety of everyone he cherished. He never wanted to experience the sorrow of losing a family again. And Tuko was the most unpredictable of them all. Before the Fifth Holy Grail War, Tuko might clash with the Carolan Observatory, and might even engage in mutual killing with an ancient witch. Countless times though these incidents might not have happened due to his intervention, he had to be fully prepared. The top-tier ninja Kato Danzu and the Hades cloak that could deceive even the gods, together would create a true invisible man. With such a guardian, he could truly be at ease. Perhaps sensing the conviction in Shinji's words, Kata shifted from one knee to both knees, prostrating herself on the ground. Order received. Chapter 641, Chapter 641, Shiki Returns Home, Part 1, 1258 words Shiki Tano POV, It is winter. The traces of autumn have long since disappeared. Today is the last day of November, with just 1 month left until the new year arrives, along with an entirely new century. If possible, I, Shiki Tano, would like to spend this time at home, welcoming the new year with my mom, dad, and Miyako. However, unfortunately, that is not possible. A few days ago, a message came from the main family - return to the Tano household now. This was the command from the current head of the Tano family. It is really hard to accept. Although I am the eldest son of the Tano family, I have been fostered by the Arima family for 7 years, and haven't returned even once during that time. I am 16 years old this year. 7 years ago, I was 9, and I spent almost all of my childhood with the Arima family. To me, perhaps this is my true home. Compared to the Tano household, which emphasizes etiquette and strict family rules, the Arima household feels more like a real home. Stable, ordinary, leisurely. The family gets along harmoniously. My foster mother, Keiko, and foster father, Fumio, treat me as their child, and my sister, Miyako, is very attached to me, like a child who never grows up. I have always longed for such a life. Living so warmly for a lifetime wouldn't be bad at all. Clasping my hands together in front of the place that has always been my room, like praying at a shrine, I clap my hands and leave the room I've grown so accustomed to. I walk through the living room I have passed countless times, and step out of the entrance. Turning back, I look at the Arima household where I have lived for 7 years one more time. My foster mother, Keiko, rushes out, calling my name with a sorrowful expression I have never seen before, continuously nagging. She's worried about my health, worried about whether I can adapt to life in the main family, worried about whether I can get along with the people there. This is how mothers are with children who are leaving. Biting my lip, I say the usual words when going out. Why is it like this? I don't know. Although I won't step through this door as a family member again, perhaps I still hold onto the fantasy of becoming a family member here once more. However, at the moment of stepping out the door, I couldn't hold back. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Please take care of yourself, Mom. Please convey my regards to Dad and Miyako. Behind me came my mother's sobs, and I also felt my eyes well up with tears, telling myself repeatedly that if I didn't leave now, I'd be late. Today is Tuesday, a regular school day. Returning to the main family was set for after school. I could skip school, but I still want to walk the school path one more time. There might not be another chance in the future. School life was the same as usual, with classes and breaks. The atmosphere was slightly tense due to the approaching final exams. But this has nothing to do with me. My grades are average, neither good nor bad, and I have no plans to go to college. If I don't find something I want to do after graduation, I'll go to my big sis dojo to be a substitute instructor. My big sis said I'm almost qualified. Working at teacher Tuko's office like my brother Mikia wouldn't be bad either. I might even learn something about the teacher. I've always wanted to thank her. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with my 2 friends either. Arahiko Inui. With his orange-dyed hair, earrings, sloppy clothes, truancy, and constant fights, he's the only delinquent in our academically focused high school. Satsuki Yamazuka. The class idol with long brown hair, and a beautiful face that mesmerizes boys. Coupled with her excellent grades and gentle personality, she's also very popular among girls. Why these 2 prominent figures, who walk such different paths, became friends with an unremarkable student like me, I still don't understand. Looking back, it seems that ever since I met my big sis and big bro, the number of people around me started to increase, and they all have very distinct personalities. But that's not bad. Thanks to them, my days have been fulfilling. Exchanging jabs with my mischievous friend Arahiko, and bidding a gentle farewell to Satsuki, another school day comes to an end. Sigh, I exhaled. Next, it's time to head to the other side. Since I've decided to return, I'll just take it one step at a time. Whatever happens, I'll leave it to fate. A red sedan was parked at the school gate. The car's model and license plate were very familiar, as were the people inside. Kakuta Mikiya, a man who looked like an older version of myself wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses, and Ryugi Shiki, a woman with the same type of eyes as me. The latter rolled down the window and casually waved. What are you spacing out for? Oh, big sis, big bro. Why are you here? Aren't you preparing for the wedding? The Ryugi family is one of the prominent families in Misaki City. Although their status is not as high as the Tano family, it's not far off. As the heir and future head of the family, Shiki's wedding is naturally a big deal. Even before I received the order to return to the main family, they were busy with preparations, and wouldn't have had the time to come see me. Could it be that God heard my prayers? Shiki knew you were returning to the Tano household today, and was worried about you. The people in the Tano family are not ordinary. My big bro spoke while driving. My foster mother had said similar things before I left, but don't worry. I'm not ordinary myself. I adjusted my glasses, my peripheral vision catching a world full of cracks through the gap above the lenses. Confidence is good, but here. Big sis said, tossing me a black short-handled knife decorated with a Taiji symbol, and the inscription Nanaya, the short sword I use most often. The Tano household has been restless recently. You should be careful. Also, I suspect Tuko and Matou are involved in this. He's back. Shinji Matou, a boy who is also my friend, is the most mysterious one, disappearing from time to time. He just returned a few days ago. Fujino said he didn't go home, and came straight there. Clearly at the Tano household, but didn't contact you, and just asked you to return. It seems suspicious no matter how you think about it. Miss Tuko mentioned she had a surprise for you. With those two's twisted sense of humor, it might not be a surprise but a shock. So we decided to come and check things out, greet your family, and deliver the wedding invitations to Miss Tuko and Shinji. I understand that my big bro and big sis mean well and are worried about me, but I don't think Teacher Tuko or Shinji would harm me. But it's quite a coincidence we're all gathering together again. Could that be their real intention? The scenery outside the window quickly receded, overlapping with memories. The main gate of the family home was right in front of us. Chapter 642, Chapter 642, Shiki Returns Home, Part 2. 1144 Words. Memories are like an old photograph, yellowed, blurry, and even damaged in places, hazy and indistinct. However, in certain special environments, a part of the photograph will suddenly become vivid and clear, as if it just happened yesterday. Currently, Shiki Tano is in such a state. Although 7 years have passed, the Tano family mansion hasn't changed much, which alleviates Shiki's sense of estrangement, even stirring up feelings of nostalgia. Just a moment ago, he found it hard to accept returning to the Tano family, but now it doesn't seem so bad. This is the home where Shiki lived until he was 9. After 7 long years, most memories of that time have faded. Even so, certain scenes remain deeply imprinted in his heart, becoming more vivid with his return. He wasn't the only child living in the Tano household. The clearest memory is naturally of his sister, Akiha. As a child, Akiha was always quiet, often showing a nervous expression as if afraid of doing something wrong. When playing with others, she would always take small steps, following closely behind him. With her long black hair and cute dress, she looked like the most delicate doll. He remembers that when he first moved to the Arima household, Akiha visited a few times. However, since he frequently ended up in the hospital, it was hard to meet her. Later, after Akiha was sent to a full boarding school by their father, the chances of meeting naturally became even rarer. Besides Akiha, there were also twin girls. One was very spirited, a girl whose mere presence could lift everyone's spirits. Her cheerful personality made everyone in the mansion find her adorable. Being close in age, he got along well with her, and they would run around the courtyard every day. "Shiki, come play with us." With a bright smile, she would find him locked in his room, dragging along the shy Akiha. As long as she was there, even the strictest elders would cast kind looks. In contrast to her, there was another girl. Identical in appearance but expressionless, she never left the second floor of the mansion, only observing the children playing in the courtyard with a cold gaze. In the end, he only exchanged a few words with that girl. I wonder if those children are still in the mansion. Shiki, waking from his memories, reached into his bag and quietly grasped a white ribbon. The ribbon was very old. It was something he received from her at the last moment. On the day he was sent from the Tano mansion to the Arima household, after that incident 7 years ago. Just before leaving the mansion, the girl, for some reason, handed over this ribbon. "This is a loan, so you must return it to me." With those words, the girl quickly ran off. This ribbon had lifted Shiki's spirits more than once after being abandoned by his father. The thought of that girl waiting for him to return the ribbon always warmed a part of his heart. It was because he longed for them and his desire to see them again that he was willing to return to this house. It's surprisingly quiet. Mikia stood at the exaggeratedly large iron gate peering inside. "Is anyone there?" "No need to waste your breath, Mikia. There's no one nearby and the gate isn't locked. We should just go in." Shiki pushed the gate open with both hands and walked in first. Mikia was about to stop her, but seeing Tano Shiki also entering, he could only follow reluctantly. Just as Shiki said, the front yard was empty, giving a sense of discord with the vast mansion. Fortunately, at the end of the stone path, near the heavy front door, they finally saw a familiar figure. "Shiki, long time no see." "And Korea, Shiki, you guys came too." Couldn't wait to greet Shiki's family. The one waiting outside the front door was, of course, the instigator of the current scene, Shinji Matou. "Long time no see, Shinji." Tano Shiki and Mikia greeted him with smiles, but only Shiki spoke with a hint of displeasure. "We're afraid you and Tuko have some scheme prepared for Shiki." Oh my, Shiki, your sharp intuition is troubling." "So there is a scheme." Hearing Shinji's words, Shiki's face immediately darkened. Shinji didn't mind, haha, since it's a scheme, revealing it would make it ineffective. "Shiki, remember my words, don't just rely on your eyes, observe with your heart, empathize with others, and you will find peace." "Humph, stop being so mysterious." "Yes, I understand." The same words but with different attitudes. The mansion's door opened again, and Tuko stepped out. "If you want to chat, come inside. Don't linger at the door." "Shiki, Mikia, you're here too." "No need to rush the greetings." "Why do you all say that?" Mikia said helplessly. "Well, since you're here, come in. The new head of the Tano family has been waiting in the living room for quite a while." A smirk curled at Tuko's lips, hinting at mischief. The arrival of the heir of the Ryugi family will certainly surprise her. "Who is the new head of the Tano family?" Tano Shiki asked nervously. "Someone you know well. Your dear sister, Akiha Tano. She has missed you, her big brother." Tuko and Shinji spoke simultaneously, while Mikia and Shiki exchanged a glance, the latter grumbling, "What a twisted sense of humor." However, Tano Shiki could no longer hear what they were saying. Akiha is the head. Regarding his fostering at the Arima household, Tano Shiki had no complaints. The only exception was leaving Akiha behind, leaving his 1-year younger sister alone in that cold mansion. His father, Makahiza, was a stubborn man with very strict expectations for his children, especially the heir. Recalling his childhood education still made Shiki's scalp tingle. When he was abandoned by his father after the car accident, left him with a weak body, a heavy burden fell on Akiha's shoulders. Akiha, who was only 8 years old. Akiha must resent me. Because of his escape. With such chaotic feelings, He arrived outside the living room, staring blankly as Toko knocked on the door and announced his return. Then the door opened. Shiki saw her, the elegant young lady with black hair, and the two maids on either side, one cheerful, the other indifferent. "Welcome home, brother/Shiki-sama." Though they had grown up and were no longer the children they once were, in Shiki's eyes, they still seemed the same as in his childhood. His chaotic emotions suddenly calmed, and all his worries vanished. "Ah, I'm home." It was as if they were meeting for the first time. P.S. I made a mistake. The sister whom Shiki Tano introduced during the group date was Miyako, not Akiha. Chapter 643. Chapter 643. It's good to be home. 1293 words given Akiha's proud, no, rather coldly arrogant personality. It wasn't in her nature to greet someone in such a manner. Normally, Shiki would ring the doorbell, Kahaku would open the door and bring him to the living room, and then, in a rather chilly manner, Akiha would utter something devoid of any reunion atmosphere. She would emphasize the house rules, assign Hizui to her brother as his maid, and they would have a silent dinner. Akiha knew this method was terrible, and hated herself for arranging things this way. But in the end, she couldn't help but do it like this because she truly didn't know how else to face her beloved brother. As a result, even though both sides missed each other, the atmosphere turned awkward due to this wrong approach, creating an artificial barrier, which was simply ridiculous. Fortunately, Akiha had two excellent advisors. One was the insightful Toko, and the other was Shinji, who knew the Tano household inside out. With these two around, there was no way Akiha would greet Shiki in the wrong way. For family members who had been separated for many years, the first thing to do was to ease the sense of estrangement that time had brought. The most effective way to do this was to recreate past memories, making him feel that nothing had changed. Once the sense of estrangement was mitigated, their interactions would become much more harmonious. Therefore, the two specially designed the previous scene, even at the cost of violating guest etiquette, having two guests go out to greet Shiki. This was to make sure the three girls he remembered most vividly would appear simultaneously, giving him the strongest sense of déjà vu. Shiki's expression proved the success of this design very well. Seeing that gentle smile, just like in childhood, Akiha, Kahaku, and Hizui all felt much better. With such a foundation, this reunion after 7 years was destined to be beautiful and warm. Of course, due to two unexpected guests from Mifune City, there were still some minor hiccups. The heir of the Ryugi family, Ryugi Shiki. Upon hearing this name, Akiha's expression instantly became sharp, and her aura turned cutting. She clearly remembered what Shinji had told her. There was a woman named Shiki, who had a very good relationship with her brother, and the two had become sworn siblings. Initially, she thought Shinji was teasing her, but it turned out to be true. The future head of the Ryugi family had come from Mifune Curry just to bring Shiki back to the main house. Even real siblings might not do this much. Moreover, seeing Shiki's gender-neutral beauty, Akiha felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Though Akiha herself was a beauty, and their figures were similar, both being flat, the harmony between Shiki and her brother was too perfect, as if they were family, while she felt like an outsider. How could Akiha, who had loved her brother since childhood, tolerate this? On the other hand, Shiki's attitude also became somewhat strange. The Ryugi family was the largest existing exorcist family, while the Tano family was the leader of the demon exorcist. Normally, Shiki couldn't care less about such boring factional conflicts, but since Akiha showed hostility, she wouldn't back down. If it weren't for Makiya intervening to ease the tension, these two most formidable women in the Japanese mystical world might have fought on the spot. As the emotional intelligence ceiling of the Nasaverse, Makiya quickly saw the root of the conflict. While feeling happy for Shiki, he also found it somewhat amusing. The way to ease the tension was simple. He placed the wedding invitation in front of Akiha, and stood beside Shiki with a face that looked like an older version of him. Looking at the invitation in her hand, then at the two men who looked like real brothers, Akiha immediately realized her mistake. Of course, this was also because Makiya had a low presence and Akiha's attention was completely drawn by Shiki. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the atmosphere improved, and Akiha's attitude took a 180-degree turn. How could it not change? Shiki Tano truly regarded Makia and Shiki as his brother and sister. As long as Akiha still liked Shiki, she wouldn't leave a bad impression on the two. Her enthusiasm drew multiple glances from Shiki, and Shinji and Tuko, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle. She's fallen in. Yes, she's fallen in. What about Hizui and Kahaku? They've changed too, though not as obviously as Akiha. It seems we didn't make a wrong step. Thus, the matter of Shiki returning home finally ended perfectly. After a sumptuous celebratory banquet, Shiki and Makia left the Tano residence and returned to neighboring Mifune town. As the wedding approached, they had more and more things to take care of, not even having time to stay for one night. Shinji and Tuko also wisely left the mansion, leaving time for the brother and sister and the two childhood friends. What happened afterward, only the four people in the mansion knew. A few days later, Kahaku had an old white ribbon added to her hair, Hizui became Shiki's maid, and Akiha began secretly preparing to transfer from the all-girls school to Shiki's high school. In Tuko's eyes, the colors of their souls became increasingly gentle, and the atmosphere in the Tano household improved markedly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the accumulated decay and gloom of many years would be completely swept away. Of course, none of this had much to do with Shinji. The day after Shiki returned home, Shinji left the Tano household with Arcuade and boarded a train to Fuyuki City. Having witnessed the reunion the previous night, Shinji's longing for home grew stronger. Although he hadn't been away for long, so much had happened during that time that he felt utterly exhausted. This feeling was somewhat alleviated after seeing Tuko, but it hadn't truly gone away because this wasn't his home. He needed to go home, back to the place that belonged to him, where he felt safe. Perhaps sensing Shinji's unusual mood, Arcuade unusually refrained from being willful. Apart from sleeping, she listened to Shinji talk about various trivial matters. Thus, the two got off the train and arrived in an unremarkable small city, Fuyuki City. They strolled along the increasingly bustling Shinto shopping street, occasionally buying snacks from the street vendors. They paused on the iconic Fuyuki Bridge, watching the ever-flowing river rush towards the sea, before finally descending the bridge and entering Miyama Town. Unlike Shinto, Miyama Town remained unchanged, just as it always had been. Familiar roads, familiar street scenes, familiar air, familiar shops, familiar passers-by. Surrounded by so many familiar things, Shinji's steps became lighter. After crossing two streets and turning a corner, the most familiar place came into view. "Is that your home, Shinji?" "It looks pretty nice," Arcuade said with a bright smile. At this moment, however, Shinji's smile was even more radiant than hers, his genuine emotions radiating an unparalleled warmth. "Yes, this is my home. Come on, let me introduce you to my family." He gently pushed open the unlocked door, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. "Father, mother, uncle, Sakura, Fujino and Justice, I'm home." Immediately, various sounds filled the old mansion. Upstairs, downstairs, the living room, the kitchen, the backyard. There were the sounds of slippers pattering, chairs scraping the floor, and exclamations of surprise. "Brother's back. You little rascal, you finally remembered to come back. Finally, you're home. Why didn't you call ahead? Shinji, welcome home." Hearing these familiar noises and looking at this most familiar scene, Shinji's eyes inexplicably grew moist. "It's so good to be home. Really, so very good." Chapter 644, Chapter 644, Shinji's Daily Records, Part 1, 1191 words. Shinji originally didn't have the habit of keeping a diary, but after entering the fictional world within Mooncell, he realized he should record some things. So he began creating information constructs within the fictional world to serve as his diary. Initially, he only recorded information about the fictional world. Later, he started jotting down whatever came to mind, making it easier to review and reminisce in the future. The information constructs are currently numbered in two ways, using Earth and Mooncell as identifiers. The former represents the Earth, and the latter represents the fictional world, making it simple and easy to remember. Information construct number Earth-02, December 1, 1999. I'm home, finally home. Home is indeed the most comfortable place. Father and uncle opened a bottle of red wine, and mother and Sakura made an abundance of dishes to celebrate my return. I told them not to go through so much trouble, as I hadn't been away for long, but they wouldn't listen. Everyone drank quite a bit, and that large table of food ended up being Arcuade's feast. Although she doesn't need to eat, it doesn't mean she can't consume human food. On the contrary, as her interactions with humans deepened, she started behaving more like a human and grew fond of eating, especially delicious things. With her natural embodiment's physiology, she can digest and decompose as much food as she eats. Before long, our home might have another big eater. Father, mother, and uncle didn't say anything about Arcuade's presence, they welcomed her as usual. This wasn't the first time such a thing happened, so they were already used to it. Sakura, however, was somewhat unhappy. After dinner, she clung to me wherever I went. If it weren't for needing to prepare a room for Arcuade, she could have followed me until I went to bed. Having a sister who loves to cling to her brother, I'm certainly happy, but I also wish for some personal space, at least to respond to Justy's confession. Justy seemed to know what was going to happen, and locked herself in her room early. I knocked on her door many times before she let me in. Her face was flushed, lacking the aloof goddess demeanor she had when we first met, looking so tempting that I wanted to take a bite. I didn't say anything, just quietly looked at her, moving closer bit by bit. She trembled like a frightened deer, retreating continuously until she was cornered. Anyone who didn't understand might think there was some coercion involved, but she was just nervous, and I didn't know how to start the conversation. Despite having prepared many things to say, when the moment came, I couldn't speak. In the end, all that was left was the phrase, "I like you." She nodded. "I like you. I like you." This repeated over and over countless times. Until both of us couldn't help but laugh. Looking back now, we were just two fools. Two fools together make a good match. Information construct number Earth-03, December 2, 1999. A night passed, and nothing happened. Of course, nothing happened. I'm only 12 years old, just starting puberty, and Justy's has a slow-to-warm-up personality. Our relationship is destined to progress gradually, slowly but surely. It might take a long time. Moreover, our souls are already connected, so there's no need to rush physical contact. We'll start with holding hands and hugging. We also don't want our family to find out too quickly though, considering father's extensive romantic history, and mother's meticulous nature, they might have already noticed something. Should I say as expected of the family? Sakura still clings to me, but it seems she's more intent on competing with Arcuade. My dear sister, don't you know that the more you act this way, the more excited Arcuade gets? Ignoring her is the best way to combat her, otherwise, you'll get drawn into her pace, and she'll eventually exhaust you with her limitless energy. No, it's hard to say. Maybe the first to be exhausted will be me, caught between the two of you. It's truly unfortunate. Have I inadvertently attracted too many girls? No, that's not it. I'm saving people, I'm doing good deeds. Gaia and Alea will surely support me. I'm saving people, I'm doing good deeds. I'm saving people, I'm doing good deeds. I'm saving people, I'm doing good deeds. Information construct number Earth-05, December 5, 1999. Fujino has returned. She proudly told me how many commissions she has completed, and that she recently fought against the legendary demon, a real demon formed from natural distortions, grotesque and violent. However, this demon formed from natural distortions was ultimately no match for her mystic eyes of distortion, which can twist anything. She completely twisted it into fragments, leaving no trace. With this battle, Fujino has firmly established her reputation in the Mifune area. Those well-informed know that Aozaki Toko has taken on a great disciple, and the office's business is booming. Honestly, on this matter, my viewpoint aligns with Tuko's work should serve life. If work affects life, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Not to mention, our family deposits a considerable amount of pocket money into Fujino's account every month, and the commission fee from this task alone is enough to buy a fully furnished villa in an upscale Tokyo residential area. Why work so hard? Is it perhaps because of the influence of the Asakami family's bankruptcy, her mother's remarriage, and her betrayal by her family? I should find an opportunity to talk with Fujino. There's no need for this, with me around, the Matou family will never fall into such a state. Information Construct Number Earth 09, December 13, 1999. Kiri has finished her trip to Taiwan and returned home. Perhaps due to her wanderings, she has changed significantly compared to when we first met. Her body is no longer frail and thin, and her once pale skin, unexposed to sunlight, now has a healthy glow from the sun. She has successfully shed the label of being weak and sickly, replaced by the vigor and competence of a backpacker. Being alone, especially in Taiwan where the Matou family could not watch over her, she inevitably encountered various troubles, but she overcame them all. After all, if a terminal illness couldn't defeat her, what could minor troubles be? Personally, I really like this transformation. Though there is beauty in being frail, it's ultimately unsustainable. Health and happiness are the best. My only dissatisfaction might be that, having been wild for so long, her personality has become bolder. She even learned to sneak directly into my bed, which Sakura and Fujino happened to see. Their expressions at that moment. Kiri is wonderful, but the misunderstandings arising from her actions are not so pleasant. In any case, since she returned, the house has become more lively. Sakura and Arcuade's tug-of-war has evolved to all-out war. It seems Sakura even intends to pull Fujino into the fray. Sigh, how unfortunate. Luckily, Justice turns a blind eye to the girls' silent battles, otherwise, it would be multiversal war. Chapter 645, Chapter 645, Shinji's Daily Records, Part 2, 1401 words, Information Construct Earth 11, December 15, 1999. Today, I visited the Amiya household. With Christmas and New Year's approaching, Kiritsugu Amiya and Miyahizo returned from overseas to reunite with Irisville and Ilya. When I entered, they were sitting around the kotatsu drinking tea. Ilya made the tea, learning the traditional German style from her mother, Irisville. While drinking German-style tea in a classic Japanese setting might seem odd, no one cared about such details. After all, it was brewed by the little princess of the house herself. The most important thing was that the whole family was together, well, except for Sigma, who was temporarily replaced by Taiga Fujimura. Speaking of Taiga, you're the granddaughter of a Yakuza boss, the heir to the Fujimura group, and the famous tiger of Fuyuki. Is it really okay for you to hang around the Amiya household like this for so long? Damn, it doesn't even feel out of place. What happened when I wasn't around? You eat at least one meal here every day, have a dedicated room, and can stay whenever you want. It looks like you've decided to stick around the Amiya household for good. Speaking of which, seeing Irisville's beauty and gentleness, Mia's cold elegance, and her seamless cooperation with Kiritsugu, don't you feel a huge gap? Or is it because these two women get along so harmoniously that you think you have a chance to join in? Girl, this idea is very problematic. Of course, I, surrounded by the 5 jade beauties, have no right to talk. I digressed a bit. Visiting the Amiya household today, chatting was secondary, my primary purpose was to see Ilya. First, I want her for taking care of me during my parallel universe travel, and second, I want my magic to address some hidden issues she has, mainly concerning her soul. The problem of homunculi's short lifespan has already been solved by Tuko. If nothing unexpected happens, she can live for at least 100 years, and living up to 200 like Tuko might not be impossible because her growth rate is much slower than ordinary people. This is an inherent deficiency, and unless she changes bodies, not even Tuko can fix it. Exchanging growth speed for lifespan is, of course, a good thing, but it also brings a hidden issue: the mismatch between the growth rate of her soul and body. Over time, a normally growing soul might adversely affect her slowly growing body. Previously, Tuko and Justice conducted dual adjustments on her body and soul to alleviate this situation. Now, having mastered new magic, I might be able to solve this problem in one go. Based on today's initial attempts, the results are promising. The excessive soul power was guided out and sealed in a magic device left by Zelrich. Zelrich is also working on Ilya's problem and has many ideas. Next time, I'll discuss with him whether we can maximize this power. We might create something astonishing. Ilya is also somewhat looking forward to it. She and Rin have always been competing in magecraft, and relying on my cheating power makes her a bit unhappy. It's been several years and she's still sulking. She was the one who called me big brother. I didn't deceive her. Indeed, a woman's heart is hard to understand, and girls are no different. Information Construct Earth 13, December 18, 1999. Today, I went to the Tosaka household with Sakura. Tosaka household, one day you'll become history. Alright, the above is purely a personal fantasy with zero chance of realization. Even if uncle successfully marries Aunt Aoi, Rin will still inherit the Tosaka family, followed by Rin's children whether biological or adopted, which is the most common way of succession among Magi families. However, while making it history is impossible, assimilation is still hopeful. Uncle practically runs to the Tosaka household daily, and his relationship with Aunt Aoi has made significant progress. Both the mature Rin and the late-blooming Sakura don't reject this development. Although remarriage is still far off, it's something to look forward to. Since Tokiomi's death, Rin has learned to be strong. Not only has she excelled in academics, magecraft training, and physical training, but she's also started helping her mother manage the family business, especially concerning the mystical world. Although uncle helps, his abilities are limited, and Rin has suffered quite a bit. She hasn't shied away from it, instead drawing strength from the experience and growing rapidly. Like a budding flower, though not fully bloomed, she already shows brilliant colors. One can imagine how stunning she'll be when she truly blossoms. More gratifyingly, this brilliance isn't solitary, unlike in my memory. A gentle mother, Aoi, a lovely sister, Sakura, a strict yet humorous teacher, Korea, and a rival in magecraft, Ilya. I can probably count as half, the annoying guy who stole her important sister, always bickering with her, the one without any grace. Today, as soon as we met, we started bickering again, triggered by the fact that I grew taller and surpassed her height, making her dissatisfied. We don't hate each other, she's just tsundere, too proud to admit it, and envies my daily closeness with Sakura. As for me, it's simpler. I find teasing her fun, and want to use this way to relieve her stress. Probably, only I can push her to the point of angrily scolding me face to face. Information Construct Earth 17, December 24, 1999, Christmas Eve, and the wedding day of Shiki Ryugi and Mikiya Kakudu. The timing was a bit rushed, but it couldn't be helped. If we delayed any longer, we wouldn't be able to hide Shiki's belly. Mikiya pulled it off, quietly pulling a get on the train first, then buy the ticket maneuver. Shiki is tough too, she didn't need to go to the hospital. As soon as she saw an increase in the lines of death, she knew there was a new life in her belly. If nothing unexpected happens, this child should be Mana Ryugi. Being born in the millennium fits the description in the Garden of Sinners. It seems that I'm not quite the right age to be the child's godfather. How about taking her as my disciple? In a few years, I should be qualified to take on a disciple. A child born from Shiki, who is connected to the root, would undoubtedly be the best uncut gem. The Ryogi family is a traditional family, so the wedding was naturally a traditional Japanese ceremony. It was a large-scale event, the entire Matou family showed up, as did the Tano and Arima families related to Shiki, all to support Mikiya. The Ryugi family's public face is the Yakuza, with many people, so Mikiya couldn't afford to lose face. Fujino was on full alert, keeping an eye on her good friend Azaka to prevent her from causing any trouble. Unexpectedly, this girl, who is all about German-style sibling relationships, behaved unusually well. When asked, we found out she had the idea that a wife isn't as good as a concubine, and a concubine isn't as good as a mistress. Very impressive and strong, and it made me want to give her a hand. No need to go into details about the process. We've had enough of their sparkly moments and the dog food they've fed us. Any more and we'd be sick of it. I wish them a happy and fulfilling life together. Information Construct Earth 18, December 25, 1999, Christmas Day. The whole family returned to Fuyuki, not a single one missing, including Tuko and the newly joined Kadu. Everyone together, preparing for the new year, making the Matou household livelier and livelier. Information Construct Earth 21, December 31, 1999, the last day of the 20th century. Lorelei, far away in London, timed her call perfectly to welcome the new century with everyone. I joked, saying she would have to welcome the new century twice. She replied that I could too if I called her before 9 a.m. the next morning. The time difference between London and Tokyo is exactly 9 hours. Information Construct Earth 22, Moon Cell 32, January 1, 2000. The first day of the new year, the first day of the new century. On this day, a new encounter arrives in a fictional world's forbidden zone, where even light cannot reach. Chapter 646, Chapter 646, Life in the Fictional World 1371 words. The Moon Cell login credentials that Shiro handed to Shinji were very intriguing. Shinji has yet to understand their exact nature. They seem to be information bodies made of photons, or perhaps aggregations of spirit particles. Shinji can see the blue crystal floating inside his mind, but he doesn't feel any substantial sensation from it. Only when his soul detaches from his body and enters Moon Cell, does he feel a slight sense of reality. The crystal bestows several abilities upon Shinji. First and foremost is the login and logout feature, which is the most important and frequently used. This is the foundation for Shinji and Arcuade's travels between the fictional world and the real world, and it is also the opportunity for them to meet. Next is the recording function. This feature is why Shinji developed the habit of making regular records. However, this is merely a derivative use of the recording function. Its true purpose is for positioning. The fictional world is vast enough to rival the solar system, and without a positioning system, relying solely on memory would be insufficient. This isn't Earth, and Arcuade's ability to read world information doesn't apply here. Logging out and logging back in at the same location relies on the positioning system. Otherwise, the two would have to return to the initial position every time they traveled back and forth. This differs from Shinji's memory. His recollection of the spirit particle world, though vast, wasn't this exaggerated. It was mostly 7 layers plus a hidden side, with each layer containing a city. However, upon reflection, he realized that what he saw was the Moon Holy Grail War, the protagonist's battlefield. There were so many unknown places that hadn't been shown. How could a system capable of simulating the solar system have only such a small amount of space? This must be the true scope of the spirit particle world. Then there's the teleportation function. The fictional world is far more vast than Earth, and moving by conventional means would take 1,000 years. Thus, the teleportation function exists. Teleportation has 2 modes, fixed point and random. The former is used to travel to previously recorded locations, while the latter is for going to new areas. Teleportation consumes Shinji's mental energy. Fixed point teleportation consumption is proportional to the distance, while random teleportation doesn't have this limitation. However, the destination is uncertain, making each method have its pros and cons. Additionally, there are other functions, mostly combinations and derivatives of these 3. Shinji is still exploring these. After more than a month of exploration, Shinji and Arcuade have fully adapted to the spirit particle fictional world environment, and have figured out the world's basic operating rules. After all, this world is designed to observe Earth. The fictional world's environment mostly mirrors Earth, from large-scale landforms and city distributions to the small details of resident forms and architectural styles, all of which can find shadows in Earth's history, just shadows. Moon Cell records so much, and the ways it presents this information are varied and bizarre. Integrating architectural styles from different countries and periods into one city without feeling incongruous, or creating a city of all nations, is not unusual here. The natives of the fictional world are of all kinds of races. There are gatherings of single races and a mix of various races, but there are no language barriers. They all come with an automatic translation system at least. That's how Shinji understands it. If he wants to hear Japanese, he hears Japanese. If he wants to hear French, he hears French. If he's in a bad mood, he can listen in English. During this time, Shinji and Arcuade have experienced many things. Although not grand or thrilling, these experiences had their charm, and both lost quite a few firsts. Their first crime. The fictional world is a complete world with civilization and society, and naturally, a currency system. Shinji and Arcuade enter as souls, so how could they bring money? The on-site money printing skill can't be used. To survive in a strange city, a little illegal means is sometimes necessary. Despite its virtual name, this world is a real world. You need to sleep at night, you get hungry if you don't eat, and you die if you're killed. The various beasts they killed are the best evidence. One dark and windy night, the two snuck into the most luxurious residential area, and took a considerable amount of cash, then left the city overnight for the next. Who knows what era the city's security system was from? If they were discovered, it would have caused a lot of trouble. Although Arcuade was looking forward to fighting the local enforcer, Shinji didn't agree. There are too many unknowns here, better to be cautious. Their first job. The stolen cash was only a temporary measure, it would eventually run out. To survive long-term in this world, they needed a way to earn money. The least costly and most suitable entry point was getting a job. Shinji chose a busy restaurant and applied for a kitchen helper position. He had trained with knives and had a water attribute, so he was good at washing and cutting vegetables. Arcuade, with her good looks and lively personality, was perfect as a waitress. Finally, after wandering this strange world for over 10 days, the two settled down, collecting information and trying to blend into this world. Their first bullying and first retaliation. This refers specifically to Arcuade. Her social experience was practically zero, and she had no clear understanding of the complexities of human nature. Before this, she had no idea humans could become so ugly due to jealousy. It was a very cliched event. A well-dressed couple came to the restaurant. The middle-aged husband glanced a few too many times at the beautiful waitress, Arcuade. His wife became dissatisfied, making snide comments to her husband while finding various ways to trouble Arcuade. Arcuade is rather thick-skinned, so it's inevitable that some minor mistakes occur. Since these are small issues, most customers don't mind. Occasionally, if someone does mind, they usually let it go because of Arcuade's sincere apologies and her charming demeanor. But this time, driven by jealousy, the woman wouldn't let it go. She kept magnifying a tiny mistake, making Arcuade feel embarrassed in various ways. When the manager stepped in to mediate, the woman became even more arrogant, demanding that Arcuade be kicked out of the restaurant. At this point, Arcuade couldn't bear it any longer. She didn't care about the embarrassment that was meaningless to her. However, she valued this job highly because Shinji had told her it was an important starting point for exploring the new world. She wouldn't allow anyone to ruin it. If not for remembering her promise to Shinji to not act impulsively and to wait for him to resolve problems, she would have thrown the woman out long ago. However, compared to the misfortune that was about to befall her, perhaps that would have been better. What happened next was a surprising turn of events, as if the woman had been cursed. Her high heel suddenly broke, causing her to fall and knock over a table filled with dishes, ruining her clothes and destroying her previously decent image. For a woman who cares about her appearance, this was hell. Immediately, she lost interest in her meal and stopped bothering Arcuade, dragging her husband away in a hasty retreat. However, their escape was also fraught with mishaps. They kept tripping, hitting walls, and by the time they disappeared, the couple was bruised and battered, with their clothes in tatters. How was it? Shinji had silently appeared beside Arcuade. The golden light in Arcuade's eyes gradually faded, and her usual bright expression returned. She habitually clung to Shinji's arm, laughing softly. "Much better, you're amazing." It was clear that the couple's misfortune was Shinji's idea, executed by Arcuade. The matter didn't end there. Because of this incident, the manager gave them a few days off, and they took the opportunity to resume their exploration journey. It was December 28, 1999. At that time, they had no idea where they would go or who would be waiting for them. Chapter 647, Chapter 647, The Sleeping Giant. 1126 words. Darkness, the deepest darkness. Not the kind that arises from negative emotions, but a physical phenomenon that even light cannot reach, a physical aspect of the fictional world. Here it seemed that even the radiance of the moon cell could not penetrate. Shinji and Arcuade were in such a place, due to the first random teleportation. "This is terrible. What kind of place is this?" Barely suppressing the fatigue emanating from his soul, Shinji extended his psychic power, radiating it outward. However, no matter how far his psychic power extended, he received no feedback besides Arcuade's presence, no life signals or environmental parameters. Since mastering psychic scanning, this was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre situation. "Arcuade, have you discovered anything?" "Ah, Shinji, what's wrong?" "It's not what's wrong with me, it's what's wrong with you." Usually, when they were teleported to an unfamiliar place, she was the most excited, but now she was silent, which caught Shinji's attention. "Feel that this place is strange. It seems very big, but also very small." "Very big. Very small." Hearing Arcuade's words, Shinji also realized something. No feedback was also a form of feedback. This empty, anchorless feeling itself indicated many issues. That's right, no mistake about it. Not just environmental parameters, but even the concepts of time and space had become blurred, like melted chocolate. If it weren't for the absence of a soul-shaking disorientation, Shinji might have thought he had crossed into another dimension again. Tentatively, he activated his permissions. No anomalies, they were still within Mooncell. Coordinate location. Success. However, this time they had traveled quite far, seemingly to another layer. Mooncell was divided into 7 layers, and since it was random teleportation, being sent to a new layer was normal. But teleporting back would consume a significant amount of psychic power. To be safe, it was better to wait for a full psychic recovery before exploring, just in case. "Arcuade, we should." Plans could never keep up with changes. Just as Shinji had made a preliminary plan, Arcuade had already started moving. She ran straight in a certain direction. Hey, why are you running?" Shinji hurriedly followed. "Over there, it seems like there's something," Arcuade said as she ran, picking up speed. "Something? How come I didn't notice?" "There is something." In Shinji's subjective perception, he hadn't run far, definitely not out of the range of his psychic scan, yet something appeared in his vision beyond the darkness. It was a wall, its color between bright yellow and emerald green, emitting a faint glow. Tentatively touching it with his hand, the surface was exceptionally smooth, with a silky feel yet extremely hard. Pressing with B-level strength left not a single mark. "What is this made of?" "The latest type of nanomaterial." While speaking, Arcuade continued moving forward, following the direction the wall extended. "What did you find?" "I don't know," Arcuade shook her head, "but I know it's just ahead." "Ah, I'm really afraid of you." "Gaia, if you have something to do, just say it clearly. This hiding and secrecy is frustrating." With a helpless sigh, Shinji could only continue following. Complaints aside, he couldn't just leave Arcuade alone. In this unfamiliar world, she was his only companion. Not far ahead, the scenery changed again. The wall, made of some unknown material, suddenly disappeared without a trace, replaced by an enclosed stone chamber. Psychic scanning was deployed again, constructing an environmental model within the sea of consciousness. This time, everything was normal. It was an ordinary stone chamber, seemingly a naturally occurring cave that had been artificially processed. It had both primitive geological features and signs of human excavation. The walls of rock were very rough, and stalactites could be seen in the corners of the ceiling. Further ahead, the ground seemed to be covered with some kind of metal, golden and dazzling enough to make one's eyes spin. "It can't all be gold, can it?" Shinji said this casually, but Arcuade nodded. "This is gold." Shinji didn't know much about gold. The Matou family wasn't involved in the precious metals industry, and his family members didn't wear gold jewelry, so he didn't recognize it immediately. Even so, he knew that a gram of gold was worth dozens of dollars. This much gold enough to buy all of Fuyuki City, with plenty left over. With wide eyes, he took a closer look. First, there was gold dust, then gold coins, then gold ingots and bricks, and various types of gold coins, piled up to the edge of his vision. He cautiously stepped on it, and a rustling sound immediately erupted, the sound of gold dust and coins cascading down. The light in the cave was reflected off these gold pieces, though the actual source of light was unknown. "Is this where you wanted to go?" Shinji turned around and asked Arcuade, who had started nodding again, and she responded somewhat blankly. "But this gold is useless to us. We're not on Earth. Why would Gaia?" "It's not the gold, it's something deeper inside." Shinji squinted, looking toward the area with the most intense golden glow. Gold-paved ground, treasure-filled cave, could this be? An ominous feeling surfaced inexplicably. A cave full of gold and treasure wasn't a clear symbol, but many dragon-related legends described dragons hoarding treasures, like the evil dragon Fafnir slain by Siegfried. But adding Mooncell into the mix led Shinji to a specific association. Focusing his gaze, his guess was confirmed. The owner of the gold was not a dragon, but something far more terrifying. At the very center of the Golden Sea, there was a gigantic temple. On the roof of the temple lay a sleeping brown giant. His vision stalled, and his thoughts couldn't function properly. An unparalleled shock eroded his will. They can tolerate the existence of various life forms, but when they witness a humanoid being that surpasses humanity, they develop an irrational hostility. Shinji admitted this was true. Upon seeing this humanoid being 10 times larger than a human, he felt an instinctive hostility. But this hostility wasn't enough to shake his resolve. Size doesn't equal strength. The poisonous dragon Basmu, the 9-headed Hydra, and the primordial human Atom each was larger than the brown giant before him, yet they all eventually died. The titans of mythology were mere losers. What truly shook Shinji was the brown giant's identity. At first glance, he recognized it. One of the 3 vanguards left by the predatory star in the solar system, the white giant Safar who nearly destroyed Earth's civilization 14,000 years ago. This was the true form of the giant god Altera, one of the strongest beings in the Type Moon universe. Chapter 648, Chapter 648. The giant awakens. 1092 words now, immediately, at once. This was Shinji's first reaction as he snapped out of his initial shock. He wasn't ready to face Altera in any aspect. His exploration of the fictional world had just begun. He hadn't fully grasped the power system based on spirit particles and information, the permissions acquired from Shiro were not entirely developed, and the newly understood magic needed time to be familiarized with. More importantly, he hadn't figured out how to deal with Altera's issue. Judging by her crimes alone, invading Mooncell, seizing all possibilities, and destroying surface civilization, dying 10 times wouldn't be excessive. But these weren't her subjective intentions. They were imposed on her by the predatory star. Altera herself was a victim. The predatory star destroyed countless civilizations during its cosmic feasting tour, and the vanguards it dispatched were weapons created from the data of those obliterated civilizations. Altera's sample was from a civilization centered around women, marked by gentleness, beauty, and compassion. Altera inherited these traits. Though she couldn't defy the will of the predatory star and caused immense calamity to Earth and Mooncell, she always harbored doubts about her mission. Even after awakening, she hadn't stepped out of the lunar landing pod, which was this stone chamber. It wasn't that she couldn't leave, Muncel's seal couldn't stop her. She simply didn't want to go out. Once she did, she would have to execute the predatory star's orders, conquer Muncel, and use its power to create the Safar avatars on Earth, bringing destruction. Facing such an existence, Shinji couldn't steel himself, though whether he could kill her was another matter. He couldn't, but someone else could. Arcuade, the natural god born of the planet, the last spirit of this world, Gaia's daughter, had forgotten the destruction 14,000 years ago, but the planet hadn't. Gaia, who had heard the cries of countless lives, hadn't. That day, Gaia remembered the terror of the giant. This was no joke. The horror of Safar was etched into the planet's memory. This terror was naturally imprinted in Arcuade's heart. The best way to eliminate terror is to destroy the source of fear. Arcuade's golden hair, more dazzling than gold, fluttered with killing intent. Her red eyes turned golden, and the desolation in the depths of her pupils made Shinji shudder. No, stop. Shinji's shout came too late. Arcuade had already leaped high, landing directly on the temple, her 5 fingers curved into claws, fiercely grabbing the giantess's throat. Then, the ground shook. Of course, this wasn't caused by Arcuade. Her strength wasn't enough to shake the earth. The tremor was because the brown mountain before them was rising. The giant's movements were so majestic and grand that it created this illusion. The atmosphere in the stone chamber changed. It was a blackness that seemed to erode the heart, as deep and dark as the void, casting shadows over the entire field of view. It was a colossal entity, too vast to grasp in its entirety. She, the giant god, Altera, awakened. This absolute external foe of the solar system slowly sat up from the temple, looking at the ground where Shinji Matou stood. Good morning, may I ask, who are you? Her voice was so gentle, calm, and full of intellect, completely devoid of any destroyer's aura. There was no hostility, killing intent, or even the slightest battle intent, even though one of her hands on the temple was still pressing down on the invading Arcuade, who wanted to harm her. Whether by coincidence or defensive instinct, Altera had flipped over at the moment Arcuade reached out, her left hand conveniently pressing down on Arcuade, much like Buddha trapping Sun Wukong under the 5-finger mountain. The difference was, Buddha placed a talisman to ensure Sun Wukong couldn't escape. Altera did not, giving Arcuade a chance to break free. Blood splattered, power surged, and A+ level strength was exerted to its peak. Arcuade, now in battle mode, broke free from the restraint, her claws, harder than steel, tearing through the giant's brown skin. For a giant over 15 meters tall, Arcuade's claw only scratched the surface, not even drawing blood. Yet, this still sparked hostility in Altera's eyes. The gentleness and calm, the intellect and kindness completely vanished. Unlike Shinji, who could be influenced by emotions, she was a pure warrior who showed no mercy once she deemed someone an enemy. Is that so? Are you here to fight me? Sighing regretfully, she casually flung the injured Arcuade away. In a similar structure, size doesn't necessarily mean combat power, but it certainly means strength. Too foolish. This isn't even at the level of ants challenging humans, it's ants foolishly trying to challenge a giant. Ah, what a headache. Humans are still the same, always doing pointless things. Her next move didn't pause for an instant. Her upper body leaned out from the temple she used as a bed, and her massive arm swung in the direction where Arcuade fell. The golden covering on the ground scattered like an avalanche, revealing Arcuade buried within. Her expression remained indifferent as she spoke the true name of her noble phantasm in a flat tone. Blut die Schwester. As a servant, she naturally had a noble phantasm, even if just in form. Arcuade's noble phantasm stemmed from her nature. She is a replica of the Moon King, Crimson Moon, and Gaia's daughter, an avatar of the moon, and an embodiment of Earth, possessing dual characteristics of both the Earth and the moon. She can simultaneously manifest the fundamental laws of the Earth and the moon, using their discord as an attack method. One such method is to adjust the surrounding environment to Earth's side, herself, such as modifying gravity to Earth's conditions. The moon's gravity is 1/6 of Earth's, and the same goes for the fictional world. In other words, when she uses this ability, the surrounding gravity increases sixfold, significantly weakening the enemy's strength. Since this is a conceptual change in values, no matter how high the enemy's magic resistance is, there's no way to defend against it while on the moon. Incidentally, the servant's stats show this noble phantasm as rank E. In response, Shinji remarked that Gaia must be cheating. He knows best how significant the impact of changing the gravity environment can be, not to mention this noble phantasm can change more than just the gravity environment. Adding an X after the E would be more accurate. Now this noble phantasm, with a missing letter in its rank, finally showed its power. Chapter 649, Chapter 649, Ultimate 1. 1186 words. The atmosphere trembled, the golden sea quivered, and waves surged forth. This was the effect of the change in the gravitational environment, something even Altera couldn't avoid. Anyone who has had the experience of staying in bed knows that sitting on the bed and reaching out can easily lead to a fall. If someone suddenly pushes you from behind at that moment, there's only one outcome: losing balance and having your upper body make intimate contact with the ground. Although Altera wasn't pushed, the sudden pull of 6 times the usual gravity was even more severe than a push, and the result was predictable. In an instant, a thunderous crash resonated. The already tumultuous golden sea split apart due to the giant's fall, splashing a large wave of golden liquid. Amidst the sky full of golden light, a loud explosion erupted. Arcuade, moving faster than sound, tore through the golden rain and charged towards the fallen Altera. Her slender hands transformed into terrifying claws, as if she intended to completely shred this mightiest enemy in Earth's history. Another loud crash. The ground, already under 6 times the gravitational force, groaned under the additional impact. Only now did the sound of the air being torn apart arrive belatedly. The intense sonic boom, mixed with shockwaves, surged wildly in all directions along the path of Arcuade's movement, dispersing the golden rain before it could reach the ground. In the center of the stone chamber, swept by the shockwave, a colossal figure straightened up. Just this simple act sent Arcuade flying back at an even faster speed. The difference in size, the difference in mass, and the difference in strength was too vast. Even with the influence of 6 times the gravity, it couldn't withstand the giant's casual strike. The giant, who had overwhelming power and had sent Arcuade flying, showed no intention of stopping. The red light flowed in her pupils, reflecting the enemy's image. That color symbolized destruction, the power to annihilate civilizations. This power had once driven one world after another into despair, and now it was directed at Arcuade. Destruction, annihilation. Altera's voice was utterly lifeless, as if the previous gentleness was just an illusion, the end. However, the enemy struck by the light of destruction, the ant challenging the giant in her eyes, did not meet its end. Instead, it let out an angry roar. The resentment, the sorrow, the anger, and the despair within it tore through the destruction, moving even Altera. Not a human, but a planet. You've always remembered. Shinji unconsciously shed tears. His magic originated from thoughts and emotions, so he could feel the resentment and unwillingness more than anyone else. This wasn't just Arcuade's emotion, it was the lament of a planet for all its living beings, the final roar of a destroyed civilization, a sorrow forever engraved in the inner sea of the stars. At this moment, Arcuade's body on Earth opened its eyes once again, and from her vast, all-encompassing gaze, drops of fresh blood seeped out, shocking to behold. At this moment, the second magician, who could freely traverse time and space, stood at the edge of the atmosphere, looking up at that long-dead star, lost in thought. At this moment, the world created by Mooncell gradually faded before Shinji's eyes, and he inexplicably left Altera's stone chamber, arriving at a corridor adorned with bizarre paintings. The paintings depicted various prehistoric creatures, human ancestors, and imagined landscapes. Shinji knew these were the planet's memories. She created everything, watched over everything, and recorded everything. At the end of the corridor was a painting that stood out from the rest. While the entire corridor recorded birth, development, prosperity, and civilization, this single painting represented destruction. Red and black dominated Shinji's vision. Red was the color of blood, the blood of countless living beings staining the earth. Black was the color of miasma, an all-encompassing miasma that polluted the entire planet, driving countless creatures into madness, making them gigantic, and ultimately draining their lives. In the center of the painting was a white giant reaching into the clouds, tearing mountains and cutting rivers, leaving behind only endless madness and destruction. She was an avatar of Altera, the Safar that had destroyed Earth's civilization under the control of a wandering star 14,000 years ago. What do you feel, entrusted with hope, outsider? A voice echoed, seemingly both male and female, mature yet ancient, human yet mixed with beastly roars. The planet's voice, Gaia's will. The collective unconscious of humanity, the pulse of Alea. Or perhaps a combination of both. Shinji didn't know, nor did he want to know. At this moment, he had only one emotion: sorrow. Sorrow for the planet that nurtured everything, sorrow for the annihilated living beings, and sorrow for the giant whose kind nature was inevitably forced to bring destruction. What will you do? Seemingly dissatisfied with Shinji's answer, the voice grew louder, making his head spin. This time, he didn't remain silent. He answered in a dry voice, I won't let her destroy the planet, destroy humanity. Because no matter which world I'm in, I am an earthling. Remember your answer. The voice disappeared, the corridor collapsed, and Shinji found himself back in the stone chamber. The battle continued, but the situation had changed. It was no longer Altera overwhelming Arcuade, now they were evenly matched, entangled in a fight. It was truly an entanglement, a close-quarters fight. Describing the 167-meter-tall Arcuade and the 16-meter-long Altera with the word entangled seemed inappropriate, but if Arcuade had grown to 16.7 meters, it made perfect sense. That's right, Arcuade had also become a giant, or rather, a giant vampire. Because of her trump card, one of the primordials, Ultimate One. This was the manifestation of the planet's support, the highest specification standing at the pinnacle of a planet, a display above all living beings. In this state, she was the rightful Earth Queen, the god above gods, and everything on Earth would bow to her. Even when facing the alien destroyer that once annihilated Earth, she could adjust to the most suitable combat stance, holding her own. But just holding her own. Arcuade was indeed Earth's Ultimate One, but Altera was a creation of the predatory star that had destroyed countless civilizations. Her specifications were not only equal but possibly even superior. The current stalemate was due to the narrowness of the stone chamber, narrow for giants, which limited their movement, forcing them into close combat, and Arcuade had extremely strong regenerative abilities. More troubling was that this was the landing pod of the predatory star, Altera's absolute domain, where her strength could be fully unleashed, while Arcuade's Ultimate One had a time limit. Once the time limit expired, Arcuade would revert to being the ant that was previously crushed. It's all up to me now. Hopefully, my magic can hold out. Hiding in the only refuge in the stone cave, the temple, Shinji grasped the air with his left hand, and a golden longbow appeared out of nowhere. The Brahma weapon left by Karna, the indestructible bow. Chapter 650, Chapter 650, listen carefully. 1049 words. Shinji gripped the golden bow with his left hand, and plucked the bowstring with his right. Between his hands, a highly concentrated solar flame gathered. This was the precursor to the liberation of Karna's divine weapon, the strongest attack of the archer class. Legend has it that this strike was enough to destroy cities and nations. Even though the attack was still in its preparatory stage, if unleashed on Earth, the magical energy waves would affect Magi within a 10-kilometer radius. Yet, this obvious fluctuation didn't attract Arcuade and Altera's attention. This was partly because the battle was fierce, and this power wasn't strong enough to threaten them. Such is the cruel reality. Karna's divine weapon was indeed powerful. There were few things in human history stronger than it, but for the true ancestor, and the wandering civilization destroyer, it was still insignificant. The gap is indeed enormous, Shinji smiled bitterly. Although he had expected this result, seeing it firsthand was still disheartening. The immortal bow is already the most destructive noble phantasm I possess. Perhaps only noble phantasm like Excalibur or Guy could pose a threat to you. This is the pinnacle of solar system combat strength, truly terrifying. Maintaining his bow stance, Shinji patiently awaited an opportunity to intervene in the battle. In terms of power, either Arcuade or Altera could easily crush him, but power isn't everything. Just like the human ancestors 14,000 years ago. Compared to the white giant Safar, they were so tiny, yet they never gave up, continually resisting. Because of their efforts, they bought the planet enough time to preserve the seeds of civilization and prevent destruction. Even though his power was small, if used well, it could still influence the battle. In his sight, the struggle between the two titans grew more intense. Altera punched Arcuade in the abdomen, and Arcuade countered with a palm strike to Altera's shoulder. A white and brown mountain toppled, one embedding into the surrounding rock walls, the other crashing heavily into the Golden Sea. Instinctively dispelling the invading force, both used their arms to support their bodies and without pausing, almost simultaneously lunged at each other again. No hesitation. No alteration. No defense. Simply and straightforwardly, a punch for a kick, a claw for a palm, exchanging injuries. Honestly, this was a battle with no technical skill. Even top servants or someone like Astolfo, known for being weak, would surpass them in martial technique. However, it was precisely this primitive battle that demonstrated their true strength. Martial skills. Those are for weak humans. For Altera and Arcuade, no matter how exquisite or complex human martial skills were, they were meaningless. Because no martial skill, no matter how powerful, could withstand the massive force of a single punch. Even if it hit the body and caused damage, their eternal and perfect bodies could quickly heal. This was primal power, innate strength, a crushing dominance at the level of life itself. Another collision. Brown fists and white palms collided solidly. At the moment of contact, pure power swept back and forth. Visible shockwaves, accompanied by thunderous roars, echoed within the narrow stone chamber. The Golden Sea, already pushed to the corners, was further distorted by the impact. At this point, the Golden Sea truly lived up to its name. Whether it was gold coins, ingots or bricks, or other golden artifacts, all were reduced to a unified form: fine golden sand, swirling with the shifting force fields. As the golden specks settled in the temple, clinging to Shinji's cheeks, the long-gathered solar flame was released. Brahmastra Kundala, O Brahma, curse me. The anti-country noble phantasm, radiating brilliance. This is the reenactment of Karna's legendary deeds, not the spear limited by his class, but the bow, the divine bow that struck fear into the hearts of the Pandavas. The arrow shot out at supersonic speed, turning into a blazing sun, and emitting terrifying light and heat. Wherever it passed, the golden sand dispersed in the air and vaporized instantly. The arrow, imbued with Brahma's great power, pierced through the point of contact between Altera and Arcuade's gazes. Faced with this dazzling brilliance from the stars, the two titans no longer remained indifferent. Instead, they turned their eyes toward the source of the arrow, Shinji, whom they had selectively ignored. Are you an enemy too? Golden pupils, red eyes. The mystic eyes that evoke the deepest desires and the shadows that bring the greatest terror simultaneously enveloped Shinji's soul. This was the manifestation of the power of the pinnacle life forms of the solar system, the embodiment of their respective concepts. Any life form of insufficient caliber would instantly submit. Shinji's caliber was originally insufficient, but he had magic, the highest mystery in the entire universe, the power to create miracles. His deep blue eyes radiated the same colored brilliance, resisting the gazes of gold and red. Sorry, forgive me for interrupting like this. You two were too engrossed, and I had no other choice. This is my fight. Do not interfere. Leave here, strange human, if you do not wish to lose your life. Different voices but expressing the same sentiment. They did not want him to intervene because this was between them, and also because of his weakness. Such harsh words, yet so kind. That's why I don't want you to fight. Listen to me. The light of his soul rippled, and Shinji's voice directly entered their minds. While the magecraft system is ineffective in the phantasmal world of spiritual particles, the third magic, which acts on spiritual particles, can still work. However, having already responded once, the two titans ignored his voice and turned their gazes back to each other. In the next second, hands of different colors simultaneously tore through the air. Being ignored repeatedly, Shinji was also getting angry. Listen to me, you two stupid women. Magic condensed thoughts and origin shaped them. This was Shinji's unique ability, a power even praised by the outer god-level Shiro. The light of his soul spread outward, and countless arms appeared with the halo. A single arm might not surpass a titan's finger, but with 1,000 arms combined, even beings as strong as Arcuade and Altera felt the pressure. Thousand-handed divine ability. P.S. Shinji becomes Nico Robin. Chapter 651, Chapter 651. A man must stand firm. 1227 words. Thousand-handed divine ability is Shinji's current strongest form, aside from the Ragnarok and the magic Perseus fist. Based on the ultra-high level of mystery of magic and the power to convert it all into strength, it almost instantly suppressed the two titans. Shinji walked out of the temple, feeling triumphant. Let's see you two fight now, let's see you ignore me. Okay, they are great, at least much greater than Shinji. His triumph lasted just 10 seconds before the fully exerted thousand-handed divine ability was broken free by the two. What are you doing? Are you an enemy too, human? Arcuade and Altera's voices carried a hint of anger, and boundless pressure swept towards Shinji, like a violent storm and surging waves. Under the highest pressure of the solar system, Shinji gritted his teeth and held on. He remembered what Shiro had told him: as long as he remained steadfast, his information body would not be affected. Ignoring physics, purely psychological, yet truly effective. Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. Ignore them, ignore them, ignore them. I must stand firm, I must stand firm, I must stand firm. After some self-encouragement, the immense pressure from all directions quickly became less terrifying. The pressure remained the same, like a raging storm, but what constituted him was no longer fragile flesh and blood, but an incredibly hard diamond. No matter how the wind blows or the waves crash, he remains unmoved. Feeling the change in his body, Shinji secretly clenched his fist. Good, a man should be this firm. With his strengthened body, Shinji's confidence also grew. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Without a word, attacking without understanding the situation, if that's not stupid, what is? Oh right, you're not human, so stupid true ancestor. Stupid titan. You're the stupid one. Calling others stupid makes you the real stupid one. Although Arcuade's body had become larger, her personality hadn't changed. Simple and straightforward. She is an enemy. Enemies should be eliminated. That's right, enemies should be eliminated. Altera agreed with this statement, the red glow in her eyes flickering, ready to be released at any moment. Calm down, both of you. Shinji extended his hands and clapped them strongly. A row of palms appeared in front of each titan, blocking their view of each other. You say the other is an enemy. May I ask, do you know each other? Altera shook her head, and Arcuade replied, no. Deciding someone is an enemy without knowing them. Although I don't know her, I just know she's an enemy. Arcuade, being only 800 years old, hadn't experienced the catastrophe 14,000 years ago. Her perception was influenced by Gaia. Altera's attitude was simpler: she harbors hostility towards me, so she is an enemy. Damn it, are you Aqua? Shinji's eyelid twitched. Single-celled creatures are great in many ways, but when their brains short-circuit, there's no way to bring them back because they only have one neural pathway, and it's straight, without any turns. When two simple neural pathways connect, there are only two possible outcomes. First, they head in the same direction, speeding along together and letting loose. Second, they head in opposite directions, neither giving way, resulting in a head-on collision, leaving them battered and bloody. Arcuade and Altera belong to the latter. All right, now listen to me. This is a misunderstanding. We didn't expect to enter here, and we're not here to fight you. Arcuate is hostile towards you because she's influenced by the planet, but that's not her intention, nor is it mine. The planet? Hearing Shinji's explanation, Altera's expression softened somewhat. She knew very well what her embodiment of destruction had brought to that blue planet, and it was only natural for the planet to resent her. You haven't done anything wrong. One day, I will return to Earth and destroy all life and civilization, including you. Hey, did you hear that? Arcuade used her hands to tear a crack in the blue arm blocking her view. Let me finish. Shinji clenched his left fist and swung it in the air. A blue fist of magical energy appeared above Arcuade's head, giving her a sharp knock. That was the order of the wandering star of predation, not your will. And you said it yourself, it's one day, not now. When that day comes, I will see you as an enemy and kill you by any means necessary. But for now we are not enemies, and I do not wish to conflict with you. I prefer to sit down and have a calm conversation instead of fighting. You are a strange human. Altera stared at Shinji with eyes 10 times larger, as if trying to see him entirely. Despite knowing her true nature, he was willing to deal with her in ways other than destruction. She had never met anyone like that before. Thank you for the compliment. Shinji gave a gentle smile. Precisely because he knew her nature, he could interact with her this way. If it were her unknown siblings, he wouldn't be so calm. So, do you accept my proposal? It's a good proposal, but I refuse. An enemy is an enemy and must be eliminated. A brown palm swung out, shattering the magical barrier in front of her. Arcuade immediately entered combat mode, and the atmosphere, which had just calmed down, grew tense again. So troublesome, it seems I'll have to use a slightly rougher method. Shinji sighed and materialized his feathered shoes. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave swept through the stone chamber once more violently than the last time, with even more dramatic results. The central temple was shattered by Arcuade's body, while Altera was embedded in the stone wall. Just as the two struggled to get up, preparing for the next collision, Shinji appeared between them, raising his left hand, the engravings on his arm glowing brightly. By command spell, I order you, Arcuade, to sit down and stay still. The force of the command, accompanied by a red light, descended. Arcuade was not a regular servant, so the command spell's restraint on her wasn't that strong. However, Shinji had added his magic to it, making the order reach her soul. Magic, a miracle the planet couldn't comprehend, not even you could be exempt. Arcuade stopped moving, her eyes glaring at Shinji with a fiery intensity. Altera, who had already made her stance clear, didn't stop. A red light, no less intense than the solar flames, shot from her eyes, aimed straight at Arcuade's head. In the nick of time, a blue light intervened, blocking the path of the destruction beam. It was Shinji holding the shield of Athena. Although the shield of Athena was a divine artifact capable of blocking even Zeus's thunder, it was still too weak compared to Altera, who had defeated the primordial god of nature. In less than a second, the shield shattered, but the destruction beam was deflected by its reflective surface, missing Arcuade. Seizing this opportunity, Shinji, whose arms were almost shattered, activated the command he had prepared. As the command was issued, Shinji and Arcuade's bodies turned into the smallest particles and disappeared into thin air, leaving Altera alone, staring blankly at the devastated stone chamber. Why did you leave? Chapter 652. Chapter 652. Pretty soft 1167 words under the twinkling night sky of the morning star. A loud bang shattered the tranquility of the Matou household. The princess of the true ancestors, the only living god, kicked open a door that had stood for over 50 years. She glared at the room's occupant, Matou Shinji, and demanded loudly. Why did you come out? Shinji in pajamas, lying in bed, did not respond, seemingly asleep. After venting some of her anger by kicking the door, Arcuade seemed to remember something. She stomped to the other side of the room, and knocked on the door that had flown off its hinges. I knocked on the door. Answer my question. Seeing no reaction from Shinji, Arcuade finally lost it and yanked off his blanket, straddling him directly. Shinji did not move at all, seemingly using his inaction to show his stance. So Arcuade began to shake him vigorously. And then you guys, the multiple screams, of course, did not come from the two on the bed. Turning her head, Arcuade saw 2 rows of heads by the door frame. Korea, Byakuya, Elsa, Sakura. Justice, Toko, Kiri, Fujino. Well, in such a short time, the entire Matou family had gathered. Considering Arcuade's earth-shattering aura, this was no surprise. At this moment, the entire Matou household was strongly observing the ambiguous posture of the lone man and woman. The observers' attitudes were mainly split into 2 groups. One group had smiles on their faces, occasionally making teasing comments. Young people sure are energetic, not resting even at this hour. How you play is your business, but don't disturb others. Mature and calm, they might not know what was happening, but they were sure it wasn't playing. Who needs to kick down doors to play? The door was kicked to the other side of the wall. The other group was far less composed. They only saw a man and a woman, alone, on a bed, late at night. You thieving cat. Kiri rushed to the bed and tried to pull Arcuade off. Unfortunately, with her strength, how could she compete with a true ancestor? After struggling for a while with no success, she called for reinforcements. Sakura, Fujino, come help. Compared to Kiri, the 2 girls who had practiced self-defense for years were much stronger. But Arcuade's muscle strength was an EX, far beyond the norm. The 3 girls, red-faced from exertion, could not pull Arcuade off Shinji. Finally, Justice and Toko saw the real problem. Everyone calm down, now is not the time for this nonsense. Hearing the seriousness in their voices, the girls immediately complied, and even Arcuade obediently let go of Shinji's collar. The girls stepped aside, making way for 2 women of supreme status. Toko's fingers quickly brushed over Shinji's body. Everything is fine physically. His physical condition has improved by 1.5% since the last checkup. A white thread flowed from Justice's fingertip and finally entered Shinji's forehead. The problem lies in his soul. The weakness of his soul is affecting his condition. What exactly happened? No, let's not get into that now. The priority is to get him back on his feet. Shall I do it, or will you? I'll handle it. I'm better at this. Gathering her long silver hair behind her ears, Justice, who was increasingly losing her Saint of Winter aura, bent down and pressed her forehead against Shinji. At that moment the 2 were closely connected, both physically and spiritually. The physical proximity maximized the effect of the contract. A white spiritual light shone from Justice's body, flowing through the contact point on their foreheads into Shinji's body. Soon, Shinji's body also began to emit a white light, which gradually turned blue. When Shinji's entire body was enveloped in blue light, he opened his eyes, and most of the fatigue on his face had disappeared. Phew, finally feeling better. Thanks a lot, Justice. Justice smiled gently and asked softly, what happened? Nothing much, just ran into a bit of trouble with magic, and then got further messed with by a certain someone after waking up. The fictional world could only be accessed by Shinji and Arcuade. Until he found a way to bring others in, he didn't plan to let his family know about it to avoid worrying them. So he glossed over the details lightly. The weakness of his soul was no pretense. The fictional world was built entirely on the soul. Transferring to the unknown realm had already consumed a lot of his mental energy. Then, to prevent a clash between 2 giant gods, he had to use his trump cards consecutively and finally forcefully log out. This left Shinji's soul almost drained, which is why he couldn't react to Arcuade's intrusion. Otherwise, he would have immediately made Arcuade fix the door, and then praised himself for teaching her well, as she at least understood the concept of knocking. Arcuade, naturally, didn't understand Shinji's painstaking efforts. She snorted like a bull, it's not my fault. If it weren't for you, whose fault it is can be discussed later. Let me rest for a while first. I'll probably sleep until the afternoon, so don't wait for me to eat. Having spent a long time together, the family naturally knew to prioritize. Elsa discreetly waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave. The last person who had not yet integrated into the Matou family was left behind by Shinji under the pretext of fixing the door. Seeing her restore the damaged wall with a touch, the others had no reason to doubt. Once everyone was far away, Shinji finally answered Arcuade's question. Arcuade, do you think if we hadn't left just now, you could have won? I don't know, but I definitely wouldn't lose. Then how long could you hold out with your won't lose stance? The fictional world is not Earth. Arcuade, who was using her thoughts to restore the door to its pre-kick state, paused, and her voice involuntarily weakened. I can't use that ability on Earth because the human order will stop me. Although it wasn't a direct answer, Shinji knew she understood his point, and didn't press further. I don't know what Gaia is thinking, but no matter what, I don't want to lose you because you're my only partner there. I'm sorry. Arcuade, who had restored the room to its original state, bowed her head, not daring to look at Shinji. It's okay. Just remember not to be so impulsive next time, Shinji said as he crawled back under the covers. Oh, takes a toll on you too. We'll continue exploring tomorrow night. Good night, sweet dreams. Good night. Arcuade's lips curled up slightly as she quietly closed the door. Under the covers, Shinji did not close his eyes. He kept replaying the events of tonight's exploration in his mind, muttering to himself. Gaia and Alea, what are you thinking? Are you enemies? Chapter 653, Chapter 653, Good morning, beautiful Lady 1108 Words in Ursula, a small, nondescript town in the vast and boundless fictional spirit world. There are no notable buildings here, nor have any significant events occurred. The residents live a peaceful life, and the entire town exudes a relaxed atmosphere. Because of this, Shinji chose this place as their base, and Arcuade was willing to stay here. She worked part-time in a restaurant, strolled through the streets, or played, one-sidedly bullied, spirit monsters in the outskirts. After some time, Arcuade became the restaurant's popular mascot. Both the staff and regular customers adored this lively girl with a bright smile. Seeing her energetic demeanor would dispel any worries. However, today, that infectious smile was gone, and her usually vibrant state had turned listless. When there were no customers, she would lay her head on the table, muttering softly, "Big liar. You promised I was your only partner. Humph, I'll make you pay when you get back." Those familiar with her knew right away that the problem lay with her lover, the chef with the dark blue curly hair. Just as Arcuade had been promoted to hostess due to her excellent performance, Shinji had also been promoted from kitchen assistant to full-fledged chef because of his outstanding knife skills and learning ability. It was natural for people to misunderstand. Anyone seeing a young man and woman constantly together, with the woman particularly dependent on the man and seeming very close, would assume they were lovers, especially since their hair, eye and skin colors were different, making it clear they couldn't be related by blood. But now, the two who always acted together and even synchronized their work schedules had one missing work due to taking leave. And judging by the other's demeanor, it wasn't a simple matter of falling sick, or having something to take care of. Unable to stand it any longer, the manager asked, "Are you all right? If you're worried about Shinji, you can go home for the day. I'll give you the day off." However, this ultimate weapon for corporate employees did not make Arcuade happy. She lay on the counter, her hair swaying from left to right, and replied sulkily, "I have nowhere to go." This ignited the gossip spirit in everyone present. Nowhere to go? What about Shinji? He left me to find another woman. The atmosphere in the store instantly became strange, with an undercurrent flowing where Arcuade couldn't see, quickly converging into a unified voice: "Let's kill that scumbag." Somewhere in the dark, someone inexplicably felt a chill and sneezed several times. Reaching out to touch his back, he found cold sweat seeping out. "No way, I've already explained everything to Arcuade," Why is there still such strong resentment? Since stepping into the realm of the third magic, Shinji's mental perception had become increasingly strong. This was naturally a good thing, but also had some hidden dangers, as he could sense not only goodwill but also malice. I'll buy her some snacks after I get up. Yeah, and get some for Sakura and Fujino too, to avoid being accused of favoritism. Justice is the best, never joining in their mischief. Shaking his head to clear away distractions, Shinji moved forward in the dark, eventually stepping into a stone chamber filled with gold. Yes, this was an unknown realm sealed by Mooncell, where even light couldn't reach. It was the sleeping place of the giant god Altyra, the wandering star vanguard, a forbidden area where Arcuade must never set foot. Hiding in an inconspicuous corner, he carefully observed. Various golden ornaments filled the ground, all guarding the temple at the center of the stone chamber. The brown giant god lay sideways above the temple, breathing steadily and leisurely, with a slight smile at the corners of its mouth, dreaming unknown dreams. Everything was the same as when he'd first come. The stone chamber's owner hadn't woken up, and hadn't battled Arcuade. After listening for a while and confirming that the breathing rhythm hadn't changed, Shinji emerged from his hiding spot. With the help of feathered shoes, he silently skimmed across the sea of gold, arriving at the temple and quietly gazing at the sleeping giant god. Last time, due to Arcuade's rampage, he had no time to observe Altyra closely. Now he finally had the chance. Altyra's beauty was unlike any woman Shinji had ever seen. It was a contradictory beauty, a blend of two extremes. Her brown skin, darker than wheat, had an exceptionally glossy surface, creating a stark contrast. Her overall lines were slender and soft, with no visible muscles, yet this tenderness exuded a terrifying strength that made one's heart race. Her personality was equally contradictory, cold and ruthless to enemies, but very gentle to others, fearing that her strength might harm those around her. This was the first impression derived from pure perception, devoid of preconceived notions and past life memories. This impression was precisely why Shinji braved the danger of returning alone to this unknown realm. He needed to confirm Altyra's essence with his own eyes to decide how to treat her. Although Shiro had joked about the wandering star vanguard, Shinji knew this issue had to be resolved sooner or later. Since they had met, he couldn't just leave it unattended. He secretly gathered his mental energy, connecting part of it with the origin to be ready to strengthen his body at any time, and sinking another part into the sea of consciousness to facilitate an emergency logout. After completing these preparations, Shinji activated his feather shoes, stepping into the void and reaching the top of the temple, right in front of Altyra. He was close enough to touch her eyelashes. The lines of her face, neck and collarbone were visible, beautiful as her status. Like a goddess, or perhaps even beyond that. Leaving everything else aside, the wandering star's aesthetics are indeed close to human. Shinji sincerely admired. Because the wandering star references biological samples from the target planet before creating soldiers. A moist breeze brushed against Shinji's cheeks, as the sleeping Altyra opened her eyes and mouth. The so-called breeze was her breath, which, surprisingly, was not warm but carried a slight coolness, perhaps marking her difference from humans. She remained in a side-lying position, motionless, the tension in her cheeks betraying her inner anxiety. Perhaps she had never been observed so closely, or perhaps she was worried about harming Shinji with any sudden movement. Shinji's judgment was correct, she truly had a kind nature. Raising his right hand, Shinji saw his waving reflection in her red eyes. Good morning, beautiful lady. Chapter 654, Chapter 654, Scattering Coins. 12 words. Beautiful. Are you talking about me? Because of the close distance, Shinji could see the changes in Altyra's face. Her eyelashes trembled, and the tension in her cheeks seemed to spread throughout her body, with a blush spreading from the base of her ears. She was shy and unexpectedly innocent. Shinji nodded while activating the recording function. Of course, I'm talking about you. If you're not beautiful, then there aren't many people in human history who could be called beautiful. At least, that's what I think. The blush at the base of her ears quickly spread across her entire face, and her already gentle and melodious voice grew weaker. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Shinji feigned ignorance, asking knowingly. Afraid. Just a squeeze from my hand, and you would lose your life. Altaira tried to make herself look fierce by putting on a stern face. But to Shinji, a giant without killing intent was just a huge rabbit, completely non-threatening. If you wanted to hurt me, of course, I'd be afraid. It's an instinct of life. Are you going to hurt me? Looking at Shinji's still gentle face, Altaira made her decision. Shinji asked. You have no hostility towards me. I won't harm those who aren't hostile to me. Altaira's thought process was very simple, and this simplicity indicated her kindness. Even if I act with those who are hostile to you. Perhaps recalling the battle with Arcuate a few days earlier, there was a subtle change in Altaira's expression. Only at this moment did Shinji feel the pressure released by her. Fortunately, this pressure quickly dissipated, accompanied by a sigh. She is she, and you are you. Perhaps because of an inherent familiarity from a past life, Shinji never harbored hostility towards Altaira, and this goodwill was being reciprocated at this moment. According to your logic, you aren't hostile to me and don't want to harm me, so why should I be afraid? As he spoke, Shinji floated into the air and jumped down from the top of the temple. It should be fine here. Lying there and talking must be uncomfortable, right? Thank you. Altaira sat up as gently as possible. This is your home, and I'm an intruder. For the host to thank the intruder, you are. Although his words were teasing, his fondness for Altaira increased. After all, Arcuade, who held a similar status, was very willful and lacked common sense, causing Shinji a lot of trouble cleaning up after her. In comparison, Altaira was much more considerate. The term Shinji inadvertently used made Altaira ponder. Although I don't fully understand the concept, this place shouldn't be my home. This is a fragment of the Wandering Star of Predation, a landing pod used to invade Mooncell. No, I think this is your home. Shinji shook his head. Otherwise, why would there be so much gold here? I don't think these metals are useful to the Wandering Star of Predation. This is something I created. It's formed by extracting the desires for wealth, fame, and other pursuits from humans, and then constructing them with spiritual particles. It isn't real gold. It's influenced by dreams, an experience of my mind-body left on Earth. Altaira closed her eyes, seemingly recalling that dream, and laughed. Hee hee, it seems that in the past, I also collected a lot of treasures and then slept on them. I am recreating that experience now. Although it's a pity that they're not cute things, since they're spoils of war, there's nothing I can do. Anyway, as long as they shine, they can't be bad things. It's a dragon-like hobby, but given the culture of the Huns, it's not surprising. The Wandering Star of Predation Altaira has two names engraved in Earth's history. First, the White Giant of Destruction, Safar, and second, the ancient Hunnic leader who trampled the Eurasian continent with iron hooves, destroyed the Eastern Roman Empire, and conquered territories second only to Genghis Khan and Iskandar Attila, known as the Scourge of God. Why did a giant of destruction from 14,000 years ago become a hero active in the 5th century AD? There's an unknown secret behind this. 14,000 years ago, the original holy sword wielder killed Safar with Excalibur, and Mooncell took the opportunity to isolate Altaira's true body in an unknown domain. However, the uncontrolled remnants of Safar did not fall. Instead, it continued to wander the continent until it exhausted its last bit of strength and collapsed in the Sahara Desert. Its form was witnessed by the locals, who depicted it in giant murals. Over the long years, Safar's corpse turned into ruins, later excavated by the Hunnic chieftains. In the deepest part of the ruins, they found a sleeping girl, the future king of the Huns, Attila. Her essence was a mind-body created by Safar as a backup. As a mere backup, she had no direct connection to the Wandering Star of Predation, and thus did not carry out the mission of destroying civilizations. The girl was raised as a human, fought as the king of the Huns, died as a hero, and was ultimately etched into human history, ascending to the rank of a heroic spirit. Although she had no direct link to the wandering star of predation, her destructive instincts and part of her combat power remained, and with this strength, Attila earned the title of the Scourge of God. This life was passed on as a dream to the sleeping Altyra, influencing her. The surrounding gold, the attitude that hostility means an enemy who must be eliminated, and even the name Altyra all stem from this. As for why she calls herself Altyra instead of Attila, it's simply because she finds the name Attila unpleasant. Altyra sounds cuter. It's this girlish sentiment that makes her smile like this. Shinji also smiled. Regardless of the value, it certainly isn't a bad thing. Do you like treasures too? I do. Wait, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Altyra excitedly scooped up a large handful of gold coins and scattered them toward Shinji. As she did, she exclaimed, Come, ah, how beautiful, just like a golden waterfall. This is a king's dream, isn't it? Shinji let out a cry and retreated into the temple as fast as he could. Why are you running? Altyra's eyes, like burning stars, appeared outside the temple. Don't you like treasures? I heard that the most luxurious thing on earth is to bathe in gold. That's outdated, Shinji protested. Besides, so much gold falling could kill a person. Even if it doesn't kill me, it still hurts. Altyra finally realized the problem, her eyelids drooping. Is that so? Well, you're right. I'm sorry, I got too excited. It's okay. Shinji walked out of the temple, his feet sinking into the sea of gold, demonstrating with his actions that he didn't mind. Why get so excited over such a small thing? It's simple. The 14,000 years of isolation made her feel lonely, so she could only keep recalling Attila's brief life. She and Arcuade are the same, both are afraid of loneliness, even if they are not aware of it. Chapter 655, Chapter 655, Hello, Altyra 11:16 words. Seeing that Shinji started bathing in gold, Altyra finally sighed in relief and asked anxiously, Is it okay? Of course. I'm quite strong, by human standards. Shinji flexed his arm to show off his muscles, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block your destructive beam. Altyra thought for a moment and then nodded. Indeed, you are quite strong, probably about the same as the me in the dream. That meant the level of Attila the Hun, the Scourge of God. In terms of combat prowess as a servant, Shinji indeed reached that level. You asked me if you also like treasures, which means you like treasures yourself, right? Yes, that's correct. Although it was the me in the dream, that is still a part of me. In the dream, I would fill my tent with treasures and sleep surrounded by them. Even though Altyra said this, from her expression, it was clear this concept had become a part of her entire being. That longing shone brightly. And this longing was exactly what Shinji wanted to see. Yes, that's it, that expression. This is the best proof of home. A place decorated with things you love that makes you feel at ease, that's home. Well, I don't understand, and I don't have a concept of that. Altyra's eyes looked a bit confused. It's okay if you don't understand. If you don't mind, I will slowly explain it to you. This was also Shinji's goal, his second step after confirming Altyra's essence. Although she was born 14,000 years ago, like Arcuade, she spent most of her time in slumber. Her experience was limited to her descent 14,000 years ago, and the life of Attila, in the 5th century AD. The former was pure destruction, and the latter wasn't much better. Hunnic elders treated Attila no differently than a weapon. Her task was continuous combat and destruction, leading the Huns to victory. In a way, she was a blank slate, even more so than Arcuade. At least Arcuade could read information from the world's records and gain experience, whereas Altyra's understanding remained in the 5th century AD. Otherwise, she wouldn't think bathing in gold was the most luxurious thing on earth. There are much more extravagant things, like bathing in diamonds or using dollar bills as firewood. So, Altyra was quite naive. However, thanks to this naivety, the protagonist of Fate Extella, Hakuno Kishinami, could easily reach her heart, helping her gradually break free from the shackles of Velber, not seeing herself as a weapon or an embodiment of destruction, and even sacrificing herself to save Hakuno. Shinji also planned to use this point to color this blank slate with his hues, not requiring her to sacrifice herself, but to shed the identity of Velber's vanguard and live quietly in a fictional world. Of course, it would be even better if she was willing to help him fight other threats. When planning for the future, Shinji had fantasized more than once about if the Land of Steel scenario was unavoidable, Altera would use the power of Mooncell to regain her Safar form and fight off the 9 UOS in the universe, giving humanity a final chance for survival. Just a flight of fancy. Shinji didn't want such a future and wasn't sure he could live to see that day. Unaware of Shinji's inner thoughts, Altera clenched her hands unconsciously, her expression anxious but her eyes filled with hope. Is it possible? Why wouldn't it be? Shinji countered. I am the embodiment of destruction, the destroyer of civilizations. I will fulfill my mission, conquer Mooncell, and destroy everything on Earth when Velber returns. Let's not talk about whether Velber will return or when. If that day comes and you become the White Giant Safar again, I will see you as an enemy and use all means to defeat you. Even if I'm no longer here, there will be Arcuade or others to fight you for that blue planet, and the humans living on it. From start to finish, Shinji's tone remained calm. Whether Altera's expression was gentle, serious, or filled with killing intent, he didn't react. He was prepared for this from the moment he took over the blue crystal, shouldering this responsibility. Are you also my enemy? Altera's low voice echoed in the stone chamber, the air growing heavy. I am the enemy of Safar. If you don't become her, we are not enemies. Regardless of what others thought, or what counterforce intended, this was Shinji's truest thought. Altera was Altera, Safar was Safar. Safar is my avatar on Earth, we are the same. The heavy air turned into tangible pressure, bearing down on Shinji. The stone chamber was Altera's domain, her lifeline. She could alter the environment at will, just like Arcuade's marble phantasm. It's not the same. An avatar is not the entirety. Shinji gritted his teeth to endure but did not use magic. An avatar is just a weapon that only knows destruction. She doesn't speak, doesn't communicate with me like this, doesn't throw gold coins at me, and doesn't fear hurting me. Such an avatar is just one side of you. The person standing in front of me, who thinks and is willing to communicate, is the real you. If she were truly your entirety, why are you still here? Why haven't you gone to conquer Mooncell? That's because of the Velber's order, making me stand by until its return. Catching a moment of hesitation from Altera, Shinji smiled. Does standing by include communicating with me and throwing gold coins at me? In short, my enemy is Safar. Right now, you are not Safar, so we are not enemies. Or have you already considered me your enemy? No, I haven't. The pressure dissipated and Altera's voice returned to being gentle. But if we are not enemies, then what are we? I don't understand. There are many kinds of relationships between people. If we are not enemies, we can be family, friends, acquaintances, or strangers. Right now, we are still strangers, but I hope we can become acquaintances or even friends. How should we do that? That is a process that gradually evolves. Let's start with the first step, exchanging names. That way, we won't be strangers anymore. My name is Shinji Matou. My name is Altera. Hello, Altera. It's nice to meet you. Hello, Shinji Matou. It's nice to meet you. After many twists and turns, a good start was finally made. In the Type Moon universe, Siegfried and Sieg are indeed separate entities, but Siegfried's wife is Kriemhild. After Siegfried's death, she married Attila, using her power to exact revenge and eventually perishing in her quest for vengeance. Chapter 656, Chapter 656, Forget the History Books. 1157 words. The Matou family had 2 study rooms. One was on the first floor, not very large, with few books. It was more of an office for the head of the family than a study room. The other was deep underground, with an area equivalent to an entire floor above ground. It had a longer history than the surface buildings, designed and decorated by Zoken Matou himself, and later filled and modified by Scathach and Tuco. For Magi, knowledge is the most valuable resource and wealth. Besides the magic crests implanted in their bodies, books are the most important source of knowledge. Therefore, every Magus family has a rich collection of books, which grows richer with each generation. So far, the Matou family's collection could rival a small library. It included various magical books and Magi notes passed down through the Matou family or acquired through other means, as well as ordinary books unrelated to mysteries. Mysteries need to be hidden, but Magi must live in this world. Moreover, magecraft, science, history, and humanities are deeply interconnected. Due to its location deep underground and its initial design by Zokan Matou, who excelled in insect magecraft, the study had a dark and gloomy style. There were no obvious light sources, only a desk lamp illuminating a small area, adding a spooky atmosphere to the entire space. However, Shinji under the lamp was not affected by the atmosphere, and continued to focus on the book in front of him. He flipped through the pages quickly, the rustling sound of pages turning every few seconds repeating endlessly. After an unknown amount of time, the quiet of the study was broken by light footsteps. "Brother, why don't you turn on the other lights?" A slightly reproachful, tender voice sounded, and a strand of purple hair draped over Shinji's shoulder. "You said this is bad for your eyes," Sakura said, tracing a pale purple rune in the air. As the rune formed, the shadow at her feet quickly extended forward, reaching the wall at the end of the study and climbing onto a protruding device. With a click, the ceiling lights of the study were switched on, and the originally dim room became bright. The rows of bookshelves and the neatly arranged books on them added a sense of oppression to the entire study, a weight born of knowledge. The ceiling lights did not make the extended shadow disappear. Only when the rune in the air dissipated did the shadow retract from between the bookshelves, obediently curling up at Sakura's feet, with two faint glows faintly visible. Shinji moved his gaze from the book, glanced at the shadow on the ground, and then reached out to ruffle Sakura's hair. "Your control over the Shadow Apostle is getting more and more skillful. My little sister is indeed amazing." Sakura squinted, shaking her head in sync with her brother's caress. "Brother, aren't you done yet? It's already been an entire afternoon. The content is more than I expected. It might take another half an hour." Although more than half of the book had been flipped through, there were still a considerable number of pages left. "Then let's eat first. Mom brought back a lot of delicious food, and if we're late, Sister Arcuade will eat it all. That girl is eating more and more, and it's winter now, so it gets dark early." Shinji reluctantly closed the book in his hand and stood up. Early darkness meant Arcuade would wake up early, and in this aspect, she was just like a vampire. Unaware of Arcuade's true identity, Sakura tugged at Shinji's sleeve. "Brother, can I sit next to you at dinner today?" Of course. How could Shinji refuse his little sister's small request? Sakura made a small victory gesture behind him. When she was younger, the seat next to her brother had always been her exclusive spot, but now, with more girls in the house, more people were competing for the seat. Sakura's gentle nature rarely led her to compete actively, but that didn't mean she was willing to give up this spot. "I will never give my brother to you." Clenching her fist to cheer herself up, the girl jogged to keep up with her brother. Before leaving, she casually glanced at the book cover. With the knowledge inherited from Scathach, she recognized the English title on the cover at a glance. The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Why is brother reading this? Why read such a book? Of course, because it was needed. The reasons for Rome's fall are complex, but undeniably, Attila leading the Huns westward was one of the significant factors. Due to the Huns' nomadic nature, historical records about them are quite scarce. Shinji could only start his research with Rome, which was closely related to the Huns. As for why he was researching Attila, it was undoubtedly for Altera. Although they had exchanged names and were no longer strangers, becoming acquaintances or even friends required more interaction and understanding. Altera lacked experience in this area. Besides looking at you with hopeful eyes, she didn't even know how to start a conversation, leaving the burden on Shinji. Learning about Attila's deeds was Shinji's chosen entry point. Attila's life was one of Altera's most precious memories, and this rare conqueror in human history was also one of the heroes Shinji was very interested in. Even before the Fate series came into existence, he had heard of Attila's deeds and his famous saying, "No matter how unpleasant the Hun's words are, hold your temper and listen to him first, don't be in a hurry to cut him down." Upon hearing this, the image of a rough and towering male figure immediately became vivid, which contrasted sharply with the Altera in front of him. The dissonance was overwhelming. "Did you say that?" In response, Altera confirmed that she indeed said those words, taught to her by an elder of the Huns who raised her. He was one of the few wise elders among the Huns. Previously, when Shinji mentioned being enemies with Safar, Altera didn't directly attack him, but instead gave him time to explain, possibly influenced by this saying. Aside from this, other legendary sayings attributed to Attila had little to do with Altera herself, such as, "A great leader must not be too serious." When Altera isn't speaking, she exudes a strong sense of oppression, and Attila rarely speaks. "Beware of the rear in political battles." Politics. "What's that?" Altera asked, tilting her head. "There must be a reason to make enemies." "Enemies? Those things should just be eliminated," Altera said seriously. "The Huns must have a far-reaching vision. Only by seeing far can you eliminate all enemies." Altera thought for a moment and stated her understanding. What else could Shinji say? Forget the history books, this is the Nasaverse. Chapter 657, Chapter 657, The King is So Cute. 1138 words. The conflict between historical records and reality successfully sparked Altera's curiosity. She wanted to know more about the story of herself. Shinji also wanted to learn more about Altera, not the one in the game, the setting collections, or the texts, but the real her. With this foundation, their communication no longer had barriers, and more explosive details emerged in their exchanges. Historical records state that Attila's father was Munzuk. That's the name of the Hun elder who adopted me. The heirs Elik, Dengizik, and Ernak were also descendants of the elder's family. Yeah, it should be like that. Should be? I don't have these names in my memory. I'm a bit confused. These are your heirs. These matters were all decided by the elders. Then what did you do? Fight, destroy. You as a king of Huns. What's wrong? It's a very nostalgic title. You like this title? I don't dislike it. Then you like it. Hello, King. Her body shuddered. What's wrong with you, King? Her body shuddered again. Stop saying that. Altera sat at the top of the temple, hugging her knees, burying her head between her thighs. Okay, King. I won't say it, King. You said it again. You're mean. The king is so cute. There are two theories about Attila's death in historical records. The first one is that she was killed by a newlywed maiden named Ildiko in her sleep. That's not true. Altera shook her head. I don't possess the human function of sleep. Even in deep rest, I don't lose consciousness. Assassinating me is impossible. I thought so too. Shinji wasn't surprised. Attila's performance as a weapon was nearly perfect. Even if just a backup of information, she still inherited this trait. Moreover, a honey trap. Setting aside that Attila wouldn't fall for that, Attila's beauty itself was at a planetary level. To use a honey trap on her, it would need to be a beauty of the same caliber, like Arcuade. That maiden Ildiko, would she feel ashamed standing in front of Attila? So how did the dream version of you die? Natural death. Yeah, because without the main body, the information entity has a limited active time. When the time is up, it dissipates. Altera stated this fact plainly. Only at this moment could one see some of the grandeur of the Scourge of God. Then the reason you didn't completely overthrow Western Rome back then was because you ran out of time. In 452 AD, Attila advanced westward, reaching the banks of the Po River, terrifying the Western Roman Empire. Emperor Valentinian III abandoned his capital and fled in panic. However, at the critical moment of the Western Roman Empire's impending downfall, Attila suddenly withdrew his army, leaving another mystery for posterity. Later scholars offered various explanations for this, but none expected the reason to be so simple. Do you want to hear the second theory about Attila's death? Yes, yes. Even if it was false, she was still interested. The second theory is that he drank too much, and during a hangover, a blood vessel in his nasal cavity burst, causing blood to flow back and suffocate him. This is also impossible, right? Yes, my body is special. No matter how much I drink, it won't have any adverse effects. Shinji raised his head, looking Altera up and down. In this world, there's a physique that countless food lovers envy. No matter how much they eat, they don't gain weight. Altera is the ultimate version of this physique, an innate body. It's a perfectly complete biological body. Though she appears slender, she possesses greater strength than a muscle-bound strongman. No matter how much she eats or drinks, her body shape doesn't change, all thanks to this. Please don't stare at me. She was shy. The king is so cute. By the way, Altera, do you know Siegfried? Siegfried? The name sounds familiar, I think I've heard it. Then do you know Kriemhild? I know her. She was my wife in the dream. As expected. Okay, I won't ask how you two women got married. Kriemhild was Siegfried's wife before she married you. I seem to remember her saying she married me to avenge her husband. Is this Siegfried? Yes, if you're interested, I can tell you Siegfried's story. Not just the legendary stories, but also new ones that were never recorded. Sure, I'd like to hear it. Then let's start from the beginning. Amun, who was an invincible knight, a noble hero, a great hero, the Prince of the Netherlands. Artoria's eyes sparkled, like a child listening to a bedtime story. The king is so cute. Starting with Siegfried, their conversation began to branch out from Altera herself. Shinji also had a chance to use the knowledge he gained from Scathach and the Holy Grail. In Altera's words, Shinji was more knowledgeable than all the Hun elders combined. This was only natural. A modern person should be more learned than a person from the 5th century AD, right? Days passed in their exchanges. Altera got used to Shinji's presence, and Shinji got used to chatting with her daily. Their relationship evolved from acquaintances to friends. And so, a month passed. You're not coming tomorrow. Still in the same temple, still hugging her knees, Altera looked completely dejected. Besides that dream, her conversations with Shinji were her most cherished treasure. She didn't want to lose it, didn't want to return to solitary confinement. Let me finish. I only said maybe. I have to go on a trip tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll have time, so I told you not to wait. Shinji quickly explained. For the past month, his routine had been very regular. He practiced in the morning, and when his family got busy with their things in the morning, Shinji would chat with Altera until lunchtime. The afternoons were free for either research or helping his family. In the evenings, everyone would gather to hang out, and at bedtime, he would explore the moon cell with Arcuade until dawn, when Arcuade went to sleep. However, this peace was broken today. Due to a phone call from Lorelei, Shinji had to end his stable routine, and couldn't keep up his regular schedule. I promise you, as soon as I have time, I'll come to find you. Hearing this, Altera's expression softened but still showed some unease. You must come, okay? Of course. Trust me, I'll tell you all about it when I get back. All right, it's a deal. Altera extended a finger, touching Shinji's palm, a gesture Shinji taught her to make promises. Yes, it's a deal. Where are you going? A country in the Asia. It's also the homeland of Shinji's soul. Chapter 658, Chapter 658, Return. In the early years of this new century, on the first day of spring, a delegation was organized by the upper echelons of the clock tower, and the first batch of exchange students for a one-year term. Shinji was one of them. However, he did not move with the main group, and even his entry method bypassed customs, directly crossing the national border. This was not a legal entry, nor smuggling. The official delegation had completed the entry procedures long ago, and the authorities were aware of and tacitly approved this behavior. On one of the most famous mountains, the eastern peak, two men, one tall and one short, climbed a rarely visited unnamed cliff. "Master, is it here?" The taller man, relying on his height and length, was the first to climb the cliff. He was a young man around 25 years old, with features that could be described in 8 words: clear brows and bright eyes, tiger back and bare waist. The former described his face, the latter his build. This seemingly contradictory style merged harmoniously in him, without seeming abrupt. "Yes, it's here. Your master has been practicing on Taishan since childhood. You can't find anyone more familiar with Taishan in the country." The shorter man, although slower, moved more easily, clearly still reserving strength. This was an elderly man of indistinguishable age, with white hair and a wrinkle-free face. His most striking feature was his arms, which hung naturally and extended past his knees, giving a strange impression. "Is there anything special around here?" The young man looked around with a puzzled expression. The old man shook his head. "Then why choose this place?" The young man couldn't understand. "It's not a border, nor a necessary route to Beijing. The path is difficult, and apart from being concealed, it has no advantages. But if it's about concealment, there are many more suitable places." "I don't get it." "I don't get it either." The old man walked to the edge of the cliff, casting his gaze towards the east sea below. "Maybe it's to show strength. Our relationship with the West involves both cooperation and competition. You've seen the materials sent down. What do you think of those Western young magus?" "Very strong, all elites." The young man answered honestly. "That's right, each one of them is an heir to an ancient family, with a status comparable to yours. Do you think the clock tower sent these outstanding young people here just to learn?" "I get it, they are the clock tower's business card." "Exactly, and our business card is you. How about it? Do you have confidence?" "Of course, a martial artist does not fear challenges." "Rest assured, master, I will show the prowess of God fist style." Hearing his disciple's response, the old man laughed heartily. "That's the spirit. The times have changed, perpetual modesty and restraint are no longer desirable. Strength is determined by fists. What do you say, special envoy of the clock tower?" "Stop dawdling, quickly translate." The young man cleared his throat and switched languages. His task was to translate, as few of the older generation spoke English, and this was even rarer in the mysterious world. The younger generation, under official cultivation, had become proficient in foreign languages, and this young man was among the best. In the mundane world, he was a master's student in the English department of a well-known university, and his authentic London accent earned the praise of many foreign friends. "What do you think?" "I think the elder is right." A stranger's voice came from below the cliff. It was in standard Mandarin, no less. The young man wasn't even sure if his own Mandarin was more standard than this voice's. Now things were getting interesting, an Eastern person speaking with a London accent, and an envoy from England speaking Mandarin. Both the elder and the young man were at a loss for words. No one knew how proficient this envoy was. What if he could only say that one sentence? Fortunately, the awkward silence lasted only a few seconds before being broken by someone rising from below the cliff. Dressed in black, the figure hovered in mid-air, carrying a large backpack. This feat alone made both the elder and the young man look at him with new eyes. Flying magecraft was a high-level skill no matter where you were. More shocking, however, were the envoy's physical traits: black hair, black eyes, and a height comparable to the elder's. That would have been fine. There were short people in the West too, such as the modern Emperor Napoleon. But this envoy was exceedingly young, not an old monster pretending to be young, but genuinely young. With the elder's expertise in martial arts, he could immediately tell from the envoy's vigorous energy and unique vitality that he was indeed young. Once that youthful vitality is lost, it never returns. The Western envoy clasped his hands in greeting to the two of them and said, in a voice matching his appearance, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." No problem, we just arrived as well," the elder waved his hand. "May I ask for your name?" The young envoy landed and clasped his hands again. Sixth-generation successor of the Qi family's God Fist style, Ji Lin. Seventh-generation successor, Zhang Puzhua. How should we address the envoy? Shinji Matou. The young envoy clasped his hands for the third time, and the naturalness of his gesture gave Ji Lin and Zhang Puzhua a strong sense of dissonance. Are really an envoy from the clock tower? Chapter 659, Chapter 659, Familiar land. Of course, the two were suspicious. The young men before them had too many questionable aspects. Being young could be understood, the world never lacked geniuses and prodigies. But his etiquette, especially the natural way he clasped his fists in greeting, was very strange. I am indeed an envoy from the clock tower, without a doubt. This is the first official cooperation between the clock tower and this country's mystical world, and both sides are taking it very seriously. To avoid unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings, they chose me, someone who admires and understands the country's culture the most, to come here. Shinji seemed well prepared for their doubts. He reached up to his eyes and removed two thin black lenses, revealing his original deep blue eyes. The eyes are contact lenses, and the hair is dyed, it can't be changed back temporarily. As for my skin, I'm of mixed heritage, inheriting Asian traits, so I won't attract suspicion moving around here. He truly understood. If he hadn't removed his contact lenses, who would know he was a foreigner? The clock tower, one of the two poles of the Western mystical world, was indeed brimming with talent. While evaluating in his mind, the elder spoke to Shinji. Then I won't be polite and will call you Xiaoxin. You are the elder, I'll listen to you. Originally set to occur at the end of 1999, it caused a massive upheaval in the clock tower, exceeding even the impact of Lord Elmeloy or Kenneth's death in the original timeline. The upheaval led to the clock tower's oldest classroom, the dreaded Caroline Observatory, making its first compromise, lifting the sealing designation orders on several individuals, including Aozaki Tuko. Due to Shinji's intervention, Zelrich personally mediated, and Tuko's sealing designation was lifted early, altering the time and process of the chaos significantly. This was understandable, though Tuko's power seemed limited, given preparation time, even a magician could suffer greatly. Her dolls and familiars were top-notch in both individual combat and broader operations. Without her involvement, the group initiating the chaos would have to revise their plans. Surviving the executor's relentless pursuit required cunning. Thus, the timeline and process of the chaos changed. The choice of timing for the East-West cooperation was likely calculated, as the higher-ups' attention was focused on the East, inevitably weakening the defenses at the headquarters. This judgment was spot on. The precise strike plunged the Law and Politics Department, responsible for managing the clock tower, into a dilemma. They needed to secure the headquarters while ensuring the East-West cooperation proceeded flawlessly. Bartholomew mobilized all available resources, but with the enemy hidden and time pressing, it was still challenging. At this juncture, Lorelei thought of Shinji, hoping he would come to London to assist her. Such an opportunity to gain favor was something Shinji couldn't refuse. However, after hearing the full story, Shinji proposed a different plan: recall all available forces, and he would go to East Country. When it came to understanding to East, none of her subordinates could match him. This unnamed cliffside was specifically designated by Shinji as the meeting point. For this, the clock tower even made a special call to the East Country. Although the East Country was puzzled, they did not quibble over the details. After clarifying the specific requirements, they temporarily assigned 2 representatives to receive the guest. However, this caused some inconvenience for Ji Lian and Zhang Puzhua. They were comfortably stationed in Beijing when they suddenly received orders to fly to Shandong overnight. Ji Lian, having lived most of his life and seen much, maintained a calm mindset. Zhang Puzhua, being younger, inevitably harbored some resentment. So on their way down the mountain, Zhang Puzhua vented a little by demonstrating his agility. God Fist style, also known as ape fist, has footwork and body movements similar to those of an ape, naturally suited to the mountain environment. In a few blinks of an eye, he had descended from the cliff, while also explaining the reason to avoid displeasing their cooperation partner. Xiaoxin, there's something I don't quite understand. Brother Puzhua, please go ahead. Having witnessed the divine speed of Achilles and Atlanta and Shiro's mystical steps, Shinji had made considerable progress in his agility, further aided by magic. Although Zhang Puzhua's agility was impressive, it still couldn't surpass Shinji's. However, out of respect, Shinji did not overtake him and intentionally kept a distance of 2 body lengths, which earned Ji Lin's favor. Why did you choose this place as the meeting point? Even if it was to show your ability to enter our country discreetly, there's no need to choose Eastern Peak. Shinji hesitated slightly. There are 2 reasons. One is that my method of coming over was quite special and required a large uninhabited area. And the other. I've always heard that the scenery of Eastern Peak is beautiful and wanted to see it. I never had the chance before, and I couldn't miss it this time. I researched on my way here, and the famous 18 bends of Easter Peak is not far from here. If we run at full speed, we can get there in 2 hours. How about we go take a look first? Zhang Puzhua. Is this guy really reliable? Chapter 660, Chapter 660, Reliable 1121 words. Is Shinji really reliable? The answer to this question was revealed 2 days later. When he walked out of a certain mountain villa, carrying a barely alive man in his hand, Ji Lin and Zhang Puzhua's doubts were completely dispelled. This was Shinji's first mission target, and one of the most difficult among them. Ji Lin had reviewed the information beforehand. The target was an expert in reinforcement magecraft, capable of making his body harder than steel, akin to the traditional martial arts techniques golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Even Ji Lin, who had mastered God Fist style, would need considerable time to handle this target. One moment of inattention could allow the target to escape. Magus, unlike martial artists who rely on their bodies, have many peculiar methods. They might not be very strong, but they can cause a lot of trouble. Both men were prepared to provide immediate support in case of any unexpected events. Unexpectedly, within just 5 minutes, this young man walked out carrying the target's corpse. The body, once harder than steel, had been reduced to a wreck. The spine, both arms and both leg bones were broken. The resilient muscles now appeared sickly and aged, unrecognizable from their original state. The Magus, who had once caused significant losses to the clock tower, struggled to lift his head, his face ashen, and managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. You who, what are you? Special envoy from the Eastern Division of the Clock Tower, Shinji Matou, greeting you on behalf of Lord Bartholomew and the Law Department. The judgment may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Enjoy your time in hell. This was the task Lorelei had assigned to Shinji, and the reason he acted alone rather than with the exchange group. Unlike the other members of the exchange group, Shinji had only one task, and it was his specialty: assassination. Cooperation and exchange are not limited to cultural and technological aspects. They also include combat, which can involve friendly matches or joint efforts to eliminate enemies. Lorelei's primary task for Shinji was to kill the clock tower defectors hiding in this country. These defectors had paid certain prices to gain the tacit approval, or even protection of the government and local forces. As long as they didn't cause trouble, the government wouldn't take action against them. However, if an accident occurred, that would be a different story. Playing with words and finding loopholes in rules is a forte for these people. Since these defectors' value had been exhausted, their final worth was to be handed over to the clock tower as a gesture of goodwill. Similarly, the clock tower had sent a gift to the country. They did it more directly, without any excuses, sending the law department's assassination squad to eliminate targets. Although the methods differed, One thing was certain: politicians everywhere have dirty hearts. Those fools don't keep their promises. I curse you all. The defeated Magus body emitted a sinister magical energy, but it did not harm Shinji. The malevolent energy was purified before it could approach, reverting to the purest life force. Don't waste your energy. It's useless. Since I came, I naturally made thorough preparations. Even the curse of Artemis, the boar of divine punishment, couldn't harm me. What chance do you have? Returning to the real world from the parallel world, although he lost that nearly perfect body, and couldn't reach the peak state of his final battle with Shiro, it didn't mean Shinji hadn't grown. On the contrary, compared to before the Holy Grail War, Shinji's power had increased several times. Magic, origin, new noble phantasms with different functions, the teachings of the great sage Chiron, and the experience from fighting various top-tier servants, all these allowed him to possess combat power comparable to even the highest-tier servants, despite his insufficient physical strength. In the real world, apart from rare geniuses like Lorelei and those ancient monsters, few could pressure him. Casting a cold glance at the dying Magus, Shinji's hand ignited with crimson flames, reducing the body to ashes in moments. This was the extraction of the immortal blade concept, the solar flames from the sun god Surya. Master, am I seeing things? Zhang Puzhua, observing from the side, gaped in astonishment. No, although I wish you were. I didn't understand why only one person was sent before, but now I do. Jilin shook his head and sighed. A monster, a true monster. Target confirmed, eliminated. The next one is. Shinji waved his hand, scattering the ashes, and looked sideways at the two men. Zhang Puzhua responded blankly, the next one is in Qingshu. There's a car coming to pick us up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Then let's find a hotel and rest for the night. Okay. The hotel they checked into was quite ordinary. It wasn't particularly good, nor was it bad, but Shinji didn't mind. This was a joint mission, not a high-standard reception. He could enjoy luxuries once the mission was over. After closing the door, Shinji discreetly placed a rune stone by the door and threw another one into each corner of the room. Accompanied by a barely perceptible magical fluctuation, an invisible barrier isolated the room from the outside. Then, with a flash of lightning, fine arcs of electricity leaped from Shinji's fingertips, spreading along the barrier. Once the last arc vanished, Shinji exhaled softly. Now, any eavesdropping or surveillance devices should be disabled. Although this is just a randomly chosen hotel, and it doesn't feel like we're being watched, it's better to be safe. Some secrets are best kept hidden. As he spoke, Shinji unfastened the strap around his chest and placed the backpack he had been carrying on the ground. Inside the backpack was not luggage but a coffin. Yes, a coffin. Its black surface, four long sides, and two short sides formed a symmetrical yet irregular hexagon, resembling the style of coffins popular in medieval Europe, except it was much smaller, about 1/6 the size of a normal coffin, otherwise, it wouldn't fit in the backpack. Placing his hand on the coffin lid, Shinji infused it with magical energy. A white line appeared in the center of the previously smooth and unmarked lid. With a bang, the coffin lid opened along the line, splitting to both sides. After scanning the room with his mind to ensure there was no danger, Shinji stepped into the coffin standing upright, stepping in, his feet touching the bottom of the coffin. In the next second, Shinji's body sank rapidly. As his hair reached the level of the coffin lid, it automatically closed, leaving the pitch-black room empty. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.